Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Beautiful scenes at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, Northwest. A track known for delivering big runs over the 4-day stuff. And so today we begin the first 4-day match between South Africa men's emerging and Bangladesh men's emerging. There's no USA team in this one because they just come from a 50-over try series where we didn't get a decider because of the weather. We are coming to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. We are not in the coast like we were with the women's. You can see clearly with the altitude being way high up. No chance of rain at 1%. And it's a cool temperature at 23 degrees in Potchefstroom. My name is Bendulo Makubane on commentary, coming with Mega Live on this Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. However, we are not alone. Johan Spoot Smith will be joining us later on, but for now, we are with Kagisho Masubelele.
Good morning to all the viewers out there. Yes, looks like a very good day of cricket that is coming up here as we see the schedule. The first game, of course, now 16th to the 19th of August in Potchefstroom, and then they make their way to Gauteng, where they will be at Benoni from the 23rd to the 26th of August. So 2 matches just to see what both teams are made of. As you said, we missed out on a final due to the rain because this week has been cold and rainy, but now there is a chance for those teams to just show off more of what they are made of.
Yeah, so the Bangladesh team starting their work and they got back into really good form in the 50-over stuff. Zakir Hassan, their captain. Mafijul Islam Robin, who's a very good opening batter, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to do in the 4-day competition because he just has that classical stance about him. Iftikhar Hussain Ifti, another one who can score, but Shahadat Hussain Deepu, who was the stand-in captain, scoring 2 50s in the 50-over try series. Samiun Bashir Ratul, young batter, young bowler, only 19 years old. He was with the Bangladesh team last year that toured South Africa alongside Iqbal Hassan Imon. Rohanat Dula Boson, FIFA expert, has taken a couple of those. Animal Haq, the veteran in the team. Ifan Shukar, who's going to stand as wicketkeeper if he stays. Mahidul Islam Ankon, another one of those top order batters in the 4-day series for Bangladesh. We've said about Iqbal Hassan Imon as an actual demon, Iqbal Hassan Imon, because he bowls furiously quick and takes tons of wickets. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan, another one of those seamer options that they can use, and he bowls with a lot of accuracy. So he, Imon, and Rohanat Dula Boson were dangerous in the 50-over competition. Abu Hasim, a new name coming in the 4-day team. Habibur Rahman as well. Leg spinner Aminul Islam Biplop. He's a real control freak with the ball and normally keeps the ball on a string, despite the fact that he's a leg spin bowler. And Naeem Hassan, another new player coming in for the 4-day squad. So a very exciting team for Bangladesh, especially with the work that they're doing in Australia. So the pathway to getting into that big team, they are definitely candidates.
It will be very exciting. We move on now to the South African team, Mohamed Manak. We're very excited to see Mohamed Manak in that lineup for South Africa. Diteko Mudiri has been doing work also in the 50-over competition. Scored a couple of runs, maybe short, could have scored more. Couple of good starts. Valentine Kitime, the Western Province boy, also coming into the team. Mitchell van Buren will be captain in the team. Did captain also in the 50-over competition. And the young Richard Seletswane, who also showed some glimpse of what we're looking for, or what South Africa is looking for. We'll be looking to get more opportunities here. Andile Semelane continues also. Daniel Smith, also one of those that had a bit of a tough time in the 50-over competition, but we'll be looking to see if he can have a better time here. Dian Khalim have had a very good 50-over competition, one of the standout players in that tournament, and an experienced Dian Khalim has been playing at professional level for quite some time. Skak Engelbert got a game in the 50 over, was initially not in the 50 over competition, but had to be drawn in, came in, bowled a few, but now this is his where he was originally selected. And then Sia Plakis, very exciting young bowler. We're looking forward to seeing him also coming up through. Then Bayanda Majola played also in the 50 over competition. Another exciting prospect, JP King, another one of those prospect. Ntanto Zuma, who got 100 in the 50 over competition. So one of those will be looking to also go through. Caleb Selika at home, at Poch. So this is exactly the place that you want him to play. Gideon Peters did play at Poch a couple of seasons ago, made his move. A very fiery fast bowler, one of those bowlers that they always have that thing, he always wants to run in. Khomole Mopiri, one of those exciting players that came up last year and everybody started noticing that, oh, hello, there's more people that are coming through. Keegan Lane Keshe, the Titans boy, coming in also in that middle order batter that likes to just control things around, runs a lot also. Andile Mukhakani and Yanko Smith, an exciting fast bowler, also recently just made it into the spotlight within the domestic levels.
Yeah, Yanko Smith really had a good 4-day series, made his debut professionally in a 4-day game. But earlier on, we had the toss between the two captains, match official Mr. Gerry Pienaar, Mitchell van Buren alongside Zakir Hassan. Toss was completed. South Africa chose to bat. As you can see, it's going to be probably a lot of runs here. We remember last year, South Africa A versus New Zealand A. That fosters tons of runs for both teams. But we were going through the squads. Here's the starting 11s.
Manak, as we spoke about, an exciting prospect. Good to see him in the team opening the batting. We'll be batting with Diteko Mudiri, Daniel Smith coming in at 3, and the captain, Mitchell van Buren, in that very important 4th. That's the spine of the team normally. Richard Selotan and Andile Simelane will be coming in, and then Ntando Zuma will be keeping wicket in this match. Skak Engelbert, Caleb Seleka, as we said, the homeboy, he knows the conditions quite well. Yanko Smith, and then Bayanda Majola, the two out-and-out seamers in the team.
Yeah, two spin bowlers. Skalk Engelbrecht, right arm off spin. Caleb Seleka, right arm leg break, having both options to spin the ball in and out. And with the South Bangladesh team, Zakir Hassan might look short, but he is quite a punch. Mafijul Islam Robin, very complete player at the top of the order, plays with a lot of patience. Animal Huck has tons of games under his belt, and he'll be seeking to use that experience coming into the game. Naeem Hassan, he's played a couple of test matches for Bangladesh, 14 exactly. Comes in with right arm off break. He didn't play in the 50 over competition, but he's playing here now. Ankon will be the standing wicketkeeper today. It won't be Irfan Shukur. Iqbal Imon, fast bowler. Love watching him operate. Chaudhry Rizwan comes in with very good control. Here's Animal Buplop, who's going to be bowling his left arm off spin. Rohan is going to be at the top of the order alongside Iftikhar Ifti, and their leading run scorer from the 50 over competition, Shahadat Hussain Deepu, who is the vice captain of the squad. So this is quite a strong team coming in from the Bangladeshis. They also have a leg spinner who's going to be spinning away from the right-hander, and they also have a right arm off spinner in Naeem Hassan, who's going to be spinning the ball into the right-hander. So both teams seem to be having that interest in having both their spin bowlers playing into the team. And that's a very interesting selection choice, in my opinion, with a pitch which is known to be quite a run fest, but it also dries up during the course of the day.
Yeah, you got to think that maybe the thinking behind it is that if it's a run fest, then it's one of those where it's difficult for seam bowlers because it's so easy to score runs on. So now, if you're expecting that your bowlers or you're going to be bowling for a long period of time, you don't want your seam bowlers to have to bowl 30 overs or 40 overs because that's a risk of injury. So if you've got the spinners that you have, then those are the ones that will bowl because they can bowl longer periods of times, then they can relieve the fast bowlers. But you can see that also there's a couple of all-rounders in the team, so in both the teams, so that, you know, there's always those guys that are going to come in and assist. You've got to think with South Africa choosing to bat first, and we spoke about a run first, that it's that type of a wicket that you look to set yourself up properly first time around. If you can bat for once, you bat once, and you bat long, maybe for 2 days, and see if you can bowl the opposition team out. Of course, Bangladesh, especially if South Africa come in with the seam, likes of Yanko Smith and Bayanda Majola up front, is that they might not be too comfortable with the ball coming through, because normally when it is flat, there's also a bit of pace on it, which is something that South Africa will relish and like more.
The funny thing is that both the opening batters, Madiri Ditego and Mohamed Manak, both play for the Warriors, both play in the coast, but they do originate from the northern side. Mohamed Manak from Johannesburg, Madiri Ditego from Pretoria. So playing in the Highveld is not going to be something too foreign for them to just get their eyes in and play their cricket.
Yeah, I think they would not have a problem whatsoever in playing in this kind of conditions. Although they are from the coastal, when they travel around, they still come to the Highveld. For so twice or 3 times, they would have to come to Northwest, they'll have to come to Joburg, they'll have to come to Pretoria. So they would have played enough games in this kind of conditions, and we do think that they will have, they will know exactly how to go about the innings.
Here's our umpires, who was going to be officiating the game. Coming in front, umpire Mazizi Kampu. Very seasoned umpire. And umpire Sajimul Islam from Bangladesh, our 2 standing umpires. And we're about to begin with the game. South Africa emerging, taking on Bangladesh emerging. Number 2, Imon, is probably going to be lightning and bowling first. Here's our 2 umpires. Umpire Mazizi Kampu with the ball. Kagiso Boy from the West Rand. And Sajidul Islam from Bangladesh.
Kagiso Boy, you speak about Mazizi Kampu, is one of those umpires that we've just seen in the last couple of years, also making his mark in the highest level. And there's so much cricket that's been played, so many opportunities for the umpires. And we spoke a couple of weeks ago about how important an emerging series is, not just for the players, but also everybody that will be involved in terms of match officiating and everything, to ready themselves for that international level when the chance does come.
It's going to test their levels of focus too. There's no DRS, hence the importance of their calls being clean. Wonderful little graphic coming in here for Madiri Ditego. Sure, you will look at the average being at 16 and you're like, is that really what the standard that is required to enter emerging? But if you look at his season last, and you look at what he's done to come to these warm-ups, that 16 is nowhere close to what he can do alongside his 250s.
Is that sometimes I don't really give the full picture of where the player is and how they've developed in the last few months. And we see now at Mohamed Manak, the 11 matches, a better average, also would like to take it up into those 40s area at 21.53. But as we said, a 24-year-old is still getting into the game. It's one of those players that you can see that has got plenty of runs about them. It's just about a matter of time until we start see them flowing willy-nilly.
Did very well in the 50-over competition, Mohamed Manak, including a century versus Boland. But they'll be facing this, Hassan Iqbal Imon, an insanely good bowler. He's only played 2 first-class games, but last year we were commentating on him in the under-19 teams, which show you the level of progression that they are giving to Hassan Iqbal Iman.
One of those that you say that they're just starting off their career, and you've just seen a lot. You've seen enough from them to say that this is a player that has got all the prospects to make it one day because of the way that they've started. As you said, very young player, still learning the game, but has already shown good signs.
Ball number 1 to start the 4-day game. Iqbal Hossein Iman bowling to Mudira Ditego. 2 slip fielders. A gully. Look at how beautiful that track is.
Looks a very good track. One of those that you say that looks like a batter's paradise. Looks very good to score a lot of runs, as you said that. Often, more than not, it hasn't disappointed, and we've seen a lot of runs coming through. But Iman will be looking to exploit, as you said. Probably would have looked at Bangladesh a bit earlier on, beating Australia in Australia.
Wide, full, first runs of the day, which will come from a boundary. Excellent batting from Mudira Ditego. Does not let that one go. It's 4 for no loss.
Mudira Ditego just leaning into that one. Not hitting it too hard, just opening the face to place it ever so delinquently there. That's the first boundary. Second ball, always good to get runs to the bat, get the ball out of the middle of the bat early on in your innings. The confidence just goes up.
3 slips. A gully. No wonder Iman is just pushing the ball a little bit too wide to start off. It's a much better ball.
Sounds very hard hitting that bat. That area there with Iman, that's the area that we'll probably be looking at. I don't think he'll be too discouraged with being driven for 4, because as we can see early on, there looks like there's just a touch movement going away, and it's just one of those. You've got 3 slips in that it's so easy. It can so easily just get an edge, and then those slips can come into play.
It's nicely bowled from Iman. Couple of about 2 stumps away from the main line of the stumps. Draws the shots from Ditego, and I think also the length there was just good enough from Iman to not entice any shots from Mudira Ditego. And that's probably one of the most underrated things when it comes to red ball bowling. It's the length that speaks mostly of what the batter is able to do rather than the line. The line is very important, sure. That was a little bit wide, pushed into the gap, but that was pushed into the gap because of the length. It's just a little bit too short. And so when the length is slightly wrong, it allows the batter then to be able to score those small little runs in the 4-day game.
The length it is one of those that gets emphasized on, the length that you want to hit. And you often see bowlers at top level, somebody like a Vernon Philander used to speak a lot about just get those lengths right, just get those lengths right, and anything can happen. Just a touch movement or it goes straight, but you've got the right length. Always, more often than not, you get the batters to think a little bit more.
Slip fielders are just widening up a little bit more. It's a good over this from Iqbal Hossein Iman. Very nicely bowled. First or the second boundary. Ball was just a touch too full at that instance, and it was driven away for 4. The single, it was a touch too short, and it was pushed away for 1. The margins are non-existent. It's 5 for no loss.
And it is what we speak about when you speak about the lengths. That's what determines what's going to happen. It's a strong batting lineup that's coming up for the South Africa emerging young men that are looking to get themselves into that highest level of playing cricket. exciting batters that are coming through. One of those that has been spoken about in terms of the professional setup. You are a young Richard Sulotane in particular, one of those stroke makers that really likes batting. So they wouldn't mind not betting the whole session. If these two can bet the whole session, they would absolutely love it. So that they can tire the bowlers also. It's always so nice for a batter to come in and you felt that the bowlers have actually tied down a little bit. Makes it easy for you, even the field is tied down, makes it easy for you to score the runs.
Let's see how they can do with Chowdhury Rizwan. He's played a little bit more of first-class cricket. Still not a ton loads, hence the importance of these series. Chowdhury Rizwan is going to have the task of carrying the new ball. That was a responsibility that was carried between Iqbal Hussain Imon and Rohanat Dula Boson. He can bowl, Chowdhury Rizwan. He can bowl, and here he comes. A little bit too full, though, to start off. But you can see that the type of bowler that he is, but the type of field that's been put on. For Imon, they hyperly attacking with 3 slips and a gully. And then with Rizwan, they just have a little bit more protection in the covers by removing one of those slips.
Rizwan, that first one just looked like a gentle little one just to get himself going. Bit of a stretch, that first ball from Rizwan.
See, that's just gonna go down the legs. Sounded like 2 sounds as well. But feels like the reason that was difficult for Ditego is back to our conversation about the length. It was a very good length from Rizwan.
The length is going to do a lot. Yeah, it definitely looks like one of those that was sliding down. You've got to, the umpires have to think that there will be an exaggerated movement away for that to hit the wickets.
Yeah, movement coming into the right-hander for Chowdhury Rizwan. Needs to start a little bit wider, just a touch. Much better. That's a good ball. That's very good. Nicely defended, though, by Ditego in retaliation.
And that's the area that you want to hit more often than not. That length, that line. It's just one of those for the batters where sometimes they're not too sure. You want to defend it or you want to go full-blooded drive at it.
And it adds a little more questions once that ball starts moving as well, especially if it's going to come into you. You're looking for a flurry through to the offside, and here's this ball coming back in. Ah, look at that. Slight movement away. You'll see that that was forced out of the hand, which is why the ball was released a little bit wider too.
You do think it will be important for Rizwan early on here just to gauge the pitch and what the pitch has in it for him. And you'd expect that he'll test the different lines and lengths and see what he's going to do.
Also at the same time with the batting, Mudiri Ditego has been a little bit aggressive in this preseason, from the warm-up games prior to the Tri-Series to the games that he's been playing at the Tri-Series. He's been playing with a newfound confidence and aggression. So even you look at that, he's being positive, he's trying to get it into a space to score. And I believe also it's going to be important for him to understand that this is a different type of game. It's a longer version of the game, so there's no need to rush. Maiden overs are not a killer. You have 98 overs throughout the day.
Diteko Mudiri, it's just about him playing his natural game. And we say that because Diteko Mudiri growing up, was actually a very much attacking bat. Obviously comes, as you said, from Pretoria. A lot of flat wickets that side. So he was one of those players that was attacking. And after the 2 overs, we had 5 for naught. So the Teko Modiri, I remember at under 13 level, he's got about 1,000 runs in school cricket, playing for Lanewood Primary School. And then when he played throughout, he was one of those batters that when bowlers look at him, they were like, oh, okay, he's the guy that's gonna come after us.
And so he has to go against Chowdhury Rizwan and Hassan Iqbal Imon. The spin that will be coming later of Naeem Hassan. Even Animal Haq, who can come in with his seamers. Couple of options that they can use. Oh, he's gone! What a ball from Hussein Iqbal Imon. This guy is a bowling savant. And what a delivery to dismiss Mo Manak.
Very, very good ball from Amon. We've spoken about him. We've spoken about the prospect that he is. Look at that. Everything that you need. Previous over, got a lot of balls to move away. Just got that one to come in. And Manak was expecting that will move away. One of those you don't want to leave. But the length that you spoke about, put the line into that, just made it difficult. Mohamed Manak leaving one that probably should have played at.
Tough one, especially he's just faced one ball. This is why you must target the stumps. The movement that just jagged back into him off the seam. You understand why he left it, but also at the same time, these are the lines which we speak about as bowlers that you must bowl where the batter has to think. They have to think, is this ball going to hit my stumps or is it not? And so Manak had to think at that moment, and he said, this is not going to hit my stumps. And he let it go. A very risky leave, and it costs him his wicket.
When you're bowling as a seam bowler, you want to beat the wicket on the bat on both sides, as we see Daniel Smith coming in. 27 matches that he's played, very good average, 39.74. With the 300s that he scored, a best of 153. It's a very, very young prospect, 24-year-old. And he's just getting started also in his first-class career. Only the 27 matches that he has played, but so far looks very good for him.
What a good ball from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Daniel Smith has 2 golden ducks in the 50 overs. You really don't want to lose your wickets to a ball like that. But that's going to be the adjustment that Imon is going to need to make now to the left-hander.
It's going to be very important, especially with left and right combination. Sometimes it does get difficult for the bowlers to get their radar on, as you see. Almost a very good ball for a right-hander, but for a left you have to come in. So as a bowler, you want to get yourself in a position where you can beat the bat either on the inside or on the outside, and that line and that length is going to be very important how you go about that.
Oh, they heard a sound. They're asking umpire Gampu. He's a very strict umpire, umpire Gampu, and he knows his stuff. Says that was padding.
Yeah, that did sound a bit soft there. One of those that when it happens quick, you don't have too much time. Yeah, looks like it might have even the pad.
The strap.
The strap of the pad. That's how soft it was.
Yeah, Daniel Smith must be aware, though, not to just throw his bat at those balls. You don't want to just throw your head to the offside and leave your bat on behind your legs. You will make a mistake. Much better from Imon.
As you said, from Imon has got some weight early on. As the young bowler, we've seen this in the 50-over competition. Seems to be continuing with that. But that's what you want from your fast bowler, that aggression early on. New batter in, Daniel Smith. Don't want him to get comfortable early on. So if you can just remind him of what you're made of early on.
The line is very attacking as well from Hussein Iqbal Imon. I think I like the length of that particular delivery much, much better. So from that exact length that he bowled, if he can just push the line a little bit wider, just slightly wider, try to induce Daniel Smith into a drive who is in need of runs, you might say, and he will try to get his opportunities to score his runs. Just give him that one that is outside the line of the stumps.
It is a game of building blocks, especially in the four-day cricket. Speak about that attacking line. And it just so happens that one, that's the one that you ball enough balls in that area where he's blocking. So the batter gets a bit of a confidence that, oh, I'm getting better on ball. You throw it wide and he feels that I can go at it. At the end of the third over, the score is 5 for 1. Good start here from Bangladesh, having picked up that wicket early on of Manak for that duck. Diteko Modiri 5 of 11. And Daniel Smith has just faced the 5 balls. Hasn't scored so far. And the sole wicket taker so far, Emon.
Still a rich batting lineup for South Africa, emerging right down to Skalk Engelbrecht. And then when we get to number 9, 10, and 11, then the runs start to dwindle. So batting up to number 8 is not too bad for South Africa emerging, especially considering the fact that it's a South Africa emerging team that has been built considering the fact that it's a team built whilst there's the South Africa A team that's being put together, and then on top of that there's the Africa Cup that's happening. So there's 3 South African teams, even outside of the main Proteas team, which are the World Test champions. So there are basically 4 South African teams currently being put together, and the 4th team bats till number 8. It's good defense, good fielding from Animal Huck. But that just tells you the depth of South African cricket right now.
Very exciting for all the cricket lovers. See, nice straight drive from Diteko Modiri. What you are seeing that is waiting for the ball and really hitting it as late as possible. So if you can have 4 good teams playing, then you know that you must be doing something well in the domestic circuits.
Good ball from Chowdhury. Good ball. It's all in the length. It's all in the length. Hitting the top of the stumps. Pitch the ball where it's going to hit the top of the stumps. It's very nicely done from Rizwan. Good leave from Diteko, because those are the dangerous balls that get you out. And for a bowler, you get your money's worth if you can land 6 of those in a row. Not many can do it. That's why not a lot are all-time greats.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. One of the important aspects of being a batter, particularly in 4-day cricket, is to know where your off stump is. And I think with that Mohamed Manak's wicket, maybe it wasn't too sure of where his off stump is, and that's why he thought if I can leave that, it would be an easy ball. Because you've got to put yourself in a situation where you know that even if the ball comes back in, you've covered your off stump, and there's no danger of you being bowled.
See, that's the type of shots that Manak could have produced to the ball of Imon. But I think what just made that Imon delivery that much dangerous was the movement that came into the right-hander to hit that off stump. So you kind of think that if Mo Manak went for a defensive shot at that instance, he felt like the edge was going to be taken. But then when the ball came back in, I guess he didn't anticipate it moving that much. First one going down the line from Rizwan, looking to attack the stumps a little bit more. Set of couple of maiden overs now building up for Bangladesh emerging. 3 in a row. It's 5 for 1 after 4.
Probably sounds like a bit of a cliche as we look at the teams that are taking part now. Mutiri Ditako, Mohamed Manak, who went a little bit earlier on, and Daniel Smith, the captain, Michel van Buren, due to come in at 4th. Richard Sulutswane at 5, Andile Semelani and Dando Zuma, Skalk Angabed. So those are the all-rounders of the teams. And then we've got Caleb Seleka, who will be looking forward to bowling in these conditions, very used to these conditions.
Oi, that's the ball from Imon. That's the ball. Just keeps devilishly low. There's no third man who's going to be employed in 4-day cricket. Smith gets fortuitous runs to get off the mark.
And that is exactly what we spoke about in the previous over, that you get those ones that are coming straight, and you just get that one that leaves him a little bit, and he feels that he wants to get a bat to it. And Daniel Smith getting that under edge, going past that first slip. It's probably a bit of a cliche, but we speak a lot in 4-day cricket about the patience, and that is both the batter and the bowler. Just patient in the lines that you want to bowl at and the lengths that you want to bowl at as the bowler. Then you get the wicket. With the batter also, you want to wait for that one for you to put away.
They've put a leg slip now for the ball going to the hip. For that particular ball. If it just goes a little bit straighter, we saw 3 of those balls going behind the back of Daniel Smith. But that ball that just went wide, that drive, that's the ball that Imon is looking for, because the most interesting thing was Daniel Smith was nowhere in his feet. He just threw his hands at it. That's why he didn't even get any close to a good connection. And so the important thing here for Daniel Smith is also to get his feet moving. Make sure that he gets his weight behind the pitch of the ball, behind the line of the ball. Don't just throw your bat. See, feels a bit weird, but good risks to just manipulate the ball. Trusting a lot of hands through that shot, but it was nicely done from Smith for 1.
And you're going to see something that is going to be very testing for Daniel Smith, obviously, will be Imon. The way that he's coming, the line that is coming from, because he's coming over the wickets. So Imon almost feels like he has to open up his body so that he can see exactly where he's coming from. And more often than not, you find batters not being sure where their off stump is because of their alignment, where especially when the ball comes across, you don't know how far you need to go. So as you see, because the line almost comes from, it's almost on the leg side, but going to the offside, then he just places his hands in it rather than going with his feet.
It's a gorgeous shot. That is absolutely stunning from Mutiri Diteko. Boy, does he look good when he's in fine touch. And that touch looks finer than ever. 14 for 1.
A very good shot from Diteko Mutiri. We spoke about how he is waiting for the ball. Hit a similar 4 previously off the front foot, this time off the back foot, letting the ball come to him. And taking a pose there at the end for the cameraman to get a nice picture after that good shot.
That was so lovely. A little bit too short from Iqbal Hussein Imon. It's even wrong to say that because it was just that so good from Diteko. He's pushing it a little bit too short. He's going to eat anything that is pitched short. They're going to come back for 2 runs. Anything that's bowled short to Diteko is going to be sent away.
Spoke about he's a high-felt boy, so he would have faced a lot of short pitch bowling. So he won't mind at all if you want to bowl in that area. Does have the strength. He does like taking it on also, Diteko Mutiri. Steady start from him. 11 from the 19 balls that he's faced. Has looked untroubled so far.
And this is the confidence that he has to bat with, the confidence he has to show. But you don't want to lose your wickets in that reign of confidence. And so your defense must be clean, and that looks pretty good from Ditego.
5 overs gone, 16 for 1, South African emerging. The one thing, Mpendulo, that I've just been looking at even in his defense, Diteko Modiri, is the confidence that he has. Is that it's not one of those lazy defense when often batters just feel like, it's a defender, I'm just going to put my bat out there. But then the body language of going into the ball and making sure that he defends it into the ground. But the intention, there is intention to score runs. And that's why we've seen with those 4 boundaries, the 2 boundaries that he's hit so far, is that it's somebody that is ready themselves and is waiting for that ball, for the loose ball to pounce on, starting from the defense and the confidence in it and the aggression. He's defending with aggression, which is not a bad thing, because now you get your body used to actually scoring runs.
Getting his fiber class in, I'm sure umpire Gampo is making daily jokes there. It's just that kind of character, umpire Gampo. Ditego's nice and fixed. And speaking of that defense with confidence, it means that you can get energy behind the ball as well once you play it. So you can punch it and see the ball almost go to the boundary. You can punch it and get it into the space. Daniel Smith has 2 slips and a gully, a backward point. It's a standard 4-day series field setup. Smith is not looking too comfortable there, I must say. I think he just needs to weather the first hour, get himself to the first drinks break, calm himself down, because right now it just looks like there's some kinks in his armor that the bowlers can take advantage of.
Very good to see from Diteko Modiri, just walking down to him, giving him a bit of information, just looking at the way the line the ball is coming from.
Lovely. That is superb from Daniel Smith. It is wide, and it's just way too full from Chowdhury Rizwan. Fully takes advantage, Daniel Smith, for another boundary.
Very good shot from Daniel Smith, out of the middle of the bat. But again, you just see him reaching for that ball. And we spoke about the angles. He's got 9 runs from 10, going at a strike rate of 90 early on here in his innings.
That looked amazing. That was a very good shot. When it works, it works.
Yeah.
But it's about having the correct processes, having the correct formula that even when things are not working, you can still depend on your processes to keep you going. Changes, comes around the wicket. I don't think it's a bad idea to remain over the wicket. It was just a bad ball. But let's see what's going to come with this.
See a bit of movement there in the air from Rizwan. And you speak about processes, Mpendulo, and him changing now, coming around, is fixing the result rather than the process. So that's sometimes what maybe bowlers and batters do sometimes, is they almost like overanalyze and overcorrect where you don't need to be. If you've seen that you're bowling over the wickets, more often you get in the batter to be troubled, and that's just one ball that you bowl loose, then you don't really have to fix that. It is a 4-day cricket. You have to expect that once in a while the batter will also get their hands on it. And you're excited to see the batter early on driving, especially when there's a bit of movement.
Yeah, it's just not there for Rizwan. Doesn't look like a good option to come around the wicket. Just lost his length here, lost his lines. That's 3 Bs for Daniel Smith. It's going to do good for his confidence.
That is one day just losing his way a little bit in this over. After just going for that one boundary, deciding to change. Just looks uncomfortable there. There is one coming around the wickets. That is what happens sometimes when we fix where it's not broken.
I love your point, KG. Over analysis. Nicely done from both Smith and Rizwan to end over number 6, 24 for 1. Good run rates as they come back, 24 for 1, 4 runs to the over. Over analysis. How often can it happen now, considering the fact that there's all of this technology, there's all of this knowledge now about the game? And so sometimes when you're looking at what needs to happen, you just think of it a little bit in a funny way. 11 from 20 from Ditego, 13 from 14 from Daniel Smith, and you would think that South Africa are on top here, but it's just small, silly mistakes from Bangladesh which are leaving South Africa on this setup. Oh, hear that gunshot. Straight through the heart of the Bangladeshis. This man is on fire. What a shot for 4.
Diteko Mudiri pampering that offside. 4 boundaries so far. It's a beauty to look at this. This time in front of square. Ever so confident also. Growing very nicely into this game. Diteko moves on to 15 from just the 21 balls.
Was a stunning drive from Ditego. Pushing him back. Not a bad idea from Imon to just drive him back. But just look at the balance. Look at the transfer of the weight from Mudiri Ditego for him to drive that ball through. The assurance that this is what I'm doing. We were speaking so much with the women that they opening up that front leg. His front leg went across his body onto that offside so that he transfers that weight perfectly. Superb timing. Oh, you don't give him that. Oh, it's free Bs. Don't give him anything short. He's gonna pull it away. Incredible batting from Mudiri Ditego for yet another boundary.
Bangladesh bowlers would hope that that stump mic, they could hear you. We spoke about not bowling short to Diteko Mudiri. Just hanging back on that one. You want to say an overcorrection there from Imon after being driven on the offside for 4. Diteko Mudiri will hit those all day long.
Oh, KG, I'm so impressed with the patience. The way he waits for the ball to arrive to him. He doesn't go and reach for the ball. He doesn't chase for the ball. Whether the ball is full, he waits for it until it's in the driving arc. Bang! Drives it away for 4. And he didn't drive it once. He's drived it a couple of times. And now, with that short ball, you'll see him just wait on that back foot just for an extra half second so that he plays the ball exactly where he wants. It's beautifully done from Ditego.
Poetry in motion.
It's a very overused statement, but at this moment it just works. Too full. The movement of the ball from Imon coming into the inside of the bat, and away it runs for the 3rd boundary of the over. Iqbal Imon is losing his head here, being bashed around by a broken bat from Mudiri Ditego.
Broken or not, still getting the runs. You see, 2 full that time around. The 3 boundaries in this over have come from different lengths. 3 different lengths. One was a very good shot. That 4 actually from Diteko Mudiri deserves even more credit because that wasn't a bad length at all that was ball, but because of the confidence that he has, and then a short ball, and then a very full one. So Imon just losing his way a little bit here early on.
it actually shows you the value. Shows you the value of a batter being able to score runs off good deliveries. It was not a bad ball from Imon. Just like we spoke of his first boundary where he just pushed a little bit on his back foot and punched it. Those are two good balls, objectively good balls. But how good was the fight back that now the bowler is afraid of bowling his good balls?
Diteko Mudiri, very good start to his innings. Going at a very, very good strike rate of 92, something we don't speak about a lot in four-day cricket, but the transferal of pressure early on. In the first 3 overs, South Africa just got 5 runs. The next 3.5 overs have went for 31 runs, just shows how they've been accelerating and doing well.
Nicely pocketed, good run. They're going to come back for 2. Nope, they really reject that. Good fielding coming in from the deep by Bangladesh. It's the end of over number 7. 37 for 1 with Smith on 13. Diteko flying on 24.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
As you can see,
37 for 1 after 7. You spoke about it, KG. At the end of over number 4, the score was 5 for 1. 3 overs later, they've added 32.
just shows how they've got themselves into the game here, South African emerging. Bangladesh, after picking up a wicket in that 3rd over, would have thought that that's the start that you want.
Another one that's gingerly hits from Mudiri Diteko, but yet it's another one that goes for 4. There's something golden inside Ditego's bat, whether it's good timing or bad timing, it runs for runs.
Very good batting here from Diteko Mudiri. And when a batter has set themselves, more often than not, then those ones that you feel that maybe it's a half and half normally go their way. Very thick inside edge, but because of the way that he's been going, then the game is just going forward with him.
Fortune favors the brave, KG. Fortune favors the brave. Brave batting, good fortune for Diteko. But it's smart batting because that was very good defense. It's just so impressive when a batter knows when to attack and knows when to retreat. He's leaving well and defending well.
And it's important to strike a very good balance between the two.
Too short. Bounces short of Imon. Just not in control of that. The first time Diteko didn't get into it. Lucky it didn't carry.
And you can see that the Bangladesh have actually set a plan for that. Diteko Mudiri, he is not going to let it go. He's not going to leave it because that is one of his power shots or his strength shot. But you can see that they've got that deep square leg behind square, and they've also got a fine leg down there. And they're saying to Diteko Mudiri that we're going to put the ball there. Let's see if you can clear him. If you look at Diteko Mudiri after that, he was actually practicing the shot that he actually wanted to hit it over because it is his shot.
Still not a favorable line for Iqbal. Just really stole that single. Very nicely done from them two. But I really still think Rizwan needs to keep it over the wicket. It's a handy partnership at 38 from 33. Very handy.
More than handy, you would say, in a 4-day match. You expect the run rate to be in around 3.5, 4, but going at 5.61.
Oh, it's a thick edge. Just falls short of backward point. That's very close. But it doesn't carry.
The Tekomodiri, this time again, no control. But you can see that ball that it's not too short, it's not short enough. And that's the lines or the lengths that you were speaking about a little bit earlier on, that if you just put it in that area there where the batter doesn't know whether to really go forward or to go back, and those are some of the things that will happen.
A little bit too straight this time from Ditego. That was a good ball coming from Shouteri Rizwan. It's the end of 8, 44 for 1. A little bit of a square for Modiri Ditego. You know, when you edge the ball or you mistime the ball, you try to get yourself back into your shell. Modiri Ditego was trying to do that with defending a short ball, but it just got the edge of his bat. So now it's 44 for 1 after 8, and we're going to have a change of bowler.
And like you say, if a bowler or batter feels like they are troubled a little bit, they look to change it. And you see Naeem coming into the attack, the first change. And there's the innings. And it's going to be very important for them, Bangladesh, to stay in the game with the South Africa emerging. And Naeem replacing Iman after an over that went for 13 runs. So no surprise to see a spinner coming in early on for the Bangladesh emerging. You can see that South Africa is enjoying 76 matches, 300 wickets, very good. Good average of 26 also. So Naeem, from those stats, looks like he's gonna be troublesome to the batters here.
Oh, nice, man.
It's a sensational record. It's a wonderful record for Naeem Hassan. 300 wickets in just 75 games. Averaging 28 as a spin bowler is quite something. It means that he bowls high volumes. He bowls tons of overs because he goes at less than 3 runs to his overs. So in Naeem Hassan, you have a hyperly controlling spin bowler. 48 test wickets in 14 games. That is something.
Very exciting. He will enjoy definitely bowling to the left-hander, getting the ball to 10 away. Even if there's just a little bit of a 10.
Good night.
That one just looked like it was just going with the arm. Bit of a thick inside edge there from Daniel Smith.
Smith might not have had the best, might not have the best 50-over competition, but geez, did he have a blinding 4-day series last season.
Driven, but there is protection on that offside. You will look at Daniel Smith also. He likes opening his wickets, almost saying to the bowler that I want you to be attacking those wickets, because he favors hitting that offside quite a lot, so he wants to open himself up to be able to hit it on the offside. And Naeem is doing the right thing here because not giving any room to play with. He's bowling at him, where Daniel Smith would probably prefer that he bowls away from him so that he can just free those hands. Another one, good one from Naeem to end the 9th over. 45 for 1, South Africa men emerging.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Daniel Smith scored 665 runs in the 4-day series last season. That's the third most runs scored. Connor Esterhazen was second, got selected for South Africa this year. Gavin Kaplan, the only player to get 900 runs since the restructure. He's in the SAA team.
One continuing to Diteko Modiri.
It's just heavy on the bats for Modiri Diteko. A little bit too wide, too.
Diteko Modiri, in 4-day cricket, particularly being a batter, you find yourself a lot betting in different phases and approaching the game in different ways because there's just so much time. So there can be that period of like 2 or 3 overs where you are attacking, when you're scoring a lot more runs. Then there can be that period of about 3 or 4 overs where it's quite down. So it's very important for batters to almost stay with the game and stay with the phases and what's demanded of them, of the different phases that they go through in the game.
We've seen that those phases now in the first 10 overs of this game, KG.
Driven, but there is somebody still come through for a quick single. And then that's very important when you hit a good shot like that, even though there's good fielding to come through. And that is when bowlers, when batters sometimes identify the left and right of the fielders. If I hit it to my left, he still has to get up and turn, so that buys you an extra second that you feel you can run. And that's exactly what they did. They come through for a quick single. It could have easily just been a dot ball.
It's exactly what happened a couple of overs ago with Daniel Smith, where he just glanced the ball onto the leg side, but because it was just far enough away from the field that they were able to steal that one. It's match awareness, KG, that can only be learned when you are playing. Short mid-wicket is in play.
Push to the offside. But Iman will be doing the fielding, coming from the third man boundary. Just a single. And it's very important also for South Africa to, you were mentioning that we've already seen the different phases in the game. There was a very quiet phase where there was hardly any runs. Then there was a flurry of boundaries. And maybe there's now the phase of getting a lot of singles and just rotating the strike a lot.
Yeah, 4-day cricket is all about skill. 4-day cricket ensures that the most skillful team wins the game.
Good drive. Diteko Modiri once again onto that offside. And that's another boundary. Waiting for it ever so nicely, Diteko Modiri. What a man. And that's 50 up for South Africa, 51 for 1 after the 9.5 overs. 10 boundaries already in this innings in the 10th over. So good going here from South Africa, man emerging, particularly from Diteko Modiri.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break.
Quick single once again. Oh. Quick single once again from South Africa. And just like that, the running between the wickets that they've done, they've also got themselves a boundary. And that's 7 runs. Risk-free cricket here from South Africa. Very, very good batting.
52 after 10 overs. That is insane. Mostly coming from the hand of Iqbal Hussein Iman. He got a delicious wicket off Mohamed Manak. One maiden, then after that, it's just been expensive. Rizwan, same thing. First 2 overs were amazing. Then the next 2 went for runs, and then he's recovered it with this one. Naeem Hassan looks to be something of a handful with his off spin. 14 test matches under his name, 26-year-old Naeem Hassan. Looks like a good package.
Well, experience that will be bringing to the team. Naeem once again. But Diteko Modiri, as we've spoken about, the confidence that he has. And a very, very good challenge with Naeem Hassan. 300 first-class wickets, so that is somebody that really knows how to pick up wickets.
Look at those lengths, KG. Look at those lengths. So often you get so full when you fly to that ball. You have to give it time to bounce and interact with the surface so that you can bring that short, guy under the helmet. It's stunning. It's stunning because it's not even being floated out there. He's actually hitting the deck, which is why he's getting the ball to react so much from the surface. And that's still a brand new ball.
And that is where the mistakes from the batters come through. From the good bowling, consistently bowling well. Tucked away and yeah, going through for that single. That's something these two have done quite well in this partnership. We spoke about the flurry of boundaries that went through. This time, just tucking it away to the leg side. It's that phase of the game now where they're looking to rotate the strike a bit more and transfer the pressure once again to the Bangladesh.
Speaking of those phases,
So once again, a quick single. Ooh, they do come through. If you see that from Daniel Smith, is what we've been speaking about, it's just going with his hands rather than with his body.
but it's starting to work, and that's the problem. Once you allow a batter to get into his game, regardless of how good or bad it looks, regardless of how textbook or unorthodox it is, once it gets working for them, it starts working. There's a reason why he averaged 56. There's a reason he was the third leading wicket taker. The reason we are going to take a break is to bring in Smith into commentary. After 11 overs, 54 for 1, he'll be joining KG for the next stint.
Very good going early on here from the South African team. 54 for 1. At some point, that run rate was about at 5.8. First session so far, the 11 overs. Just the 1 wicket in the third over. 54 runs from South Africa with the 10 boundaries. Now going at 4.91. New bowler into the attack. Rizwan will be also replaced by Animal Haq. Very experienced Animal Haq has played a test match for the Bangladesh team. One of those players that is very crucial to this team. 139 matches that is played at this level. Just picking up the 6 wickets. Better known for his batting than his bowling, but does bring the relief, as we said. It looks like a flat wicket, very good wicket for batting. So the bowlers will be enjoying getting a bit of relief now and again. As we have Smith joining me in commentary.
Good morning to you, Kagiso.
Again, that one just away from Daniel Smith. A thick outside edge going down once again to the boundary. And Spud, we were speaking about Daniel Smith, that he is not one of those batters that will be going full-blooded to the ball, will be using his wrist a lot. But it works for him, averaging 55 in the last domestic season.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of techniques that if it's going to start seaming around, he's going to find himself in a bit of trouble. He's staying well inside the ball and often has a little feel at it outside the off stump. That's solid. Yeah, Kikiso, I've been watching a bit while you guys were on air, and 24-year-old Smith, we know he's a quality player. Let's get the facts straight right away. He's guy that averages 40 odd in first class cricket, nearly 40, had a brilliant season last season, as you guys has been referring to. But it was a bit of a shaky start, and he hasn't been in the runs during the build-up to this game. So the start was very important for him. At first half an hour, get through it.
Huck, he looks more comfortable when the ball is ball at him because he doesn't have to move quite a lot, just blocking it out. But I think the important aspect for a batter or a bowler or any athlete is finding the identity and trying to stick to it, as we see that 53-run partnership so far from Diteko Modiri and Daniel Smith, 20 from 25 and 33 from 31, respective contributions from these two. Again, in that area where it's in his eye level, he looks a lot comfortable. The trouble comes when you go into that fifth, sixth stump area, because, as we said, he's opening up, especially with a right-hander coming over the wickets. It's that naturally your body is opening up so that you can see the line where they're coming from. So you become unsure of where your off stump is. And if you're just going to be throwing your hands at it, you're going to find yourself in a bit of trouble where your body should be going closer to the ball than you're sure of where the ball is.
Animal in once more. Yeah, that's right on the money, Kagiso. It's the modern day cricketer is not as worried about his feet anymore. It's about getting that head into line. And that's where Smith just finds himself in a spot of bother rather. That head is inside the line of the ball when it comes to fourth, fifth, sixth stump. But it's, I'm sure, something he's aware of and working behind the scenes to fix it. He's gotten himself a start. That's the important thing. He's got through the first almost 30 deliveries. So he's starting to see it a bit bigger, and the movements will become more positive.
12 overs done, 58 for 1. South Africa man-imaging. It is very important for him after the season in particular that he has had to come into this emerging side because of the quality of the coaching, more coaching that he'll be receiving from Wandile Gwavu, who was with the Proteas, also Malibongo Makweta, who's in the coaching staff also. So those are the guys that have worked with top-level players that will definitely help Daniel Smith quite a lot because of the experience that they have. Then you've got all those video analysis and everything that is done. No doubt that there are conversations that are taking place that you are a good player, but how can we get you to be great? And that is what this emerging provides to the players also to get better in their games.
Ndiri Liteko has looked the part thus far. Made a good 63 against the USA 11 or the University Sports 11 for this emerging side during a series thus far. That was in the limited overs format. He doesn't have a great first-class record, Modiri Liteko, and that's kind of surprising because technically he's very solid. It's also, sometimes stats don't tell the full picture. Depends on stability, your place in a team, whether you settled in the batting lineup, don't get moved around, find a spot to settle, give him time to settle.
Oh, nice.
I think with Diteko Modiri is finding his way in four-day cricket, because we mentioned a bit earlier that growing up, he was actually a bit of an attacking batter through his high school life and coming up playing through the Titans regions. He was known more. He was not very good in white ball cricket at attacking, but four-day cricket then demands a different type of view. So those ones that in one-day cricket would have gone for, maybe those are the ones that you need to be a little bit watchful.
We'll get to that in just a second. Naheem's been decent. It's a tough gig these days in professional cricket, bowling right arm off spin. If you don't have something special, Doosra, something that goes the other way, becomes very predictable. Just getting back to the difference between 4-day and 5-day cricket and limited overs cricket. It's all to do about the field placements as well. That's what happened so far. Manak losing his wicket early. Smith and Mudiri Teko sort of steadying the ship, going at north of 4.5 runs to the over, so they'll be happy with that. It's another thing that's really changed in the modern day game, hasn't it? You know, back in the days, if you were going at 3 runs and over in first class cricket, you were having a blinder. These days, sort of 5 runs to the over has become the norm. Whether we like to say it or not, Bazball has changed Test cricket forever, and this format of cricket forever. Batsmen don't want to spend those 5, 6, 7 hour innings anymore. Unbroken partnership of 53. But just getting back to that point, and in List A cricket, as Iman, the wicket taker, 4 overs, 1 for 29. Rizwan bowled 5 overs, none for 22. Naheem and Animal, the 2 operating right now. It's 58 for 1 after 13 overs.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
The players taking a drink. We get time to finish that conversation. Just, you know, in the limited overs format cricket, you never really get attacked as a batter. You don't see 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip, and a short, you know, a short leg. So there's more margin for error as well as a batter, and it gives you more freedom. So often when you see young players coming into a system, they start by playing List A cricket and limited overs cricket or T20 format, where they can go out and play with freedom, you know, properly get going in the structure and then move in to the longer format. And these days, it's almost as if players then select a format where they want to prolong their career in that specific format. So for a Mudiri Teko, it's really important to find his way now in the longer format. He only averages 17 in this format, and he's a much better player than that. We see that in his List A average of almost 40 at a strike rate of north of 80. So it's about backing him now in this structure. He's got an opportunity, he's got himself a start, he's 38 to 48. Now he needs to knuckle down and play a long innings.
And that's the important thing that you're mentioning, is backing the player, because when you look at a player, and when do you back a player? You back him when there's more to work with than less. And you look at Diteko Mudiri, we spoke about his List A. He looks like he's got a good head. And this innings so far shows that this is a batter that has got a lot of runs with him. So there's a lot of patience that will need to be put in and back him. But he's 26 years old now, so he also needs to think for himself to say that, okay, I've got probably about a season or 2 to really solidify myself in this long format, because the pipeline is coming. We spoke about this 4 teams currently for South Africa that are playing for South Africa in the different type of divisions and stuff. So there's a lot of talents coming. You look at Richard Selutsan, who's a younger player that's also coming through the system. But that football cricket, and it's something that South Africa looked at in the junior structures a couple of years ago at under 13, 15, 17 level. They actually played time cricket because it was one of those that we're trying to address how to actually go at playing the longer format of cricket.
100%. You've got to play it to understand it. There's that area that we say is a slight concern, but he's starting to see the ball, Smith. Still well inside it. And it's pinging off the middle of the bat right now. Yeah, Kagiso, it's just back to that point. It's about playing the longer format, and you know, it's good to see at schoolboy level in the last couple of seasons. And you know, some schools, for instance, Grey College and Grey High, their brother school, play time cricket against each other, 2-day games. You know, declaration cricket if it's a one-day game, you know, a full-day game. So it's great to see because batters learn the art. Shot. Straight at mid-off. But that looked comfortable.
That is the true art. It is so easy now for players because of all this T20 cricket that's coming that a lot of players box themselves to be white ball cricket and sometimes look at the commercial side of things, that if I can be a good T20 cricket player, I can just travel all around. But this game here is where the important aspects and learning how to really, really play the game. If you can play Test cricket, you can play T20 cricket.
A great example of what you're saying is a former South African captain and one of the toughest cricketers I know, Dean Elgar. Dean Elgar is one of the most misunderstood cricketers of his generation. He has a wonderful one-day record at domestic level. Very good T20 record as well. He just decided in Test cricket that he'll put a very high premium on his wicket. Tough as they come. But believe you me, when he breaks those shackles, he could play. That's good. That's good from Smith and Diteko. They are a right and left-handed combination at the crease. You want the bowler to adapt as often as possible, no matter the format.
Yeah, you speak about Dean Elgar. He was a very smart cricketer in the way that he went about things. And when he played at that Test level, he played the role that was required of him. He was not afraid to take the hits. Whether it's a tough wicket, the ball is simming around or whatever, he'll put his body on the line. And how often does he get hit? But he keeps on going, he keeps on going. It's just a pity that he was boxed into being a one-dimensional player.
Nicely bowled, nicely bowled. Off the inside half to a squarish fine leg or a fine-ish backward square leg, whichever you want to call it. It's not a natural fine leg position that Bangladesh is employing. Now, Dean Elgar is a man that carried his bat twice in Test cricket. Batted through the whole innings. Don't see that often. That's a record that he can be very proud of.
You don't say that a lot, do you? Especially in Test cricket. Easy to do in T20 cricket, but boy.
He's a man from Welkom, Kagiso. He's as tough as they come. I saw him playing his junior cricket in the Free State. It was another single out to sweep, and he was a really inspirational leader for his country. Like I say, in my opinion, one of the most misunderstood cricketers, because I really believe he could have played a role for South Africa in the limited overs format. But Dino, if you're watching this, still one of the toughest players I've ever come across.
And respected players. Very good. 14 overs gone. 61 for 1. South Africa emerging. And Naeem will be continuing with the bowling. You touched a little bit about Naeem, that how difficult the trade of just being a traditional off-spinner these days, just putting the ball there without having that other one. A couple of weeks ago, I was running a level 1 course, spin bowling. So it is obviously as basic as we try to keep it. So we'll just continue with that now. And at the end of the session, then I asked the attendants, what more would you like us to discuss? And one of the attendants said, can you just show us how do we actually bowl the dushra? And I said, we're speaking about coaching under 9s to under 13s here, and I must, we must talk about the dushra. And he said, the game has moved on.
Sneaky
Quick
play.
signal. He said once again, the game has moved on. And the type of cricket that these players watch now is almost mystery spillers that are coming all over the world. They were speaking about Chukravati, that, he just bowls the ball that goes both ways. So if you're just going to put the ball there, they're going to line you up and they're going to hit you. So they need to learn how to bowl those variations as early as possible. Like, that is the reality of where we are at the moment in the space of cricket.
Yeah, it's a contentious point, isn't it? Because it's aerial, chance. Get through for the single. That was well bowled. A little bit of extra flight, a little bit slower, and you could see the tackle reaching for it. So Naheem is thinking, he's another experienced campaigner. He's played 14 test matches. Well bowled, well bowled. Getting back to your point, it's tough because you also want to place a premium on the stock ball.
Yeah.
Especially with youngsters. And in personal experience as a coach, those mystery deliveries is almost something a bowler works on in his spare time.
Yeah.
It's... I used to, down the pitch, oh my word. What was that from Daniel Smith? Everything is going swimmingly well. And all of a sudden he runs down the track and tries to hit it into Benoni from Potchefstroom.
Who wants the ball to find the ball there? The next game they're going at Benoni.
That's better. That's nicely bowled as well. Back to our conversation. Whenever a bowler approached me and said, listen, I've got this new ball, I'm like, great. Come back to practice or come back to me when you've perfected it and we'll have a look.
Yeah.
Because, in all honesty, how do you teach the Dusra? It's something that you can give a bowler direction and you can give him the mechanics and teach him the physics behind it. But in how to use his fingers and his wrist, it's very tough for you to coach. Although some people might say it, not say it. I think it's almost impossible for some coaches.
Yeah, in my honest opinion, I say that it is very difficult to bowl the Dushra legally. It's just an opinion that I have, that to perfect it, to bowl it legally all the time, it's a very thin line within just chucking it a little bit. But my answer then to them was that when you want to start teaching the variations is when they can control their stock ball as often as possible. And then once they have done that, they start figuring it out for themselves and doing that extra thing. Use it like, okay, we're going to bowl 4 overs of just building, and then we're going to give you a bonus over where you can bowl whatever that you want to bowl.
It's nicely handled. He's gone a little bit straighter here, and I like this. And this is the subtlety of the longer format. There's phases in a game, and momentum ebbs and flows. And Animal has deliberately gone straighter here, Deteku. So he's asking a different question than he was a couple of overs ago. What's the answer going to be? Now, Deteku has to find the answer, how he's going to deal with this. Is he happy with this line? Because then he'll just defend it and play with it himself. Or does he want to change the line here? See it, look at that, right at the stumps.
you want to stay there for as long as possible, especially for a batter that at some point was batting at a strike rate of 100. So he's very confident. Anything that is outside his line that is not attacking his stumps is very confident to attack it. Now, the difference is we're going to bring it straight at you now. If you're going to be attacking, you miss type of a thing, it hits you, it hits the stumps. So can you take that kind of a risk for a lack of better words? But this is a very good line from Animal. He has identified what needs to happen in this phase of the game.
It's nicely played. It's nicely played. Played it nice and late. He's looking the part here. He's 40 from 55 deliveries. It's a good start this after losing Manak early on without troubling the scorers. He'll be sitting there in the dressing room, having a look at the wicket, having a look at conditions, and bemoaning the fact that he's not out there anymore. Interesting, the spacing on the slip cordon currently. First slip is at about 2.5. And then you've got a 4.5/ fine gully. 5-dot balls in this over. Not that that's important in this format.
Yeah.
There's that wide slips. See one almost at 2.5. Yeah, this is a good over. This is a good line and a good length that he settled on. He's challenging the batter. He's asking questions of how you're going to score. You want to score, although it shouldn't be that important. And all of a sudden, the run rate's dropped down 4 runs to the over. So Bangladesh has brought it back really nicely. Can they control this part of the match?
Yeah, it's about Bangladesh try to put that python squeeze on these innings. Important then we see the betting card so far. Diteko Modiri 40 from that 56. Manak not troubling the scorers at all, not from 2. Daniel Smith currently going at 23 from 38. Very good partnership from the two batters currently. It is 4-day cricket, which is basically...
That's where Daniel Smith likes to throw the hands.
So it is 4-day cricket, which is basically playing test cricket. So this is the test now that the batters need to go through in this phase of the game, where Bangladesh look like they're bringing it back.
It's nicely played and good running as well. Good single.
That single is going to be very important, and a lot more of those in this phase where Bangladesh look like they're bringing the run rate down. So it's going to be very important for the two batters to identify that, yes, it's not time for us now to be scoring boundaries like we did earlier on. So let's get those singles, let's get the bowler off their line, particularly that it's left and right combination. So you want to make sure that you challenge the bowlers as well.
Straight out to a backward point. As well inside the line of that, looking to play it late.
Very good, Naeem.
And what you can hear also from Bangladesh is that the confidence that have come up with taking the run rate down, it's a lot noisier now out there.
Oh.
Naeem is a tall right-arm off-break bowler. So what he would want, and that's why he still has that forward short leg, would want to jump at Diteko here. Bring those gloves into play. Almost like that. Almost like that. Played that one off the back foot. Just a bit of extra bounce there.
You can see why he's got 300 first-class wickets, Naeem. Because of the trajectory that it also releases from, sometimes we see the ball just go up and just suddenly drop.
Yeah, something different from Diteko. Is he going to pick up a couple? It's good running. That's good running and good awareness from the South African emerging batters.
I want to say that's very good betting also from Diteko Modiri, because he came down, but he saw that maybe it was in there. Instead of just continuing and trying to play it over, just got his bet down to it, and then they came back for 2. So it's very important for a bowler to be better to be able to adjust. 17 overs done, 66 for 1.
Bringing down the run rate is Naheem and Animal. Naheem 5 overs done for it. That's what you expect from your off spinner. You expect him to be tight and miserly. Animal has been attacking the stumps. 1 wicket that's gone down went down very early, and it was Iman who took that. He's 4 overs, 1 for 29. Took some stick from the bat of Diteko.
Yeah, those last few overs from Iman. The last over in particular going for 3 boundaries.
Shot out to the sweeper, so it's just a single. It's getting more and more comfortable at the crease is Daniel Smith, former Saxman in the southern suburbs. 24-year-old Daniel Smith. He's played in the SA20 as well, part of the Pretoria Capital setup. Not that the SA20 should have any bearing on this format right now, but he is a highly regarded player.
Animal Haq continuing the way that he's been going, particularly at Diteko Modiri. And just that large shot from Daniel Smith, that is the area that is very comfortable at. But with the way that Bangladesh now has put their field, it can be very frustrating, because normally you think that is a ball or a shot that I get a 4 off, but then there's now protection of the boundary. So now I start thinking that, should I do something? Should I hit it earlier now to get it in the gap, or later to get it behind the man? So very good bowling, good tactics there that are employed by Bangladesh.
Shot. My word, that was smashed. Goodness gracious me. A touch short, half a foot short maybe. And Modiri Diteko says, fetch.
Highveld brought a player playing in the coastal at the moment, but it's like he knew yesterday already that the ball was coming. Hit it like a tracer bullet so quickly onto the boundary.
That is a clear message. Do not bowl there.
Spoke about it a bit earlier on. Ball there was one. Then there was one that just rushed him a little bit, that was hit behind square, didn't have control of it. But more often than not, Diteko Modiri in that area will absolutely pounce on it. There's been a bit of pressure that has been by Bangladesh, but that will help South Africa there.
Missed out. He missed out there. That's a leg stump half volley. It's not the end of the world, though. Plenty of time. It's first morning. South Africa emerging, going at just over 4 runs to the over, and that's just 100% fine.
Because this is one of those formats where you bet time. So it's not just about putting every ball away, because you know that with time that comes, you will have plenty of opportunities to catch up where you can. 48 from 63, is batting well.
Batting beautifully. Ah, that's neatly tucked away. Square on the leg side. Moves to 49 within sight of a, let's call it a mini milestone. 50. That's something batters in this format must also understand. 50 is a nice start.
Yeah.
100, or let's say 80 plus. You know, 50, you've made a good start, you've got yourself in, you faced 65 deliveries. That's if he gets his 50 off the next ball. Celebrate it lightly, and get back to work. Shot. Good stop. Good stop. That had 4 written all over it.
That was a very good shot from Daniel Smith. Looked very much in control of that, but good stop from Rizwan. Just make sure that that doesn't go for a boundary. And 18 overs done. South Africa move on to 74 for 1. When you speak about so far this 74 dots, just that 1-6 from the previous over, 11 fours. They've slowed down, had 10 fours in the first 10 overs, but only the 1-4 in the last 8 overs. No 3s and 2s. This one sort of we spoke about rotating the strike, which is very important. When you speak about the milestones in cricket, also unrelated in T20 cricket, early on in T20 cricket, they used to have a 30 as the benchmark. So then just to show that in 4-day cricket, that also moves up.
Off the back foot, straight back to the bowler.
And importantly for Mudiri would be to get to that single and say, now I have to start again. So it'll be like building blocks into his innings. I've scored the 50, done. Package it into 1, there's my start. Now where do I get from 50 to that 80, from that 80 to 100?
Yeah, batters do it in various ways. Watch Naheem. That's slower again. Immediately sets off. Has he made his ground? He's going to celebrate his mini milestone. That's good fielding. That would have been a story. And he's made his ground. Usually, a direct hit a lot closer than one thinks.
Boy, oh boy, never times there to take a oof.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. That was close. That was really, really close. But the 50 is down in the scorebook. Well played.
Small margins, small margins.
Oh, that's a poor delivery. Daniel Smith gets it away. Not at all where he intended. It's one he needed to cash in on.
Very missed out there, Daniel Smith, as we look at that again. Hit it and straight away set off. Oh, it's a very, very difficult one. Empire Mazizi Kampu are still getting into position.
Yeah, it's a close one. We might see another angle in a moment or two. Back on strike. So now it's press the reset button, like you mentioned, Kagiso. Get back into the bubble. That's nicely bowled and nicely played. 50 off 70 deliveries, 69. We're going to have another look at that run out, or close run out, near run out.
A very close call there. Diteko Mudiri getting himself to that 50 with you want to say a tricky single.
He'll say it was comfortable.
Knew exactly what he was doing. Say that I've been working on my bleep test and everything to get myself nice and quick.
Yeah, to get the skates on there.
Animal to continue. Last over. Went for about 8 runs. Changed his line of attack here, Animal. Not sure. I think he was doing well coming from over the wickets, just getting the ball to go across. But has decided to come around the wicket, which makes it a bit more difficult. It makes it a bit more comfortable for the batter, Diteko Mudiri, that 50 from the 69 balls, hitting that 1-6 in the previous over from Animal Haq. And the 7-4s, good strike rate of 72.
It's been a nice innings from Diteko. Out to that man sweeping on the offside boundary. He's nice and square. Moves on to 27 to Smith. 77 for the loss of 1. Batters would love these conditions. It is late winter, so the track might still be slightly slower than it'll be in a month or two's time. But if you look at that, it looks like a real road. Looks like the N1 between Johannesburg and Bloemfontein. Nice and flat. Hard work for seam bowlers. Potchefstroom, it always has been.
And I think that is why it is very important for bowlers early on, when they've got the team back down a little bit, that you just want to chip away with more wickets. Had that first wicket in the 3rd over, so we think Bangladesh would think this is a moment where we can try. Can we get another one and another one? Get 3 wickets, because it is going to be tough as the day goes by. It's not getting any easy at all. But Bangladesh, after that 3 overs, that 4 overs, having South Africa just scoring 5 runs, just let it go a little bit. And South Africa has just grown in confidence. Daniel Smith looked a little bit shaky early on in his innings, but is now gotten into the innings and batting very well.
Shot's not on. Shot's not on. That's too full. We saw him play that beautiful pickup pull a couple of overs ago. But that was a full foot shorter then on that occasion. So he doesn't need to go searching for that shot. It'll present itself, and you strike when the time is right.
A bit too short that time. It is probably a cliche and something that gets spoken about, that a lot of times your strength can also be your weakness, because you just feel that, it is my shot, I'm going to go for it. And sometimes when it's not there, as we see Paul Adams in the dugout there for South Africa.
We saw him purposefully pick that line to bowl at Diteko, attacking the stumps. And it has worked, because it has quietened things down. So no matter how much we speak about the format and the change from the limited overs series and the T20 series into this format, as a bowling side, you still want to control the pace of play. You want the batters to work really hard to score. And this is, we speak about the batters who needs patience, but the bowlers and the fielders, wicket keeper, fielding captain, all need that patience as well to get onto a plan that works and to stick to it.
Good lines from Animal Haku to end that 20th over. South Africa move on to 77 for 1. And we'll have a change in commentary with Mpendulo Magubane to join.
Daniel Smith and Diteko Modiri. Modiri Diteko, rather. Just having a chat there in the middle. Morning, Mpendulo. I hope you enjoyed your cup of tea.
Still enjoying it now, Spud. Especially with the game now, it's clearly struck the perfect balance of what a first-class game is. First couple of overs, Bangladesh were on top 5 for 1 after 4. South Africa then went on to the attack, going at nearly 6 runs to the over. But it has really settled down now due to the change of Naeem Hassan.
Too short, taken care of in no uncertain terms by Daniel Smith. So dismissive off the back foot. That'll make him feel oh so good.
It's too good of a track to bowl there. And the batter has been there for 45 balls. If you dare bowl it there, it's going to get swatted away. No one defending it at the deep as well. And slowly now, Spud Smith is getting into his real game because, like we've been saying, he did look gingerly once he started, but now that he's settled in after 30 balls, his stroke selection, his movement, his thinking has just evolved to a higher grade. And it's hard to see him not scoring at least a 50, barring a very silly mistake.
That's always the case, and we spoke about that earlier. It's about settling at the crease. Early innings nerves is there for all batters. He does tend to stay inside the line of the ball, but that's his technique. It's the way he plays, so there'll be vulnerabilities at stages when the ball moves across him. But he makes it work. He averaged north of 50 during last season in the first class game. Overall career average of 40 in first class cricket. So he's a quality player. Just played in the SA20. Shot.
And that's the trick that Bangladesh missed within the first 10 overs. When Chowdhury Rizwan, one of the opening bowlers, chose to come around the wicket and try to push the ball in, Imon bowling the ball onto his hip, putting a leg gully, you ask yourself, are you not playing to the batter's strengths in those instances? And I feel like they did. They didn't take care of the fact that his bat and body are so far away from each other. They didn't take care of the fact that he might be low on confidence because he hasn't taken the runs. So it's hard to feel like they didn't miss out on an opportunity to get Smith out prior to him even getting to double digits.
Now he's settled. It's a leg by that's signalled. So now that he's settled, if you go back and you now try angling it across him, he's probably going to take care of it because he's seeing the ball nice and big. He's faced 50 deliveries. And for Daniel Smith, he needs to understand the situation here as well. He's been short on runs. He's been out of touch. Now he's got the start. He's gotten through that all-important first 30 balls. He's gotten through the first 50 now. Now he needs to cash in and make sure he makes the start count and repay the faith shown in him to bat at number 3 in this opening 4-day fixture.
And look, 83 for 1 after 21, not a bad recovery with the partnership of 78. But for Smith, if you look at his season last, 1 century, but then he had 7 50s. You have to spot, if you bowl batting at that top 5, at least convert more of those 50s, especially in a 4-day game. Get about 2, get 3. That surely boosts you even further. And so with him getting into that 50, it really reiterates your points, but that can he push on now? Because that's also been missing. But they're changing another bowler, Ashraful Rohan, this time a left arm off spin. See what he can have and bring.
Now some variation into the attack.
See what he can do here. We've seen the right arm off spin. Steal a single. It's a good single. Biplop collection. He's also yet to come with his leg spin. So good options here for Bangladesh. And given how well Naeem Hassan has bowled, you're hoping that Rohan is going to continue with that form.
Played for the Bangladesh emerging side against Zimbabwe A as well. Picked up a wicket in that fixture, 1 for 77. We'd love to be bowling at the right-handed batter. Reverse sweep from Daniel Smith. My, oh my, the game has changed. It's changed forever. Take yourself 15 years back, maybe 20. And imagine in the first session of a test match or a 4-day, international fixture, you see the reverse sweep. Would have been some heart attacks in that dressing room.
I'm even wondering for you, Sput, when you were still coaching head-on, you're playing a timed game, and all of a sudden you see a chap whipping one out in over number 15.
Look, I'll tell you what. That's nicely played. The call of 2 immediately. They only get the single. I'll tell you what, that better. Federer have made contact, scored a boundary, or get a couple at least. Because if he'd gone out to it, and you know that conversation then with your better, he'll say, Coach, the shot was on. How can the shot be on if you're sitting in the dressing room, my boy? How is that on?
The known batter's ignorance and overconfidence.
That's a drop catch. That's a drop catch. It was an outside edge there from Modiri Diteko. Big moment.
Oh, and he was going for it here, Diteko. Glaring opportunity, and it was straight at the hands. Hard
Now
to
they
explain.
either stick or they don't. You know, that's the thing. They stick or they don't. This time it didn't stick. You want your wicketkeeper to take care of that. But in saying that, if we slow that down, I think you'd find it was a pretty healthy outside edge. There was a bit of deflection. And it's all about getting those hands as big as you can as a wicketkeeper. Having those fingers pointing down for as long as possible, so that you extend that catching area. Because up to the stumps, you're probably not going to have time to carry the reflection, or the deflection rather. So it's about getting those hands nice and big. He didn't, paid the price. After 22 overs, South African emerging 89 for 1.
Well, it's not the worst start. Bangladesh had a beautiful ball with Iqbal Imon at the start, but then it just fell off alongside Rizwan. You can see with the economy rates that they were going at. Naeem Hassan really strung it together and brought it back. Excellent bowling. His most expensive over coming in his previous over. Animal Haq, your next seaming option, also bowled with some decent control. But I've been really liking the look of Naeem Hassan. Just looks like a bowler who can bowl forever and ever at the same area. Good height as well, so he can get a little bit of extra bounce. All the more important for his length.
Cutting it off the stumps. Another quick single, that's good running. Naeem would be interested in that, because that was cut right from middle stump. Played the shot on length, did Smith, and nothing wrong with that. Good movement in the crease as well.
You spoke about it, but he enjoys playing inside the line of the ball, so it's going to be easy for him to cut those straight ones simply because of his technique. And this creates a little bit of a problem for the bowler as well, because you have to attack the stumps if the batter's showing you those stumps. But then that's exactly where Smith wants the ball to be, so he can score runs out of you. Isn't that just beautiful? That's exactly the challenge we want.
Shot. Another quick single, another chance. That's good cricket. Modiri Diteko. Ifty, a fielder at mid-off. He thought he had his man a little bit earlier.
Sharp single. He knew the moment he made contact, and the thing is, they challenged the fielder directly. But he used the momentum. Really used his momentum to run down the track.
Oh.
The challenge continues. Ball being targeted to the stumps for Naeem. If you miss, I hit. And he is getting a decent amount of turn as well here, Naeem Hassan.
Just enough, and just enough for day one. It's nicely played. Remember, it's day one. And you want to see that progressing. The turn getting more throughout a match. You want a fair cricket wicket. And you want to offer the bowlers something.
Of course, with the wickets of Iqbal Hussain Imon, we saw heavy deviation from the surface, ball jagging in to the top of off stump. Sure, the argument could be Manak can play, but he left it and he was gone.
That's reset has been done by the Teko. Just pushing that one out for a single.
It's been a very good innings. Because at the top of the order, it seems like they're with what I think back to the days of Shane Watson and David Warner for Australia. You think of Matthew Hayden, you think of Virender Sehwag, Chris Gale. There was a style of an opening batter, one who takes the game on, and then one guy who will control the innings. And I believe that when you are looking at what's missing at the top of South African cricket, you need to mold your role from the emerging, from club cricket, from franchise cricket. The thing we've seen with Coach Shukri Conrad, that he loves aggressive and attacking cricket. And so when you mold yourself as a player, this innings from Modiri Ditego shows that he's that aggressive style of opening batter who can also select when to attack and construct an innings of this quality.
That's the key words, shot selection. When to attack, like right there. Oh, he's going to beat sweeper. He's going to beat sweeper. Fantastic hands through the ball by Modiri Diteko. It's a glorious cricket strike. When you can drive the ball powerfully against spin, you know you're in good nick.
Drive powerfully against spin. You punch the ball on a good length. Look at that. Just pure timing.
It's those hands. It's the acceleration through the ball from Modiri Diteko that does the trick. All along the carpet. And it's a quality carpet here in Potchefstroom. Value for shots. It's a big oval. Very big oval.
But that's what I've been impressed the most with Sput. His defense has had no chink in its armor at all. Everything has been hitting the middle of the bat with full confidence.
It's a backward of square on the leg side for Modiri Diteko. Is it a beautiful fielding? Beautiful fielding. That's what you want to see. Fielders throwing themselves around. Animal Huck with the fielding. Inspiring stuff.
One of the older legs in the team as well, Animal Huck. Running around, still throwing his body. Great fielding. Excellent commitment. Good footwork as well coming in from Shahadat Deepu. It ends over number 24. It's such a wonderful display of four-day cricket this is. 99 for 1. You're looking at one instance, it's the run rate is down to 3.6, 3.5. 10 overs later, it's at 5s. The next overs, it's at 4s. Just shows that the batters adjust, the bowlers adjust. Then the batters readjust, the bowlers readjust. That's the perfect play for a red ball game.
The ebbs and flows of 4-day and 5-day cricket. Out square on the offside of the bat of Daniel Smith.
I wish that Naeem had the one that just slides through with the arm so that it can pitch it outside the off stump and it continues.
Edged. A lot finer than he wanted to play at Daniel Smith, but it races over the quick outfield. It's still a winter outfield, so it's very, very quick here in Potchefstroom. Keeps running away from the fielder. It's a boundary, and Smith moves on to 42 in the 100 up for South Africa. 103 for 1 in the 25th over.
it kind of reminds me of Steve Smith on his prime, where you felt like you could always get him out LBW. You just felt like it was there. But he always strikes those balls for 4 or 6s. And it's the same thing here. Naeem is stunningly accurate, but it seems like every time he feels like he has a little bit of a sniff, Smith's bats always intercepts the ball.
Attacking those stumps is Naeem. Just conceded 21 and 8.5 overs. A lot finer than Smith would have wanted it, but there's a big gap behind square on the offside, so safe as ours.
But a carom ball, even. Just one that does something different, because even with that 4, as late as it was, he anticipated the turn and the bounce.
Oh, it's nicely played. Point is a lot deeper in the staggered offside field than the rest. They've noticed that and they've taken the single. It's good batting.
I think it's been the hallmark of this partnership. Sure, the boundary percentage is pretty high, but in between, their ability to get the 2 singles, get the 1-2 every other over, just adds a little bit more pressure to the bowlers and to the fielders. Partnership worth 99.
Down the track. Almost got there. Would be slightly disappointed that he couldn't make more of that. Mudiri Teku, he's 60 of 85. Smith is 43 of 63. South Africa men emerging 104 for the loss of 1 after 25 overs.
I mean, during the warm-ups for the pre-season, they were batting and they played pretty well. 146 balls for the first 100 is pretty quick. That's pretty quick for South Africa South Africa emerging rather. But I think of the first warm-up game that was played between South Africa emerging and the Northwest University, a 2-day game. Mudiri Teku scored 73 from 73 in that particular game. And that just shows you that aggressive mindset that he's taking into the style of his cricket.
Rohan to continue. Yeah, he's really impressed me thus far today.
Coaches with your level of experience but are pretty hard to impress.
No.
Means he's doing something right.
I think what you realize after spending a bit of time watching cricket, because that's in a sense what you do as a coach, you watch, because once the players take the field you can't take it with them. But in watching cricket a lot, you tend to realize that players have different techniques. And you're never going to get guys looking the same, batting the same. And it's what they do with the tools that they do possess that impresses you, or they're not. And both these players have done really well in keeping to their strengths. And especially Mudiri Teku, what he's done is, if it's not in his areas, he's defended it, and he's defended it solidly. You know, and the one thing that I want you to have a look at, and I'm going to tell that after this ball, I want a count after 26 overs. In other words, 152 deliveries. No, where's my maths gone? 156 deliveries. How many balls have been left alone? How many balls has the South African emerging batters let go? And that's something that you just don't see anymore in the modern day game. Batters like to feel bat on ball. 20 years ago, you would have probably had 35, 40 deliveries up to this point being left alone by batters really trying to dig in and score big. Shot. Top shot. That is such a good cricket shot. Gets inside the line of it, punches it off the back foot. Timing couldn't have been purer.
Played it for the spin, played it for the bounce, played it for the speed. Perfect batting from Madiri Ditego. Brings up the 100-run partnership as well. Now a partnership worth 103. But what a stunning, stunning shot to play it against the spin as well with that much authority. The form cannot be any clearer.
64. He moves on to 108 for the loss of 1. Down the track, shot. Cricket shot, maximum. As straight as could be. Got inside the line of the off spinner. Great hands through the ball.
It's just the flair that he plays with. He plays with so much swagger. The way he dances down the track. The way he just smashes it over the top. Now he's contributed 65 runs over this beautiful partnership between he and Daniel Smith. Smith's 43 has just creeped along.
Good early call. Daniel Smith fancied the single there. Madiri Diteko sending him back. Look at this. That is quality. That is quality. He trusted the bounce. He trusted the turn. He wasn't right at the pitch of it, but the hands through the ball and the pose to finish. That swagger you talk about.
That's beautiful. And the thing is, Spud, the 4 was a outstanding shot out of not even a bad ball from Naeem. Even the 6 wasn't the worst ball. What he did was present 2 different types of foot movement. 10 runs off the 27th at 114 for 1. And those 10 runs came with the first boundary. He opened his body up to allow the ball to have more width that he can play through the offside. That's also a skill with that foot movement. And when we speak foot movement, so many people just think, yeah, going down the track, going down the track. It's not just that. But he's shown that he's a dynamic batter. Foot movement to open up that offside, foot movement to turn a good length into a half volley to smash it over the top. That is a high-quality thinking batter taking on arguably the best spinner of Bangladesh like that.
Well, the bowling chance, some wrist spin into the attack with Biplop. Leg spinner. Always an exciting part of any cricket match. Aminul Biplop, 17 wickets in 28 matches in first-class cricket. Best of 3 for 56. That's what this is, of course. It's first-class cricket. Too short. Behind square on the offside goes Smith. He's within 6 of a mini milestone.
The hard lengths normally work in 50-over competition and T20 competition because eventually the batters are looking to attack you. And that's where most of the wicket for the leggies come. But here it's a bit different. It needs you to be ultra more patient and also requires you to just be a touch more skillful.
Let's see if there's any turn on offer. That's a good pace he's operating at. But is there some turn on offer for him? That's the big question. That'll make it a challenge for these batters. Too short. Oh, he missed out. He tried to overhit that. He got a Christmas present, but he opened it without reading the card.
And he just kicked himself once he got to the other ground of the pitch. He knew that it was there to be hit. Especially with the first over of the leg spinner, trying to get your rhythm going, trying to get the feel. And with the player you're replacing, having bowled pretty well. It's just a touch more pressure on Biplop here.
That's good from Biplop. It's tough for a leg spinner bowling in a right-handed, left-handed batting combination. Still has a first slip in Deepu.
I feel like this is going to be a slightly tougher challenge for Smith.
Yeah, neatly played. Neatly played. Turned off the hip to mid-wicket.
When Smith was facing Naeem Hassan spinning the ball away from him, he knew that the ball is going to pitch either on middle stump or on the off stump. So he knew that his stumps were always at play, so he had to play the ball all the time. But now with the ball spinning towards him, the bowler can actually challenge the off stump, pitch it a little bit wider and force him to go onto the ball, which will put a little more questions onto him. But it's been an excellent session of cricket. 28 overs, up and down, but South Africa walk away and they say, you know what, at 117 for 1 after being 5 for 1, we take this session.
Yeah, it's a good innings by Modiri Liteku. He's 71 not out of 94. Smith on 46. And South Africa fully in charge of that first session after losing an early wicket with Mo Manak being dismissed early on for a duck. It's 117 for the loss of 1. 15 boundaries and a couple of sixes. Run rates of north of 4 runs to the over. Decent over rate as well by Bangladesh, bowling 28 overs in the first session. It's because they employed all of those spinners already with Naeem, Biplop and also Rohan bowling their spin. 71 out of 94 for Modiri Liteku. And Smith is 45 not out, I beg your pardon, of 72. A big partnership of 112 between these two batters, putting South Africa in the prime driving seat at the lunch break.
Look, and Bangladesh have not bowled the worst. The only extra that they've given away was a leg bye. Hardly balls down the leg side, but it's just been that good of batting between Smith and Ditego. They tore Imon and Rizwan at the top of the order. Naeem tried to control it after his first spell, going for less than 2 runs to the over, and now he also got the fair share of the partnership. They tried more with other seam options in Animal Haq. Rohan came in with his spin alongside Biplop, but the fact that they now have almost every bowler rather, over 3 runs to the over, some close to 4 runs to the over, shows that they know that they can score their runs, and they are doing that and putting so much pressure on the Bangladeshis. 117 for 1 is going to be a big question for all of these 6 bowlers.
That's a good start, as we said, for South Africa, as we see the ground staff coming to do some running repairs on the wicket. It is a flat one, as we expected it to be, and just misreading that one was Manak. You can see the disappointment. Jagging back at him, hits the stumps. So there's one of the balls left, but it was the wrong one. Smith was slightly streaky at the start of his innings, a couple of outside edges, staying well inside the line of the ball, but he's got it more accustomed to conditions as players gone on. That is a fantastic example of a left-hander playing the cover drive. That was played very late.
And I think this is where they lost the mark with Rizwan coming around the wickets, allowing him to settle. Modiri Liteku, that's one of the few streaky boundaries he had. But when everything is going your way, you get some levels of fortune every now and then, and that was fortuitous for Ditego. But apart from that, everything else, just brilliant.
Yeah, he's looked the part in this first session of the first 4-day game between the South African men's emerging side and Bangladesh emerging. Smith, with that technique of staying inside the line, he will edge the odd one behind square. That was a fantastic pick-up pull by Modiri Liteku. And Smith looks at his best when he plays down the ground. He's hit a couple of really nice straight drives. This was the chance. So close. That was the single that took the Liteku to 100, or to 50 rather. And that's a drop chance behind the stumps. So Bangladesh have had their chances. It's not been without chances, but Diteko in between those couple of chances has been absolutely brilliant. And it is the South African men's emerging side, 117 for 1 at lunch on day 1.
We're looking more forward to all of those shots. Potchefstroom is always a venue that brings a lot of runs. So let's see how much more they'll be able to score coming in session number 2. That's where the setup of the rest of the day is going to come from. At 117 for 1 after 28, it's a really good partnership at 112. A good partnership here with Mega Live and Cricket South Africa bringing you these pictures. We're off for lunch for 40 minutes.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Ayakhona madoda, ayakhona madoda. Traffic man. Traffic. Data na.
What do you want? Oh, good. No problem. No issues. No problem is big problem. Yeah, use it.
না না ওই ব্যবস্থা করা যায় আরো 1-4 মাস বাংলাদেশে এখন লাভ নেই কালামালা ভাই দিচ্ছে বেশি খারাপ মন চায় না মোটামুটি একটা ভালো হলে গন্ধওয়ালা কোনটা নিস না দেখা যায় যে আসিম বেটা তুমি গরমে থাকি সবসময় ঠান্ডা দিলে ঠান্ডা ভিতরে কি আছে না রেস্টুরেন্ট বাসা বললেন ভালো হচ্ছে কাজে লাগাও বাবা
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Day one, second session on the way. It is South African men's emerging against Bangladesh emerging live from the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, northwest in South Africa. Ground that has hosted 2 test matches. The JB Marks Oval, the first of those in 2002 and in 2017. Both those games, South Africa and Bangladesh. And right here today, the emerging sides of South Africa and Bangladesh going head-to-head on the JB Marks Oval. And a very good start for South Africa, 117 for 1. And that first session after losing Manak early on for a duck. It is Modiri Liteko and Daniel Smith at the crease. Liteko, 71 not out. He played beautifully. 9 boundaries and a couple of maximums. Smith on 45. Joined again after lunch by Pendulo Magubani. MP, your thoughts on that first session?
He's the guy who's going to need to just change the screws here. Hassan Iqbal Iman. He had a fantastic first over and then just lost it throughout the way with Modiri Liteko counter-attacking his bowling. And so the first session had too many ebbs and flows, up and downs. Daniel Smith's 45 from 73. You wouldn't have thought he was going to get this far and now actually play with the control that he is, because when he started off, it was a little bit sketchy from Daniel Smith. He's now settled into a good rhythm. So it was a classic 4-day session to start off day one.
Has taken the lone wicket as Zemon. That of Manak. Bowled him without Manak offering a shot. One that just moved back to him ever so slightly, but not that much that he should have left it to start off with. And it's quite ironic, as we spoke about, how few balls have been left alone by the South African emerging batters. It's coming around the wicket at Smith, and it's, as we discussed in the previous session, something we're not so sure about, that it's the right decision, especially to Smith, especially the way he plays and the way he sets up. He has flared that wide one. And exactly to our point, when you attack his stumps, he's as solid as can be, but it's on that line that he doesn't get across to it.
Just look at how far his weight was from the ball. He was basically, his weight was on the leg stump. The ball was on the 5th stump. It's way too much separation. And I think the line coming around the wicket would be more effective if you were able to shape the ball into Smith and exploit the gap between the bat and the pads.
3 slips. The catches, and that's played behind point for a single.
And so if the ball is doing a little less, just like it is now, it's all about finding the correct angle to attack the batter, because the ball is not going to help you much anymore. And like we've discussed, we're going to sound like a broken record when you come to Daniel Smith. That line across the stumps just feels a bit more effective. And then your length now will determine whether or not you find that edge or not. On the other hand, when it comes to Modiri Liteko, he's actually the only batter who's been leaving the ball pretty well and defending it well. There seems to be very little chinks to his technique today so far. So I don't know if they're going to have an answer unless he makes a poor mistake.
2 slips in a gully. The catches. Iman into the tackle. Solid.
His defense has just been looking magnificent. Such an underrated part of the game. With more aggressive coaches, they always trying to find a way to change these defensive shots into little pockets so you can at least try get a one. It's very good that on a 4-day game, you can actually work the bowlers out of their strategy by full defensive shots and saying that you can bowl it there, I'll wait for the bad ball.
Inside off for the bat. Squirts out just in front of square on the leg side. 2 runs of the first over of the session. Iman's not shy of a word, is he? I've had a couple of chats in this over already.
Love Hassan Iqbal Iman. I've loved him since the first time I saw him last year representing Bangladesh under-19 versus the South Africans. He tore them apart. And you even look back to the very first appeal they had against Daniel Smith when the ball just clipped his little strapping. He stood and had a firm conversation with Daniel Smith and then just started having those negs with him. And I feel as a fast bowler, when you really bowl like him, it's more than just your skill. You want to also get into the head of the batter. And I think he does that pretty well, Hussein Iqbal Iman.
Now, the mind of a fast bowler is an interesting one. They're certainly slightly different than most other cricket players. I have a different view of life and how it should be lived. Ashraful Rohan, left arm tweaker to continue after the break.
You're never sure it's of a bit of spice, but...
Yeah, it's interesting breed to work with as well. In most cases, pretty temperamental.
Come on, boy!
It's all about how they feel on the day. Oh, right from the get-go. Goes on that lap again, does Madiri Teko, and the field placement dictating that stroke. Nobody at 45 on the leg side for him.
Very good, boy!
Let's see if Rohan is going to adjust his lines here to Daniel Smith. I feel like was a little bit too straight in his first over. Let's see if he can actually go for that 4th, 5th stump line to challenge Daniel Smith's off stump, especially now that he's brand new onto the session.
Umpires in this match, Sajidul Islam from Bangladesh and Mazizi Gampu from South Africa. Great opportunity for Mr. Gampu as well. Here's some turn, but it's worked way behind square on the leg side. Was there bat involved, or did it come from the pad? Two runs given.
See, it's too straight, but it's too straight, especially now that you're starting over. Smith looked like he's a rhythm player, especially if he's off his touch. So it takes a while for him to find that rhythm. So exploits that start of a new session. And maybe opening with a Chaudhry Rizwan might have been a good idea. I feel like Animal Haq had a good little spell. That would have been better with Iman.
Misses out there, Smith. He's 48, has come off 80 deliveries. It was a pretty inauspicious start, but he's grown in confidence. Single for Daniel Smith. Moves on to 49, one short of that, what I like to refer to as the mini milestone, 50. It's a good start.
you have to take it forward, especially if it looks like you can score big on a surface. 72 from 97 from Mudiri Ditego, 49 from 81, a hard-fought 49. Manak will look at that and say, it was a demon of a surface. But takes me back to the Porta Di Benar in the 438 game, Alviro Peterson in Jack Callis's 200 game in Centurion. Just a little bit different for you than everyone else.
If you ask Porta Di Benar, he played a massive part in that victory, the 438 game. As he publicly stated, it was better for him to get out of the way so the guys could come in and bash it. Iman bowls him, cleans him up from around the wickets. We spoke about that angle and we said we didn't like it. Iman loves it.
It had to be the one that moves in, but that was the danger. Once it comes in, you exploit that gap between bat and pad. He plays inside the line. He had no clue what to do with that ball. And I feel like if he did the classical thing, take one step, one stride towards the line of the ball and place your bats, you'd be able to defend. But we've been speaking of that technique of just using his hands to back up the ball. And it cost him his wicket here. A beautiful delivery, though, from Hussein Iqbal Iman.
Yeah, it is a good delivery. Speaks often about bowlers hitting top of off. That was right on the money, top of off. Smith gone for 49, one short of the mini milestone. South Africa 123 for the loss of 2.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Captain Mitch van Buren strides to the crease. South Africa, men emerging still well placed at 123 for the loss of 2. The end of an 118-run partnership between Mudiri Tseko and Daniel Smith. First-class career for Mitchell van Buren, 39 matches, 1,728 runs at an average of 36, 600s and 850s. The best score of 170. You'd like to see those numbers grow. He's a better player than averaging 36 at first-class level. Is Van Buren. He's 28 years of age by now. So you'd sort of say he's coming into that part of his career where he needs to blossom and blossom properly. It's a good start from Iman. There's the aggression. There's the aggression. He'll have a little word to Van Buren as well, welcoming him to the crease.
It's one thing being a feisty bowler. It's another thing being a feisty bowler who can back it up with their skill. Iqbal Hussein Iman is the latter, can really back it up. That's what he needed in this particular spell. His first spell had a great first over and then he lost his way throughout it. But now he's recovering that first spell, and he's often, what we've seen from the 50-over games is that his spells at the back end of the innings is where he causes problems.
Off the inside, off for the bat, fielded it mid-wicket. This is good. This is good from Iman. MP, I'm laughing because have a look at the follow-through all of a sudden. It's extended by 5 meters. It's finishing right under the nose of Mitch van Buren at this stage.
Oh, I saw him reach the wicket-keeper.
So when you get to a cricket ground, you don't need to have a look at the scoreboard to know who's on top. You have a look at the follow-through of the fast bowlers.
It's about boring lines and lengths and just hitting them over and over again. In his first spell, he was a little bit too wide and had his lengths touch short and a touch full, which is why he got rightfully punished by Ditego and Smith. What he's doing now is just attacking the top of middle and the top of off stump, which is all that you need to do. You don't have to search for anything more. It's going to frustrate Mitch van Buren that he gets bat on ball, but he's not getting the runs to tick.
It's good. It's left alone by van Buren.
It's actually a good leave from Mitch. He's a really fine player, Mitchell van Buren. Once he gets out of his head and into the game, it becomes a handful to deal with.
Van Buren scored 73 in the final one-day match between these two sides. South Africa emerging had a torrid day at the office, losing by 8 wickets. That's neatly played. It's going to be a couple at least. They do come back for the third. There was some hesitation, but it's good running in the end by Modiri Riteko.
It's a fast little chap, Mitchell van Buren, a fine fielder, and a fine run-up between the wickets. So is Modiri Riteko. 126 for 2 after 31. And Daniel Smith, so close to a 49. So close. Got a wonderful ball from Hussein Iqbal Iman. Seems like Iman only deals in bowls. Got Mohamed Manak earlier on. Still a healthy batting lineup ball, though, for South Africa. They bat down to Skalk Engelbrecht. So still 4 batters that they can back on. They'll be hoping, though, at the end of the day, they lose no more than 4 wickets. That 1 wicket they've lost for the session, the plan is to keep it being the only wicket for the session and then go on for Modiri Ritego to get his 100 or even a bigger score on top of that.
Rohan will continue. He hasn't quite hit his straps yet. Hasn't really settled into that metronomical line and length. Some extra padding for the man who's going to probably field it forward short leg. Shin pads going on under the white cricket longs. Helmet will go in as well. Some protection for the midriff area will go in as well.
Both these two fine pullers of the ball. Modiri Ritego, you can rewind the stream. You'll find it for yourself how extraordinary he is. Got to protect the little babies as well.
Have to.
Because they can smash it.
Have to. Very important piece of equipment.
Which equipment?
There's the midriff protection as well, so he's well padded up, taking his position.
It makes sense that it's Mafijul Islam Robin. Very good catch of the ball is Robin, one of their finest fielders. There was a little bit of a howler a couple of games ago with Bangladesh, 3 dropped catches, and they replaced that fielder and they put in Robin there. Strangely, the ball followed the fielder.
Wait is the call. No run.
It's a cruel game. The ball followed the fielder that dropped those catches still.
It happens. It follows you when it's not your day, MP. No place to hide. It will follow you. Unless they take you off the park for a rest.
Surely must be very embarrassing if it has to go to that level. Ever had to pull someone out because of that?
No comment.
Player just having a little bit of a stomach cramp. They need to visit the lavatory.
There's the dugout for the South Africans. Right on time, so that I don't have to answer Mpendula Magovani's question. It's neatly played into the gap. It's misfielded as well, so it'll be a couple for Mitch van Buren. Slowly but surely getting himself going. Wearing number 57.
This is not looking good for Bangladesh if this is the style of cricket Mitchell van Buren is going for. Often he comes in, just wants to go at it, and he beats himself up a lot if he does make a mistake, even if it doesn't cost him his wicket.
Love his head position at point of release. What's better than a day in the sun? A Sunday afternoon in Potchefstroom at the JB Marks Oval. Some family time. I'm sure that blankie will come in handy in a little while. Sunday afternoon nap, very important to set up the week.
Well, you were speaking about the JB Marks Oval, 2 test matches, flat ground, but also it's inside the University of Northwest. So often, even on a 4-day game, you would see some students just come across, watch. It is also across the High Performance Center too. So you'll always find someone watching some cricket in Potchefstroom.
Much better than going to lectures. Some parents might blame me for saying that. One slip in a gully. It's more than just the inside half of the bat on this occasion. Good running. Another couple. Mudiri Teku. It's been as solid as a rock. Got 75 of 98.
It was actually pretty good fielding as well from Iftikhar Ifti. Ran in hard, attacked it with one hand. So often we see in those areas, they just little misfields to allow that extra run. But that speaks to how well Van Buren and Ditego were aware of the space and that they can run to. So Imon mustn't change what he's just done. Don't run away from good batting.
Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery. That's good. Not often you beat a batter on 75. That one just tailed in ever so slightly.
Really feisty bowler. Came back to the line that he needs to be bowling. Needs to remain in those lines too, Imon.
Shot. Top cricket shot. Mudiri Diteko. Deserved 4 from the moment he left the bat. You're not going to see much better shots throughout the day. Not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Splits the gap between cover and mid-off.
The placement has just been phenomenal from Mudiri Diteko. His name, Mudiri, means doer. Gets things going. Boy, is he daring things here. Really gets it to go, Mudiri Diteko. Strike rate of 79 is pretty ridiculous for an opener in the 4-day game. Nothing too wrong from Hussein Iqbal Imon. But where do you bowl? Because even there it's a touch full, but mishits from Mudiri Diteko. Not often we're saying that about his innings. And with the starts that Mitch has gotten here, 5 from 11, not much of a change that Mudiri Diteko needs to do. That ball just extra full. He played it way too late, which is why he played the ball after it has passed his eye line.
No.
But with the intent that Mitch van Buren has shown in his innings so far, 5 from 11, he was dotted on 4 balls. It allows Mudiri Diteko to just continue playing with his game. Doesn't need to change it, doesn't need to protect his partner. he can just carry on from where Daniel Smith left off. And he's been doing well here. 6 runs coming from the over of Iqbal Hussein Iman. And even though his return has been good here, Iman, the batting from Ditego has just been a touch better. Long setup, mid-wicket, square leg. But a firm defensive shot. As good as it has been from Mudiri Ditego. 79 from 103 deliveries. 134 for 2 after 33 for South Africa men's emerging. Iqbal Hussein Iman has come back, gotten the wicket of Daniel Smith, 2 for 40. And it's going to be important for him to continue working hard because he is their strike man. Thought Rizwan was going to come back. Animal is the other third seamer. Naeem, Rohan, Biplop, all your spin bowlers controlling the economy rate. But they're going to need more players getting those wickets in those wicket columns. Most impressive thing here, only 1 extra in 33 overs. Decent bowling, meeting extraordinary batting.
It's neatly played. He's on 5 is Van Buren. He's joined Modiri de Tek, who's been the glue of the South African effort. Stayed down ever so slightly. They did play back to a rather foolish one.
I think that's a smart length bowled by Rohan as well. Mitch is on the back foot, so bowl it fuller. Wouldn't even mind bowling it a touch quicker too, just to rush him on that back foot still.
This is good. This is good from Rohan. Keeping Van Buren from scoring, and we all know Mitch Van Buren does like scoring. Just look at that head position from Van Buren. Gotta love it. Right over off stump. Very solid.
Like we said, when he looks good, he looks stunning, Mitch Van Buren. Especially after that 73 that he scored. And it wasn't a typical 50 over, 73. He really grinded for that. 73 and over 100 deliveries for Mitch Van Buren. Did it with wickets falling all around him, so he needed to anchor the innings. And it shows, scoring 45% of the team's runs by himself. Oh, he's probably missed out on that. Iqbal Hussein Iman is going to keep it to 2. That's not an arm you want to challenge for a third. It's the end of 34. 136 for 2.
Now 1 more over, then we'll have a change in commentary. People listening or watching will be glad to hear that I'm vacating my seat for the rest of the day. Got a lovely little 4-hour drive to the hometown waiting. 136 for 2 after 34 overs.
Bloemfontein missed out on the SA20. Must be happy that there'll be the World Cup at least next year.
Yeah, I think there's all-around positive signs in Free State sport at this stage. Big announcement last week that the Free State Sports Consortium, which runs Siwelele as well, has bought a stake in the Free State Cheetahs. That's good news for local sport. The Knights, back where they belong in Division 1 of South African cricket. People tend to forget, MP, that the Free State has been a great provider of South African cricketers. Names like Victor Mpitsang, Tandi Chabalala, Dean Elgar, made his name in Free State, former South African captain. Iman, shot.
Ooh.
What a cricket shot. Smoked. There's no other word to describe that. On the up, in front of the sweeper, crashing into the boundary.
Yeah, you hear the chats from the slip cordon. Shabazz, excellent, it's not bad. It's just a bit wide for the length that he bowled. For that length, you want it to be straighter. For that width, you want it to be a touch fuller. Excellent batting from Ditego.
Oh, poetry. Write me poetry about the driving of Modiri Diteko. That is magical. This was a half volley, but it was played with tremendous authority. The previous one was on the up. The fielders didn't move, like a bullet from a gun.
That is so good. You can get a half volley, it still needs to receive its punishment. Boy, did he punish that. You can't even call that punishment. It's something much more classier, something much more elegant from Ditego.
Call it detention then. Yeah. And fireworks between Iman and Modiri Diteko.
When we're calling it detention, are we spelling detention L-I-T-E?
We are. Well, detention.
Oh, it's been so good from Ditego. And it is Ditego, not Litego. KG has a very nice story about that.
He used to coach him. That was before he became this good. He'd tell you it's the reason he became this good. Let's call it that. He was part of the coaching staff that made him into the player that he is today. And kudos to all the coaches out there spending time with young South African cricketers.
Yeah, Titans boy. But it was a stacked Titans team. And so went to Division 2, Modiri Ditego. But he did so well in Division 2, they needed to bring him back to Division 1. So he went to the Warriors. From the Warriors, he's been having a good time. That got him selected to emerging.
Speaking about that Division 2 and finishing the chat of Division 1, the Knights being back in it, they dominated Div 2 cricket, winning all 3 trophies on play or in play in that Div 2. JP Trichard, the coach, wonderful season for him and the boys in Bloemfontein. They've made some additions to their squad going back into Div 1 cricket, to be expected. And a couple of players that played a big role in that rise to Div 1 has departed the scene.
Tons of players have joined the Knights. They are the team that made the biggest transactions. Love the signing of Ntando Soni, young 20-year-old fast bowler, was playing at the Warriors. I think his style of bowling is going to work at a surface like at the Knights. Bowled some really good seam deliveries, Ntando Soni. Getting John O'Bird from the Western Province, not so bad either.
Yeah, the more exciting part is Iman has sort of lost the plot here a little bit. He's trying to bump Modiri Diteko here, but he's getting it nowhere near where he needs to pitch it. That's about as unthreatening a short ball as you can imagine. Now, the interesting thing is that it'll be quite the stacked middle order options for that Knights squad. They've kept the services of the young Ruben Maria as well, who had an amazing season in Division 2. So him and John O'Bird very similar. They'll fight out for a position. They've also, I believe, got the services George van Heerden. Another option for them. Nicely played once again. Just look at that full face of the bat. Kagiso Masubelele is standing here trying to chase me out. That's my last ball. He's had enough.
I've never seen someone so excited for a 4-hour drive before.
Titeko on 87. Shot. Oh, he's playing some fantastic cricket shot here. Madiri Titeko. It's almost a travesty of justice that that's just a single. And after 35 overs, it's 146 for 2 South African emerging men. And I'm going to vacate my seat and Kagiso Masubelele to come in with Mpendulo Magubane.
Always nice having Spud around. It's always a fun time. Now we can get ready for some serious commentary. 146 for 2 after 35. Safe travels to Spud as he drives all the way back to the Knights. As we watch Madiri Titeko drive his way up to what could be a wonderful milestone.
Actually comes from the same province, Diteko Madiri, from Paris. Similar start to this session from Bangladesh. Just look at the first few overs. Picked up another wicket, same bowler that did in the first one, Emon. Then in the last few overs, just look like South African emerging is just coming up again. And it's the same way that Diteko Madiri is almost ushering a new batter in by scoring the runs, making sure that they keep on going. That will make Mitchell van Buren to be very much relaxed and know that there's capabilities on the other side, scoring runs, so he doesn't have to feel the pressure coming in. Sweep shot. It looked like he hit the short leg there. Fortunately, not too much damage on that one. Well hit from Mitchell van Buren. Looks like it went into the shoulder.
Oof. That happened very quickly for Robin. No chance for him to get at that. He's going to get medical treatment. Robin, 148 for 2. You know, on top of the fact that Van Buren is going to be at ease knowing that Diteko is scoring runs, I think also at the same time, Diteko is going to be at ease because Mitch Van Buren is not sitting back. Even though he's 8 from 18, he's trying to get runs going. He's trying to score. He's also running for Diteko and is running really hard. So the fact that Madiri Diteko has a partner that has intent to score makes it easier for him to continue his game. And so Mitchell van Buren can play his loves the sweep. It was well connected. But boy, did that connect well with Robin as well. He's not doing good. At least he doesn't have to bowl Mafijul Islam, Robin.
Yeah, short leg, you've got short time to react to when the ball is hit there. And you have to expect that somebody like Mitchell van Buren, he does like the sweep shot. So a couple of times that ball just need to be nice and awake there.
Yeah, it was a healthy hit because it was even before the pitching of the ball, so he got it fully on the full. And a hard sweep from Mitchell van Buren. He also would love to add on to that 73 because the 73 that he scored looked like what you would expect from a 4-day game at number 4. you're controlling the innings. If wickets are falling, you're not out there rushing the ball, you're not chasing the ball, you're allowing the ball to come to you. And that's how he was able to spend 108 balls for his 73. And a similar innings here would do wonders, because that would be another 100-run partnership. And if they are able to get to a 250 for 3, or even 250 for 2, they could potentially bat Bangladesh out of the innings by the time lunch comes through tomorrow.
And that's the important thing of just ensuring that you put yourself in a good position in the first innings. And it makes it easy for you to dictate. And also, when you speak about holding the wickets and making sure that they don't lose too many wickets, if they're that 252 for 2, 250 for 3, they can almost put themselves in a situation where we can, okay, right, let's step it up a bit more because we've got more wickets and we can always revert if we need to. We go and we say that, can we push the run rate to about that 5, even close to 6, and make sure that we've got a lot of overs also. Get about 15 overs, 10 overs at Bangladesh tomorrow and see what you can get. And Teko Modiri goes for a lap sweep down to that fine leg just for the 2 runs.
He's been enjoying that, Ditego. No one is at fine leg, no one is at short fine leg, no one is at deep fine leg, so it's a nice open land for him. Puts a lot of work on the square leg. And so they get 2 runs and make it to 150. So they're moving someone into that fine leg area, but I don't think that fine leg is going to be fine enough to square.
Push one down to the long off. When you are a batter and you play a shot and the team that you are betting against starts following the ball, it's a battle one, as it is. Because ordinarily, Rohan bowling the ball, turning the ball away, wouldn't want to be having somebody defending for him on the leg side. But because of the shot that Mudirian has been there for quite some time, try to put it there, it opens up a space on the offside. Gently tucked away by Mitchell van Buren. A very good over for South Africa, because every single ball in the first 5 balls that have been bowled, there has been something on it. And we're talking about running between the wickets. Sometimes maybe fielders feel like, just hit a 4 so that we don't have to chase the ball. But now every ball you have to move, you have to chase, becomes tiring and makes it easy for the batters to go about scoring their runs.
I think also it just becomes annoying on the bowler, because the batters stop filtering good to bad balls. They're just thinking, where's the 1? Where's the 2? Where's the runs? So that is the situation. 6 runs coming from the over. Rohan would have not enjoyed that, because now you start searching for where you're going to get dot balls. That's where you bowl boundary deliveries. 152 for 2 after 36.
Very good going here from South Africa. At some point, the run rate was at 5.8, but 4.2 is a very, very good run rate to be going at. And we do know that a typical JB Max oval pitch will get easier to bet on. Diteko Modiri being on 130, it's probably too far off, but it's probably thinking that this is a very good opportunity to get about an 150 odd. But the first thing is to get that first class 100. That's something that he hasn't gotten so far in his career. So once he gets to that and look at the game situation and go, all right, how many overs do we want to give ourselves to bet Bangladesh out of the game, and then from there on keep on progressing? Obviously not thinking too far ahead, but then there must be plans that are being put in to say that this is what we think would be a good first innings score, a good first innings overs for us to face, because 4-day cricket is a lot about the overs. So to say, this is the amount of overs that we can go. If you go at 4 and over, if you go at 3 and over, this is where the position that we put ourselves in.
trying to think, even then, if you are able to do that, you have full control of day two. That day two is yours to dictate where it goes. Because think about it, they'll be going, let's say they do just keep it at 4 runs to the over. You're ending the day in the high 380s. That's very close to 400 because it's 98 overs a day. So you're basically finishing on 392. And then you have the first session on day number 2, which runs for 30 overs. That's an additional 120 runs. It seems far-fetched, but we said it at the start of the broadcast. Potchefstroom gives you runs.
Yeah.
And so here, South Africa can look at a 500 and bat once for the innings. That's going to need Ditego and another player to contribute big.
Today is very important for South Africa to set up day 2. So you're almost staying ahead of the game by ensuring that you maximize today. Then when you get to tomorrow, you've already played the game. As we see Animal Haku. If you set yourself up and you get to the 380, 390 on day 1, already you're thinking, oh, day 2, we start ahead of the game. Ooh, leading edge that time. But coming through for a single, Diteko Modiri looking at that outside edge. They call it the nervous 90s when you get into this area here.
Wicket keepers, they normally, from what I've seen, Dando Zuma in the last game for South Africa emerging, once they get to those 90s, they're not sticking around. They get to 92, get yourself 2 boundaries, 3 boundaries, get yourself to 100 in like 2 deliveries, and you know you are over that little hurdle. You continue going.
Oh, good shot there from Mitchell van Buren. A bit of a misfield. It's probably coming back for a second. And the third run, going for 3. Very good running here from South Africa. What will look like it was just going to be a single ended up being 3 runs. You speak about players when they come into the 90s. Very good shot. Cross-batted shot there from Mitchell van Buren. It reminds me of an innings, is it last season, the beginning of last season, South Africa A versus New Zealand in Benoni. Was it Sinatemba Qeshile in the 90s, and he was going at it because he doesn't want to stay in that nervous situation for too long.
That's the idea. You don't want to overthink.
And the inside half of the bat. Here's the man on the boundary coming back. Just a single.
I think also he, against Animal Haq is slower than Imon and Rizwan. So I feel like Ditego was playing at that extra speed that they're going to give him. So it's just trying to feel for the pace. The previous ball, he played a bit too early, which is why it was the leading edge. That one, he played a bit too late, which is why it was the inside edge. And so just finding the pace of what Animal Haq is bowling is going to be key for him, because he's figured out Imon, he's figured out Rizwan and all the other spin bowlers. You see, even there with Mitch, wasn't a true connection, even though he took a full stride of the ball. It's just that lack of pace from Animal Haq. 158 for 2 after 37.
That's very important that every bowler that comes in brings a different type of attack to you, so the batter has to sort of like adjust. The partnership so far, first one, not too much from it, 5 from just the 30. And big partnership between Daniel Smith and Diteko Mudiri, 117 from the 168. And a very good partnership building up here between Van Buren and Diteko, 35 of 42. The strike rate of the partnership also is of paramount importance because they are looking to score. They are looking to get the game going. The last few overs, there hasn't been boundaries, but then they've been running. The over still has to go, is still going at about 6-7 without even taking any risk or to look for the boundaries.
A lot of confidence. Even the previous partnership between Ditego and Smith, it started on hot paper. But once it got to the 80s, they were in the 80s after 100 balls. Shows you how quickly they were batting, scoring at 80. Even here, this partnership, 35 from 42, it's really taken off quickly. Rohan bowling the ball across Mudiri Ditego. Interesting.
It is supposed something that happens when a batter's on 94. You try to find different ways to get them out. It does take out the element of LBW a little bit here. Like that, because it's going to be very difficult to tend to get the ball online and stay online coming from this kind of an angle.
So where are they hunting for the wickets? Silly point or silly leg? I think they're missing one of those two fielders just under the helmet for Ditego.
You almost think that something that they may be looking at there is to get the ball to go just across and get the first slip into play. So they're looking probably maybe to catch behind, because otherwise, like you said, there should be somebody around the bat.
I think here's the thing. You counter that by smothering the ball. Get on top of it and you kill it. Gotcha. And that's what happened in that. Even here, you see how he gets on top of the ball to just smother it down onto the ground. With the ball coming across Mudiri Ditego, if he does try to do that smothering action, whether going straight across or playing across the line of his legs, there's still a chance of getting a leading edge on either side of the wicket. So I still feel, even though you're trying to get your slip fielder, getting someone under the helmet just changes the way Ditego can approach his shots, because now he'll be thinking about that leading edge. You can't just eliminate it.
Very good, very good.
And the thing about Mpendulo, sometimes getting a wicket or getting a fielder in different positions is not always because you want to get the wicket there. It's because you actually want to stop something from happening. And then the wicket comes somewhere else. Just to say that we are closing here for you to try and tap and whatever. And that's where the mistakes then come in. Good shot. Diteko Mudiri. Not going to be stuck in his 90s for a long time. On 95, it gets down on that one knee, over the cow corner, 101, 100 up, first class for Diteko Mudiri.
Big smile on his face, Ditego. Big runs under his name. It all works out perfectly. 12 fours, 3 sixes. An immense strike rate at the top of the order, striking the ball at 83. Good running between the wickets as well for Mudiri Ditego. And he closes it off with this fashion. Overpitched. Ditego, overconfident. The ball over the boundary. And him over the moon as he gets over to his first ever century. It's phenomenal batting from Mudiri Ditego. And nearly flawless innings. And now, let's eliminate the 101. Let's start again.
Spoke about it when we got to the 50, that the 51st run is his first run, because the 50 has already been packed away. Pack it away, 100, we pack it away. We start again with the innings. So much time, not even tea time as yet. Already onto that 100. We were speaking about the line of bowling. It makes it much easier if you're coming over the wickets as lefty to a right, because you eliminate a lot of LBW. So it becomes a safe shot to just go on your knee. Even if you miss it, you feel that it's a very difficult thing to do, that you're going to get the ball to pitch and go straight onto the wickets in line.
And so he needed to be sure. He needed to be sure about where he's going to bowl. So Animal Huck here, having one slip, having a gully. I love the placement of the short extra cover. I always like the short extra cover against a slower bowler. Such a good option. But then he needs to pay off the faith. Superb fielding. Greatly done at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it becomes very important. It's not just about placing the fielders there, but you've got to get them in play. So you see Mitchell van Buren likes that shot very much, just coming across, hitting it to the leg side. Bit of a misfield, but not enough to go through for a single.
So Animal here has the responsibility to his captain, Zakir Hassan, to keep the ball outside that off stump. The straightest he can be is off stump.
So Animal Huck, he's trying something different here. And that's what happens when the pressure is on the bowling team. Is he trying to dig one in there, but just not coming up. It's a nice little leave, easy leave, you want to say, from Mitchell van Buren.
Really attacking for Mitch van Buren.
That is a better line there from Huck. That's where he should be operating. He is not a bowler that's going to threaten you too much with those short balls because of the pace that he has. So that line and length, the straight, is what we're looking for.
Here's the deep square leg and the deep fine leg and the short mid-wicket standing over there. So kind of understand why Animal Huck is going to go to the leg side and try to drop it short so that they can just go to those fielders. So he doesn't mind attacking the stumps like that because he has the protection and all the options.
Yeah, you just have to ask yourself in terms of a bowler, and where do I have the most opportunities to get a better out? Looking at your pace, looking at the pitch, is the short ball coming at about 120, 122 going to be too threatening to the batting team? Or is there something else that we can do to try to get the better out? You spoke about that short extra cover because of the slowness of the bowling. Like, you take a look at that last ball also, that, you know, it's just not coming the way that you want it to come. Something can happen there.
You know what's interesting? If he does bang it short, I'm thinking of some wickets that Andile Mokhakane took in the 50-over competition, the 50-over tri-series, where it's deceptive because you think that you can hit the ball, but it just has a little bit extra bounce, just rushes you a touch. Here it can be the opposite, where you finish a little bit too early through your shots. That's where you can make the mistake of hitting it up into the air. Something like that from Animal Huck.
So you've got to think, 39 overs done, 166 for 2. You've got to think and ask yourself probabilities of what is the most likelihood that there will be an attack on a short ball in a 4-day cricket than a 1-day cricket. Because you've got to think, you speak about Andile in the 50 over format is that the most likelihood is that a batter feels like I need to attack because it's 50 over cricket. But then for the cricket, because a short ball is actually an effort ball. How many times, what is the probability that a batter is actually just going to look to attack you? And thus, how many times do you want to use the energy, and what can you actually get out of it? So it's just about gauging. But when you get yourself in a situation, and for Bangladesh, 166 for 2, you've got to think that you want to try each and everything, every small thing that you can to try and get the wicket. And that's why those things of a short ball that would ordinarily not try if they were 4 or 5 wickets down, you try them now because you're almost like you're chasing the game because you are behind.
The powers of what good batting can do really throw a bowling plan away. I think even the bigger positive here for South Africa is that they're the one who won the toss, so they are justifying their decision of batting first.
On the wicket. I'm thinking back at the bowling attack of South Africa where they had Morna Mokal, Dale Steyn and Vernon Philander. At no point do you see Vernon Philander going, okay, we're going to try the short ball employ, because that's not the role that he plays in the team. It was Dale Steyn and Morna Mokal. So with Animal Haq, you've got to feel that one of the biggest things that he has to do is to attack the wickets more times than not, and that's where you're looking to get, where he's looking to get his wickets from. So the minute that starts changing, then the betting team says, oh, okay, then we are dictating how they are going about the game, even if it's against the script that they would have written. They would have thought, Amino Haq is just going to put it there, the experience. We've seen, though, he's a guy that doesn't have too many wickets, has only got 6 wickets in his career so far. So he's not going to take a lot of wickets, but now they're almost, because the other guys are not taking the wickets, they're almost forcing him to try and get a wicket.
I think the idea of bowling partnerships now come into play. If you think of, if he was bowling with Iqbal Iman, for instance, who one side you have furious speed and aggression, and then when you come to the other side as a batter, you now have to make an instant adjustment that, yeah, the ball is coming at me 7 to 10 kilometers per hour slower. So good over here for Rohan. 40 overs done. Players will have drinks. It's 167 for 2. .40 overs, 167 for 2. Mudiri Ditego standing strong, 102 from 124. There's only been 2 centuries in this entire emerging tour, and both of them coming from South Africa emerging top order batter wicket keepers. Dando Zuma scoring 128 or 118. Mudiri Ditego scoring his century now. 117 partnership between Ditego and Smith. Ditego and Van Buren with 44.
Iman has had 2 similar stats to his bowling. And 8 overs, 2 for 50. The only one to get wickets so far. Rizwan bowled that first spell and is facing a 5 for naught. And Naeem, the spin bowler, 10 overs, not for 32. Animal, 7 overs, not for 22. And Rohan operating 9 overs, not for 37. And Biplop just bowling that 1 over, going for the 3 runs.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rugby blitz. Play it now on your sport today.
Don't.
Thank you. Thank you, Tarampia.
We're back after the drinks break, much needed drinks break for the Bangladesh Imagine team, as they need to re-strategize about how they're going to get the wicket, particularly the big wicket of Diteko Modiri, who's on 122 of just 124 balls. Mitchell van Buren is getting into the innings, 14 from the 32 that he has so far. And Huck to continue similar type of fielding positions that we see, deep square leg, fine leg. Deep square leg just coming in front of a square. Good running. And that's a very nice way to start just after the drinks break. First ball, punch it into the ground and just go for a single.
It's very nicely done from Ditego. It's a good ball from Animal Haq, actually, bowling to his field. Good placement from Ditego, because so often after drinks, just tend to lose your wicket because you get thrown out of your tempo and momentum. So very important for the next 2 overs for both Ditego and Van Beeren to keep their wickets. Soft hands from Van Beeren. Very soft hands. So I think it's also him gonna give him it's gonna give Van Beeren a nice time to also just clear his head. Good defense. But you saw in the back end before the drinks break, he was starting to get frustrated when things don't go his way. Oh, short ball, supposed to be 4, gets a dot ball, supposed to be this, does that. I think that just gives him time to reset. Ensure that it doesn't lose his head. The worst thing that can happen is for you to be your worst enemy.
He's a player, Mitchell van Buren, that holds himself to high standards. Spoke about his average being 36, and that is probably a better player than that. I've seen some really, really good innings from Mitch van Buren. Something that you just say that, you know, we just want that consistency of seeing those big runs. And that is why when he feels that he's got an opportunity to hit a 4 and he misses out, then it does get hard on himself. But you've got to move on. You can't undo Stop. Pedal to the leg side, but there is that protection that we've been speaking about. So just a single, well-controlled stroke to the deep square leg.
I'll actually take you out from cricket and send you to a completely different game. Send you to a game of snooker. Not pool, snooker, the British snooker, with the big table and the colored balls. One of the greatest snooker players of all time is called Mark Williams. A lot of people will know Ronnie O'Sullivan, but Mark Williams, one of the greatest to play the game. And he has a little simple mantra, Mark Williams.
Shot into the ground, in between the two fielders at the boundary. Now just come back for two. Oh, good running here from South Africa. 3 runs. Top stuff. And that is what you expect from Mitchell van Buren. He does that ever so often. Always puts the fielders under a bit of pressure there. Good running from these two.
Mudiri Ditego has been out there for 4 hours. He's been batting for close to 4 hours. There's no way that should be 3 runs from a player who's been out there for such a long time. But it's that anticipation that he's retrieving the ball behind him with his off leg. So he still needs to spin around and set up for the throw.
Single. It's good cricket. This is just a beauty to watch. A 50 partnership. Very, very good betting between Diteko Mudiri and Mitchell van Buren.
You heard through the stump mic, Mudiri Ditego. Nice one, Mitch. Because it is a nice one. Just a little prod down, the ball dying 2 pitches away from him. It's been great running between the wickets. 16 from Van Buren, 33 from Ditego. You might look at that and say, Mitch's contribution is not deep enough. But just take a look at that 3 that's just been ran. It's not about running for your own runs. It's also running for your teammate.
And that is the importance of everybody knowing their role at certain phases of the partnership. There might come a time where Diteko Mudiri slows down a bit and Mitchell van Buren, because he's been there for long enough, takes over the acceleration. And importantly, to know when is the right time for who to play in what type of a way.
It becomes especially bad news for the bowler when both batters believe that they can take the game on. It's not a bad thing if both batters find their groove and they both start going at it. Especially when you're 2 wickets down, KG, and you still know that your next 4 batters are just as capable of you. I mean, Richard Seletsoane scored 150 during the warm-up 2-day game before the start of the Saw. Dayan Khalim has a couple of first-class centuries, scored one last season in a particularly difficult game for the Titans, and even backed it up with a 91 later on in the season. So Dayan Khalim, more than capable with the bat. There's still a lot of batting that South Africa emerging can look at, not to mention Ntando Zuma.
Still also Andile Simelane can also bat at quite a good rate. So that relaxes the 2 batters, knowing that there's still a lot to come, so they can just feel relaxed about going about their game.
Yeah, Andile Simelane called him Fotolo when he started off as a young kid. First time I ever saw him was in the Township Tournament as a 16-year-old in Hilton College. Played a game in a different style. Like we said, Robin, pretty good fielder. The running is pretty good. They were looking for a 3rd. Unlucky for Robin, a good throw, but they steal 2 from it.
Yes, tucked away with that, what should have been probably an easy single. But because of Robin shying at the stumps, which is not a bad thing. You want to see your fielders hitting the wickets. Allowed South Africa to come back for 2. Very important aspect of this innings has been the amount of times that they've turned those ones into 2s. There was a 3 in the previous over that probably think shouldn't have been a 3, especially this time of the innings. But because of the running, it's made it easy for them, even when that boundary ball does come through, that they're almost ready because their game just keeps on progressing. They never get backed down. Yes, there has been 22 balls or dot balls, you want to say, from Mitchell van Buren, but the partnership and the way that they're going together is more important than what a single player is doing, because you have to put it together. They're hunting in pace. Diteko Mudiri in this partnership is going at about 100. Mitchell van Buren is going at about 47, 48. You put it together, it's about 70, so still good going.
And that's why it's so important for Van Buren to not lose his head and just keep in the game. And ever since that drinks break, there's been less emotional reaction from him, which is very good news for South Africa emerging. Composed Van Buren is a dangerous Van Buren.
It is important for Mitchell van Buren to understand also that bowlers, yes, it might look nice for a bowler not to be conceding runs, but it can get frustrating for them. So if you block it out, go through that moment. Just coming through for another single. Come back for another 2. That is the run that we've been speaking about. And how many times do you see from Diteko Mudiri just giving a thumbs up to Mitchell van Buren?
It's really good. You never would have thought that was going to be 2. The moment it went past the square leg, despite being its Chaudhry Rizwan, one of their seamers, despite him picking it up in one motion and throwing it, still good placement from Van Buren. It's very nice. It's simple cricket. So often, the second session, after losing a wicket at the start of it, you just see collapse, or you see a dwindling of runs. But a partnership of 56 from 76 has really saved face after the wicket of Daniel Smith.
This is when you know that you're dictating the game, that even when there's no boundaries, you've got the team on the back foot. Because so many runs that you feel that, you know, fielders, when they get hit for boundaries, then they're on the back foot. But equally, when you are pushing those ones and everything, you put so much pressure on the field. Another single, not a quick single. Those should not be singles, but because of the way that South Africa has really grabbed the game, put the pressure on Bangladesh, they're able to make difficult singles into easy ones.
And the thing is, it slowly starts becoming psychological for the fielders. They've had shy at the stumps, which caused overthrows. And look at this. They've scored half the runs. They've scored less than a third of the boundaries. And they're still maintaining the same run rates, basically. That shows you how much they've decided to run in this. They literally scored 25% of the boundaries that they've scored in the first innings. So they've scored half in relation to the runs that they've scored. So much more running between Diteko and Van Buren. Bangladesh emerging are leaking runs in all forms, and they cannot stop it.
Questions have been posed by South African emerging. Now Bangladesh have to come up with the answers to see where they can get the wickets from. Coming down the wicket, Diteko Mudiri seriously dictating the game. Oh, just didn't get enough bet on that. So come back for 2 runs.
That is caused by good running between Van Buren and Mudiri Diteko. That is a man who is outside the inner ring, but he's standing in between half of the ring and half of the boundary. That is a fielder you want standing on the boundary so that they just keep the little prods down to long on as ones. But because Van Buren and Diteko put so much pressure on the fielders, they would turn a little push down to long on into twos. So that long on must take 10 meters in to ensure that they keep it into one so Diteko can go over him. Look at how much they have to run and cover the ball here, Zakir Hassan, and it's still a 1.
That's what happens when the team is batting so well, that then you find a couple of fielders standing in almost like no man's land, trying to do 2 things at once, trying to stop a single, but also trying to get a catch. That makes it very difficult. Where do you place them? Another one. You just spoke about it now. They just keep on tucking the ball into those half spaces and coming through for singles.
It's annoying as the fielders because you can't stop it. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Once again, just look at that. Easy like Sunday morning.
It is Sunday morning.
In some country.
It's honestly phenomenal. And after 44, it's 185 for 2. And I think that this partnership is showcasing the beauty of running between the wickets. Sput earlier on was speaking about how leaving the ball is becoming a lost art in the game because everything is about hitting the ball hard. Same thing with the defensive shots. The defense shots is also starting to get eradicated for being able to pocket the balls for ones. So running between the wickets is also slowly getting eradicated by the T20 explosion that wants boundaries. Viewers who watch cricket want boundaries because that's the marketability of the game. That's the power plays, the boundaries. But this, an accumulations of many ones and many twos, is just as beautiful, if not more beautiful.
Coming down once again, Diteko Mudiri. Oh, this time, throwing it away. Animal Haq was waiting for exactly that one. Straight into the hands.
Oh, painful for Diteko. There was no conviction behind that shot. When he has been going down the track and down the V, he plays that with full conviction. But this time, just prodded at it. His captain, Mitchell van Buren, giving him words of encouragement. But he knows that 113 is not enough runs for the start that he's created. That was 200 for Mudiri Diteko. What a fine little innings. 113 from 137 could have been anything. Really feel like he gave it away.
Definitely a wicket against the run of play. South Africa was dictating terms there, but lucky there from Diteko Mudiri. It sounds indifferent, but a player on 113 get frustrated. I like that because it means that they know that there was more. Richard Silitswane comes in, the 21-year-old, just the 8 matches, very, very early in his first-class career. Just averaging that 19 with a best of 49. We're looking to use this opportunity, especially coming into the situation that that South Africa find themselves in a driving seat, very good position. So never a better time to get that first-class 50 or 100. There's enough time. There's already runs on the board. everything is for you. The wicket is playing very well. You can see the bowlers are trying to do something different. So that bowlers, even that wicket, I mean, you wouldn't expect a Naeem to be coming around the wicket to a right hand, but it's because they're searching for something. They're looking for something.
So they searched and they found the prized wickets of Ditego. In comes Richard Seletswane. Still looking to find his role. I like him coming at number 5, number 6. Streaky first ball. I mean, him at a middle order gives him room to be a bit more free with an older ball, and so he can play his strokes. Seletswane.
Ooh, bit in the outside edge. Very good ball in there from Naeem. Previous one 10 in, and this one it's looked like just kept on going, just touching turning a bit. It's that angle.
Don't know. Seems like the ball also just drifted a bit as it was about to pitch, moving away from Seletswane. And if that is the case, it's just danger. It is drifting. It is drifting. And the sad thing, when the ball drifts for the spinner, yeah, hard drift actually. Ball just shapes away from Seletswane in the air. Oh, it's a lot of drift. It's going to be tough to contend with.
Now we have to explain to the new cricket viewers what is drifting.
It's not racing around cars. That I can tell you. It's not racing around cars. Ditego was racing his way to 113. Smith not racing his way to 49, but it was a gritty innings. Someone other than Imon getting wickets with Naeem. That's not a bold. So Seletswane yet to score. They will bat until Skalk Engelbrecht, so Simelane, very capable. You'd expect to see Zuma come before Simelane, then end with Engelbrecht as the batting options.
We have seen though a couple of times that it might say the same if they say Zuma is actually playing as an all-rounder also, so come in that 7th spot. Adam Gilchrist, Mark Boucher type of batting.
I had to think for a moment when you said all-rounder until I remembered that a wicket keeper also bats.
Tight lines from Ron. Definitely challenging the wickets.
Van Buren mustn't feel under pressure here. Madiri Ditego and he were running fantastically well. The one thing we do know about Seletswane is that he's also a magnificent runner. But now it's just about finding the rhythm and tempo between the two. Ditego and Van Buren had understood where the ball must be in order for them to take the ones, and that's something Seletswane just needs to get used to until they start taking those risky singles.
This is a very important phase there, especially for Bangladesh, but also for South Africa. And the Bangladesh, you want to say that Richard Seletswane came in at a time whereby Mitchell van Buren is still easing, yes, 48 balls, but he's still easing himself into the innings. Diteko Modiri that was attacking on the other side goes. Richard Seletswane is starting when Mitchell van Buren is also easing himself in. So very good phase and opportunity here for Bangladesh to really, really transfer the pressure onto South Africa and maybe pick up another wicket. 46 overs done, 185 for 3.
Let's not underestimate the running of Ditego to ease Mitchell van Buren. It's the running that has made the run rates almost equal. It was until the second wicket that fell in session 2 that run rate starts to drop down. But it was very identical because of the excellent running between the wickets. Given a look at this, there's about 40 odd more minutes to 50 minutes left until we go to tea. My maths can be wrong.
Just one going down the leg side from Naeem. Let's come back now, bowling over the wickets, bowled.
Good bounce, good turn as well from Naeem.
You can see there's a bit more energy here from Bangladesh, and that's what a wicket does. They have gotten a wicket. Now there's a buzz all of a sudden on the field.
Especially with Seletswane. I like this. That's a great idea. Put someone behind the hips. I thought that's what they were doing. Yes, that's what they're doing. Very smart. Big bounce. Ball is turning away. Seletswane is still finding his groove. So if the ball misses the short leg, it's going to go past to the fine leg who's standing on the circle. So we're expecting very straight.
And Richard Seletswane is a batter that likes to attack a bit. So there is a very big chance of him trying to bat himself out of a trouble, and that's where you can get a... that's how you can easily induce a mistake.
Couple of overs ago, actually, we were speaking with Mudiri Tetego's batting that with one of the spinners bowling, you should have a short leg or a silly point. And it's not about taking a wicket. Nice little work there for Naeem to try and blindside Van Buren. Thought it was off his ground. Sharp little reflexes.
As I said, you look at Richard Seletswane there, that 10 balls hasn't scored a run. So they tried to find a way. Just that 10th ball, it looked like he was going to aim to go for a reverse. Something that you see a lot in T20 cricket, trying to upset the bowler. But the experience, of course, of Naeem, 300 first-class wickets, is that he's not going to be bothered by a batter looking like they're on a shape to do something. He's just going to keep on bowling the exact same line and length that he's been bowling. And if anything, then the batter is the one that will look to make a mistake.
I think also that shift of having the two fielders behind his legs, you'll see if he does survive this over. Every ball he was trying to play, he was avoiding the leg side. And that's the power of having fielders close off your scoring options. You spoke about it. It's not about getting the wickets. It's about closing the areas to score runs so that you can induce the wicket. So with Mitch Van Buren, who's a little bit more established, there's not much pressure you can put on him. But the only pressure he'll be feeling now is that the ones he was getting are no longer there because Ditego's gone.
Very good bowling here from Rwanda and Bangladesh. They do understand that this is the moment for them to try and get the pressure. As you see, Mitchell Van Buren got some dancing shoes on. Sweep shot this time. There is a man at the boundary coming around. Should be coming back for two. And it is two. These two run very well also. Both playing for the DP World Lions, so they will know one another.
I think that will also help Richard to feel as active member part of the game. Get the runs between the wickets, run for your partner. Assess on the other side what you need to do in order to do the same. You know, Ditego and Mitch were forcing those to be ones, in as crazy as it sounds, now that we are looking at this partnership.
Yeah.
But the reason why the Bangladeshis have become so tight is because the threat of Van Buren's running.
Single to end of the 48th over. South Africa Meji moved to 188 for 3. There's something in terms of spin bowling, and you know, I've worked with some spinners before, and one of the biggest things that I like to say to them was, let's see how many times the ball can be hit back at you. Bangladesh bowling cut so far. Imon 8 overs 2 for 50, Rizwan at 5 overs not for 22, and the other wicket taker being Naeem 13 overs 1 for 36, and Animal Haq 8 overs not for 28, going at 3.5 to the over. Rowan at 3.69 to the over, and Biplop just at 1 over, going 3 runs to the over.
Naeem's wickets, Naeem Hassan's wickets, it speaks exactly to your point. How often can a batter hit the ball back at you? That's what Mudiri Ditego tried to do. Slightly to the mid-off, but you're still in that V. That
yes.
Ball is still played back at you. That's how he got the wickets.
And with those two fielders at the short area, closing the batter, feeling comfortable to just tuck it away around, you want the batter now to bowl bat more with a straighter bat, and that's when that V comes in.
Yes.
Got it in between, Michel van Buren. But how often is he going to try to play the ball in that area? That's why then you see batters looking, maybe going behind is not a safe shot. I want to go right through.
Mudiri Ditego and Daniel Smith opened the stumps up very well and changed those straight deliveries into cuttable shots, into drivable shots.
Sweep shot that time from Mitchell van Buren. Gets good bat on it. Behind square on the offside. And that's a boundary. Very well hit from the skipper, Mitchell van Buren.
No need for the change of angle. But I feel like as Naeem, you don't mind that because it's such an out-of-the-box shot. I mean, now it's becoming more of the book shot. But you don't mind seeing someone reverse sweep you from that length, because it means that Mitch has to dig out of the box. Just like that girl digging out her chips. He needed to dig something out of there in order for him to get runs out of Naeem. So I feel like if Naeem continues around the wicket, he will starve Van Buren of those opportunities.
Yes.
It is a game that, as you said, especially 4-day cricket, that there's going to be a lot of questions that are asked throughout every session, and they'll demand different answers, different approaches.
Oh, beautiful.
Naeem has changed the line, bowling over the wickets to Richard Silotwane, but coming around for Mitchell van Buren, who's been there for longer, trying to almost upset the line of focus from the batter, because coming around the wickets, then you know your body tense a bit because you want to see where the bowler's coming from. Had a similar tactic to Diteko Mudiri. 49 overs done, 192 for 3.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Beautiful scenes at the JB Marks Oval. You're looking at the main pavilion, the chalets going all through the right and all through the left. Beyond that, that's the rugby fields. That's the high performance center as well, behind the main pavilion here at the JB Marks Oval. It was the only HPC until Duckies built one themselves. KG, your people do not want to be left out of the party.
You started, we perfected. Everybody's gonna roll. Run to continue. Coming around the wickets to Richard Silotwane.
Yeah, Northwest is a little bit offset from where the main hub of South African cricket is. There's no way to fly there. Have to get to Johannesburg and take a 2-hour drive to Potchefstroom. So makes sense why you would have another high performance center at Duxar of all places as well.
Oh, Richard Seletwane tried to go over. Oh, that man was found in no man's land. Just goes over his head for a 4. First rounds of the bat of Richard Seletwane.
That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for Seletwane because he was under the pressure. You don't play that stroke on 0 unless you are under pressure, because he took the fielder on, Mohammad Rizwan, and Rizwan is not short, but he hit it well enough and cleared it well enough. Bangladesh don't mind it.
That's what we said about Richard Seletwane, is that if you back him down, he doesn't like it at all. So he always tries to find a way to hit himself out of pressure. That's where those half chances, those quarter of a chance that come, you need to be ready for when they do come.
Look at how confident he is now in playing these shots. The movement is so assured. There's no need to appeal for that.
Bet before wicket?
BBW. Like, you see, there's no longer that pressure that I need to score, I need to get off the mark. So he's no longer doing things that are unnecessary. That 4 can carry him for 2 more overs, actually, because he knows that he's no longer on that duck.
Oh, that goes through and should be coming back for 2. Can push it for 3. Just settle down for 2. The 50 overs done.
Just look at the confidence that he played it with. The timing and the placement is pretty good as well that he gets 2, but prior to that 4, he was never going to play a shot like that. The 2 balls behind before that, he was never going to play them like that. He would be overworking his wrists, probably overworking his footwork, just trying to manipulate the bowler out of their lines and lengths. Shows you the value of a boundary, shows you the value of leaving 0 to start off your innings.
What will be very important though for Richard Seletwane is that it cannot be a boundary and then dot balls again and look to go out, because you feel like you have to restart over and over again. So that 2 runs is important. Those singles are going to be important until the next time that a boundary presents itself or you make a boundary.
It's a tricky one here for Naeem, and he's spinning the ball into Mitch van Buren. He does get some assistance with some bounce.
Good, Naeem.
If he goes a bit too straight, he's going to be worked onto the leg side.
Yes,
But you see, it's that straight line that brings the short leg into play. If he goes too wide, the ball doesn't spin because he's naturally pushing the ball away, so it takes the short leg out of play.
Yeah, those are the things that happen when you sort of like change the line of attack. You want to say that there comes a bit of a sacrifice of, you want to sacrifice a wicket here and there, you want to sacrifice an LBW, whatever. As we see, very good fielding from the short leg. It's FT standing at that short leg. Bit of a crowd. Good day to come around. Nicely in the sun. And now that time, Mitchell van Buren hitting it to that cow corner area just for the 2. There is one coming around, cleaning up.
200 runs up for South Africa emerging in the process. Very useful runs coming from all the batters. Useful stay at the crease too. It's good running. You see he has to work the ball onto the leg side. And if you come down the track as well as Van Buren, you completely take the short leg out of the picture now. So he's finding ways to remedy the problem.
This time, sweep shot onto the leg side. There is a man patrolling that boundary. So just a single.
It's a very good shot from Mitchell van Buren. Look at how he reaches for it outside the stumps in order for him to play it in front of square. So now everything that he's doing, he's trying to play it in front of his body. Nothing comes behind. And for Richard Seletsoane, because he still hasn't found that rhythm, they reinforce the leg side. And I think this is the correct angle for Naeem, for both batters.
Especially the last over, we spoke about the amount of drift that he was getting the ball to almost drift away, bounce and turn in. And you can see that there is that drift where the ball is just going away, so the bowler goes a bit. Nice day to be wearing shots in the crowd.
Let's take a look at that drift, Mr. Spin King. Please explain what this drift is to us.
So basically, the drift that we're talking about is the ball going opposite direction in the air to where it's going to go after bouncing. So as the batter, then you almost follow the ball because now you follow it going away, it bounces and it turns into you. So you almost have to change the way that you're looking at the ball.
And the worst thing about drift, it's almost like reverse swing. It doesn't happen until very late in the ball's path. Halfway through the ball's path, then it starts to move.
Just hanging back for that signal.
We know for reverse swing there needs to be specific conditions. It needs to be a rough surface. You need to keep one side of the ball very good and allow for the other side to deteriorate. You don't want it to be cold either. You want it to be warm so that takes foolish effect. What causes drift?
So sometimes it's just the alignment of the ball and how they are aligning themselves and the release point and where your palm basically will be facing by the time that you release the ball. Just tucked away behind square there for Richard Seletsoane.
That's going to hurt.
Definitely not something that Bangladesh will be looking to. So it is one of those things that go in almost the biomechanics of bowling and what position that you want to be yourself in. Don't want to close yourself a bit too much as an off spinner because then you are aiming towards the leg side. Wants to open up a little bit and just allow for that movement of the ball away, turn and go. Sometimes it's the conditions, if there's a bit of wind, can be helping you with that. Once again, coming for streaky single.
They're starting to get frustrated, if already not frustrated. Too many free runs. They don't count as extras, but it's just free. There was never going to be a run there. Gives it away for free, Ifti.
And one of the things that encourages the drift is when, as a bowler, you don't want to hold the ball too much into your palm. So you don't want to hold the ball too tight. You want the ball to, you want to have control of it with your fingers, but without holding it back. Then it just allows the ball to freely come out. Just a little, and it's not such a big movement. It's just a small movement that goes away. Richard Seletsoane going for a big one, but doesn't get the connection he was looking for. Managing to come through for another single to end the 52nd over. The score moves on to 207 for 3.
Did that feel like 1 run per ball over? Did that feel like 6 runs were taken from that over? It really doesn't feel like it. And South Africa just took 2 extra overs compared to their first 100. Their first 100 taking 24.2 overs. Their next 100 taking 21 26 overs. So 24 overs for their first, 26 for their second. Way less boundaries in their second. Just speaks of the versatility of the South African team, their adaptability throughout the course of the day.
The importance is South Africa probably even switching from a boundary hitting to those singles, those twos, those threes, but maintaining a similar run rate.
It's very extraordinary.
Coming on the wicket again, Richard Siletswane. For the third time or so that he's tried to hit over.
There's too much pressure on the leg side. There's way too much pressure on the leg side. In order to go through the leg side, you have to hit it over the air. Look at that. That went to the square leg. The mid-wicket is there, who's standing pretty short. So you can't go in front of square. You have to go over if you're going to do that.
This time on the offside. Lots of gaps, as you said. It's the leg side that's been blocked away. So there is an opportunity. Bit of a loose delivery there from Naeem. Richard Siletswane this time allowing the ball to come to him. Big gap on the offside, hitting it against the 10. But that's full enough. Good shot for a boundary.
It's a poor ball from Naeem Hassan.
Very good, Naeem.
If that's the line, you want it to be just slightly shorter to bring your slip.
Good ball.
That's the ball that he that's the ball he probably wanted. So he was a bit too full that previous time, because the field is not asking him anything wide, is not asking for anything on the offside.
Nicely put away by Richard Siletswane. Did hang back there. Should be coming back for 2. Fielder Haku after bowling quite a number of overs.
So much turn that Siletswane needed to deal with. Almost ricocheted off his knee into the boundary. But so much spin for Naeem.
He's hit that from past the leg stump onto the offside.
That's why he can be a bit straighter to activate the leg gully.
Nice.
That's it. That's the line. Very nice stuff from Naeem. Just a poor half volley for 4.
Naeem, that's a good ball. That's the ball that you want to bowl to the field that you have set. Because of where your protection is, because of where your catchers are. Exactly where you want to go. Session 2 so far, going at 3.8 to the over. Just the 7 balls going over the boundary versus 17 in the previous session. Run rate just dropping down, 4.18 it was in the first session. See Biblop coming back into the attack. Has just bowled that one solitary over, going for the 3 runs.
The drop in that run rate was caused simply by the wicket of Mudiri Ditego. Prior to the wicket of Mudiri Ditego, it was 0.05 difference, 4.18, 4.13. Shows you the value of taking wickets as the bowling team, but also a stable recovery for South Africa to send it back close to 4 runs to the over. Siletswane 16 from 27. His start is a little bit quicker than that of Van Buren too.
Very quick leg spinner, Biblop. You've seen quite a lot of them. Your Rashid Khan, your Chahal, those guys that are coming quite quickly in.
The idea of bowling that quick is pretty good when you are a... It's pretty good for T20 cricket. It's pretty good. It works for 50 over cricket. But I don't think this is the speed for red ball cricket. if we think of Caleb Slager, what he did in the 50-over competition, floated the ball nicely, was full. If you go watch what Caleb Slager did in the 50-over competition, I think that's the speed you should try to bowl at in a 4-day game.
That's speed.
That's the one. It's unfortunate that he overstepped, so it's a no ball. But that's the speed. And that's what Ngabaphi has struggled with for so long. He used to get wickets, lots of wickets, but just too expensive because he was bowling too quickly, and sometimes it'd be too short because of that. And so here it might be a thing for Biplop to really just slow it down by 7-8 kilometers an hour.
That's fine. That's fine. That's exactly the speed that we're speaking about. Get the ball to hang a little bit more in the air.
Especially if we've seen glimpses of drift from the off spinners. It's very deadly when it comes from a leg spinner.
If you can remember, is it Yasin Khan or Yashir Khan from Pakistan? How dangerous that he was, just getting that drift in the air. There you go. Well hit from Mitchell van Buren. There is protection on the outside boundary. Just a single.
It's not the most, but you just see traces of it if you do give the ball flight. And I think after those first 2 deliveries, Biplop has figured it out that slower is better and slower is more control.
And you know, with that slower, Richard Seletwane, the way he's been going, it's only a matter of time until he comes down and tries to hit one over. Just that right there, just keep it there. It's a patience game, and hit the singles, that's fine. You do have somebody there. You can buy yourself about 3 dot balls in an over, and then the rest are just ones. And there can be a bit more pressure that's created to the South African team. And then that slower pace is definitely the one that you're looking to bowl at. Especially on a flatter wicket when there isn't too much, but there is 10 that we've actually seen.
But that's the thing, we only see that turn at specific speeds. If it's bowled a little bit flatter, a bit quicker, the pitch just sends the ball through to the batters and they are able to exploit. And Hazen van Buren built up his innings well. It's slow, but it's effective. 35 from 73. Seletwane, 18 from 30. The strike rates are pretty healthy here. Pretty healthy. We might be seeing South Africa close off the day close to that 400-run mark. The new ball, 26 overs away. And if it's 26 overs away, we'll probably see it 1.5 to close to almost 2 hours of the new session. So that means we're going to see the new ball at around 10, quarter past, almost 4:30. It's a long time to exploit for South Africa. Still a long time until that new ball arrives.
Very close to that tea break, so definitely you will see South Africa trying to slow things down a little bit, because in a game that we talk about, we always see the different phases or the different times. South Africa, for this one, their target now is to get to tea break without losing another wicket. It's tight. Very, very tight. You don't want to go back on that one too many times. Off stump is definitely in play there from Rohan.
I think what made it worse was the fact that he didn't present the full face of the bat. He presented an angled face of the bat, so there's less for him to hit and more for to miss. More chances of an edge to slip, more chances of an edge to the keeper. That's nice. That's nice.
Bring him forward to this time. And I like that from a spin bowler, where you're getting the batter to go back and forward, so they're almost unsure how to play you. See that area right there? It's in the middle of you wanting to go back and coming forward, because what you can see also from Richard Seletana is that when he goes back, his wickets are completely exposed, all three of them.
Beautiful.
Comes forward.
The nice thing is that we are still in winter, so the surface is not going to break down as much as it would in the summer.
Nice.
And from what we've seen in pre-season games in Potchefstroom, the pitch tends to hold up pretty well. It's really well curated. 219 for 3 after 55. And so it's been holding true throughout the day. And Sput raised a very nice point that it's a well-balanced surface if it allows for the ball to swing while it's new, allow the ball to seam when it gets older, and then allows it to spin. But also at the same time still keeping true pace so that the batter can still be predictable in his judgment. It sounds like a very good surface here in Potchefstroom.
Full one there from Biplop. Missed out from Seletwane.
It's very generous calling it full.
Toss.
It's tossed up. Oh, the beauties of being a leg spinner. It's not an easy craft.
Oh, that should have been taken. An opportunity created by Bangladesh. Biplop was looking to take one with him to tee. Richard Seletwane put down. Might have touched the gloves of the wicket keeper there.
Not an easy chance, but that's the speed. Biplop just reacts so much.
Googly. He's got another one in. Showing Richard Seletwane that don't be too comfortable leaving those ones.
Deepu. Just tough one for Shahada Deepu.
He looked like he was stepping a bit to his left, so he was a bit wrong-footed.
Seletwane now. He's just going to think about that googly that he received. It was so well done from Biplop.
Stamp tucked to the offside by Richard Seletwane. It's the googly that you were talking about. That's the one that Richard Seletwane needs to think that can't just leave it, because there are those that come in, get him thinking more. So good skills there from Biplop.
He just needs to deliver that a little bit straighter to be more deceptive. That's last ball to tee. Good discipline from Biplop. 3 runs to the over. He's bowled 18 deliveries and only 1 has been a wrong-un, and it was a very good wrong-un. However, Richard Seletwane survives. Mitchell van Buren, who came in to replace the immense Mudiri Dutego, or rather Mitchell van Buren, who came in to replace Daniel Smith, still out there. Richard Seletwane still alive after looking sketchy, and then got his way going. 102 runs for 2 after 28 overs. It's not a bad return at all. It's a slight decrease from the first session, but that tells you how good the first session was. The session wasn't bad either, but Imon started off electrifyingly well versus Daniel Smith, who played all over that. Then from then on, after that Jaffa, it was Mitchell van Buren who came, and they rode the wave with Mudiri Dutego.
Mudiri Dutego had a very, very good innings here, getting himself to 113. A drive shot, hitting it on the back foot also. So anywhere he was hitting inside, a back foot, you pitch it to full, hit it through the covers. Diteko Modiri had a very good time. That 6 to get to his 100, didn't get stuck in the 90s for too long, moving from 95 to 101. Diteko Modiri, unfortunately, just came down, didn't get the elevation that he was looking for that time around. Caught at that mid-off. Mitchell van Buren continuing, going with that reverse sweep. And he was joined by Richard Seletswane. He just hit his first boundary, or his first runs being a boundary just over that mid-off. Another one, this time a bit more control from Richard Seletswane, hitting it to the offside for a boundary. Drop catch just in this last over, an opportunity. But that's the story that we have at the moment. Going into the tea break, South Africa, Diteko Modiri get 113 of 138 balls. Dennis Smith just missing out on that 50-49 of 82. And a good partnership building up between Mitchell van Buren, who's on 35 from 74, and Richard Seletswane, 20 from 41. The 2 wicket on the partnerships, 117-62, and the current partnership on 35 between Seletswane and van Buren.
They've done really well here, South Africa. The way that they're building up each and every partnership, it's impressive. Putting a lot of pressure on the Bangladeshi bowlers. Iqbal Hussain Imon, still the most prolific with 2. Naeem, with the key wickets of Modiri, Diteko. Every single bowler going at over 3s tells you how well South Africa are scoring on 220 for 3 after 56 overs. We are going to grab ourselves a cup of tea, so will the players, and so should you. Gonna see you again in about 15 minutes for the resumption of play on the 3rd session.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
We're back after that tea break with Michel van Buren and Richard Seletwane making their way back onto the field. A much needed tea break, you would say, from Bangladesh, because it just started looking that South Africa are getting a few more runs than what they would like. Bangladesh, better innings, slower run rate that they kept South Africa, and were able to also pick up the 2 wickets. A very, very important wicket of Diteko Modiri in particular, getting that 113. Daniel Smith also dismissed for 49 before he could get to his half century. My name is KG Masubelele. Will be hanging out with me in solo commentary for the next 30 minutes as Mpendula Magubani will be coming back afterwards as take a bit of a recap of the game so far. Diteko Modiri getting that 113 of 138. We say Mohamed Manak did not trouble the scorers, not from 2. Daniel Smith 49 from 82. And Michel van Buren and Seletwane currently at the wicket with Michel van Buren 135 from 74. Seletwane also going on 26. As you see the partnerships. Diteko Modiri and Daniel Smith managing to get that 117 from 168 balls. Michel van Buren and Diteko Modiri also good partnership of 62, and the current partnership going between Seletwane and Van Buren. The bowling, the Amon has picked up the 2 wickets, and the other wicket taker being Naeem, 16 overs, 1 for 49. As South Africa, after 56 overs, find themselves on 220 for 30. Just the 3 extras that have been bowled by Bangladesh. So good disciplined bowling from Bangladesh, making sure that they don't give away free runs. But there's been a couple of times where fielding could have been better. South Africa managing to go through for those singles, and sometimes those ones into twos into threes. It's a first 4-day match between the 2 teams taking place in Potchefstroom before moving on to Benoni, starting next week Sunday. Richard Seletwane 20 from 41. Did looked a bit troubled before the end of that last session. A couple of times coming down, trying to hit big over the field, but not getting the elevation that he was looking for. There was an edge also in the last over before the tea break. Biblop edging him off, just put down that first slip. And Rohan will be continuing with the bowling. Coming over the wickets to Richard Seletwane, currently on 20 from the 41 deliveries that he has faced so far. Third and last session of this first match between South Africa emerging and Bangladesh. So it's going to be a very important session for both the teams. Who goes into day 2 in a better state? Rohan to Seletwane. First up, just a gentle one to Seletwane for dot ball. This is start here from Rowan with two dot balls after the tea break. Seletswane needs to also understand where the game is. The stats that we've seen as a signal as the fielders hanging on deep. The stats that we've seen in the first two sessions were quite similar. The first three overs, as we just see that one again, just a push to the offside, allowing for that single. The stat that we've seen in the first two sessions have been quite similar, with Bangladesh starting quite well and then picking up a wicket, both times with Imran being the one that has picked up the wicket. So South Africa will be looking at ensuring that it's not a similar start in this third session. We look to see if they don't lose the wicket in the first 5-6 overs and then take it from there. Change of attack from Rowan, deciding to come around the wickets to Mitchell van Buren after operating from over the wickets to Seletswane. Pushed to the offside for another single. 2 runs so far from the first 5 balls. Now it's about closing off the over, which is important for both teams. How can the bowler close off the over without going for runs? The batter also. Last thing that you want to do is to lose a wicket in the last ball of an over. Dead ball there from Rowan. He's not ready to deliver that one. Oh, betting the outside edge. That is a very good ball from Rowan. See, that pitch outside the leg stump went past the off stump. That is a vicious turn on that ball there from Rowan. Very good ball to end the 57th over with South Africa on 2-2-2 for 3. Double Nelson, as we call it. It's good to see also Biblop continuing. Had a very good over before the tea break. Getting the edge of the bat of Seletswane, unfortunately was put down. We also did see him bowling that googly, just to show a bit of variation that he has, Biblop. "57 overs. Very good, almost 2 hours, you'd say, coming through here. Lots of spin bowlers Bangladesh have. Stuck gently down to that long off for a single. I've already seen 3 fast bowlers from Bangladesh. So no doubt that they'll be getting their allocated overs through in the day's play. So you know how important that over rate is, especially when you want to play for the main team, because there are some penalties that are carried out if you don't bowl the full allocated overs. As we see, once again flighted up. We do also see some drift from Biblop. The leg spinner getting the ball to tail in. But just like that, in the air, the ball looks to be tailing in. And it just bounces and goes the opposite direction. So very good bowling here from Biblop. There's that drift. Richard Seletswane, not too sure how far it's going to turn. Shot a bit of a loose delivery that time, allowing Richard Seletswane to just hang back. That good fielding at point. Probably should have been put to the boundary there. It was a bit of a loose delivery from a biplop. Nicely flattened in the air. It's just that one that a batter can sometimes found wanting. Can easily get a leading edge. There's also a slip in waiting. There's that extra cover in a catching position. Two straight that time from Biplop. And a single to end the 58th over. South Africa emerging move to 224 for 3. Richard Sulutan is still going well. 22 from the 50. Been found wanting on a couple of times, but still there at the wicket. That's the most important thing. There's a couple of times where you felt that his wicket could have been taken, especially in the last over before the tea break. Just edging one to that first slip that was put down. One to continue coming around over the wickets rather to Seletswane. This time just getting back, hitting it to that offside, should be coming back for 2. That's an easy 2 from the 2 batters. One wonders if maybe Bangladesh was thinking maybe just get a sim bowler in. Both the sessions, Amon has picked up wickets early on in his bowling spell. So you got to ask yourself that maybe could he have come in, tried to pick another wicket. Reverse sweep that time. Very safe shot. Did say how difficult it will be to get an RBW coming over the wickets to the right-hander. So, never in trouble, always pitching outside that leg stump. One more fielder just crossing the pitch. A bit naughty there, not jumping with his spikes onto the pitch. Another one just pitching outside that leg stump. Richard Seletswane has got a bit of a similar trait to Joss Butler, the way that he just shakes his shoulders just before he faces the ball. There's a way for him to just get himself ready to face up to the bowler. Third over after that tea break. It's an important about 5-6 overs to start off this from South Africa. Once again, just hanging back for that. Another dot ball. 4th dot ball in a row. All to Richard Seletswane. That's another dot ball to end off the 59th over. South Africa emerging. Move on to 226 for 3. Going at a run rate of 3.83. Van Buren going nicely on 37 from 77 balls. And Richard Seletswane 24 from the 56 balls that he has faced. A nice warm day in Potchefstroom. There's The current partnerships, Smith and Diteko, 117, Van Buren and Diteko, 62. The current partnership, unbeaten, Seletswani and Van Buren, 41 from the 89 balls that they've faced together. Biblop to continue with the bowling. Handy, very handy leg spinner, Biblop. There's that drift that we spoke about. Head down to that long off for a single. Easy as you like. And, you see there's a nice drift in the air there. Nice and slow. Good pace here from Biblop. Not bowling too quickly. Allowing the ball to bounce and turn. Once again, this time a full drive from Seletswani down to that super boundary on the offside. Another single, two singles in a row. Let's wait for it. Just open the face of the bat there. Richard Seletswani. Bit of a change in the field. So again, in between those men catching there, that's a very good shot from Mitchell van Buren. Rizwan does come around to keep it down to just the two. Too full, bit of a low full toss there. There is one coming around, ensuring that that doesn't go to the boundary. Bit short there from Biblop. Yet another easy single, you want to say, to the offside. A shortish delivery there from Biblop. He wants to get that a bit fuller than that. Maybe look to get the batters coming on the front foot rather than playing from the back foot. Ooh, that googly. Sharp turn of a googly there from Biblop to Seletswani. You can see there's something that is, I want to say, a bit easier for the batters to pick up is that quick arm action when that googly is coming out. You can almost see a subtle change in the action. Just keeping your eye on the ball. But this time, Richard Seletswani hanging back, hitting it to the offside, a bit of a juggle, and that allows the batters to come through for two. Good running from South Africa. 7 runs coming from that over. 60 overs done, 233 for 3. Current situation, 235 dot balls, 77 singles. We've spoken about how good they've run between the wickets. 19 twos, 4 threes, 21 fours, and the 3 sixes. From the bat of Diteko Modiri. A very good innings of 113 runs early on. Marwan will be continuing with the bowling. Got to ask yourself that maybe 1 or 2 overs from a seam bowler, an M1 in particular, try to replicate the start of the first and the second session, getting a wicket early on. Bangladesh have decided to go through with spin bowling. Mostly hit from the bat of Mitchell van Buren, but there is protection on that boundary. And the Robin doing the cleaning up on that offside boundary. As we have mentioned that Rowan looks to attack from different lines to the different batters, over the wickets to Seletswani, around the wickets to Van Buren. Bit of a change in the fielding. Man coming in at short leg there. In the Mid-wicket coming from the offside, just coming across. So different type of field positions also for Richard Seletswane. Good opportunity for Richard here to score some runs. So again, seeing some good turn from Rowan. Not afraid to pitch the ball outside the leg stump, knowing that there is assistance in terms of the turn that is getting of the surface here. Another one on the leg side. And once again, you can just see that Rowan knows that there's enough turn. As he pitches the ball way outside the leg stump, but there is enough turn for the ball to come into the batter. Can tempt the batter to also go for the sweep shot. Because if you look at the line and you say that it's safe to get down on the knee even if it hits your pads, it is pitching outside that leg stump, so the likelihood, actually no chance of being giving out LBW. So again, hanging back, Richard Seletswane, plugging it into those gaps on the offside for another single. 61 overs done, 235 for 3. Just the 2 runs coming from the previous over from Rowan. 4 dot balls in a row, but he balled to Richard Seletswane. Good partnership, 50 partnership between the 2 batters. Seletswane, 28 from the 64, Van Buren. His contribution to this partnership, 21 from the 37, 50 of 101. Going at a strike rate of just about 49, the 2 batters. Biblop will continue. An exciting bowler to watch. Does have that googly in his armor. He's been bowling nice and slow there. Send him back for another one. It's a hit straight to man at point. Not allowing it to go through. Bit of movement in the field. Man at point just being moved behind square a bit. Two men waiting for that back foot. Straighter at the time from Biblop. Well handled by Seletswane. Just gently hitting it down to that long off for a single. You can see a different line of attack there from Biblop. Most of the time has been on that off stump, fourth stump type of a line. That one more on the middle to leg stump. Good bowling here from Biblop. That is the very good length to be bowling at. It is a game of groupings and trying to put the ball in a similar position for long periods of time. A bit shorter there from Biblop this time. Mitchell van Buren hanging back, hitting it onto the leg side. Bit of footwork to stop that going to the boundary. That is 2 runs. Safety boundary. Wanted to hit it harder, just looked to come off the bottom of the bat there. Fifth ball from Biblop. Good over so far. Just that one bit of a loose delivery that went for 2 runs. 3 runs so far, the first 5 balls. Biblop still going to Mitchell van Buren. It's going well here. 44 from the 84 balls that he has faced. NWU just doing some cleaning up. 4 runs from that over. 62 overs gone. 239 for 3 South Africa. Naeem looks to be coming back into the attack. The spinner who picked up his 301st first-class wicket. The wicket, the big wicket of Diteko Modiri. Got him caught at that mid-off. Mitchell van Buren has picked up that rate that he went on early on. 45 from the 85 balls that he has faced. Seletswane on his 29, a patient 29, 66 balls. It's been a couple of times that Seletswane has looked to come out and play a big shot. Hasn't worked out as well as we would have liked. Naeem coming around the wickets to Van Buren. Down the wicket this time from Van Buren. Was looking for a single, but turned it down. Meets it exactly where the ball is bouncing. Nicely hung in the air there from Naeem. Not afraid to give the ball a flight. Continue to come around the wickets, Naeem, to Seletswane. It looks like it's the preferred mode of attack here from Naeem. He's been coming around the wickets. Even the wicket of Diteko Modiri was from coming around the wickets. And of course, if you do get a wicket from a certain way of attacking, then you want to continue in the same way because you feel that there is something in there, especially on a flat wicket where you feel like there's more that you want to do. Oh, maybe too high, maybe too high. That looked like it might just be going over the stumps. We will look at that again. Confident. Oof. Look like just one of those that is probably just going over. Patient line, hitting the top of the pad. Got to feel that it's one of those that probably DRS might have been more on umpire's call. But we obviously do not have that in this match. It's tucked away to the leg side for a single to end the 68th third over, 241 for 3. You can see the confidence that we... The South African innings so far, Diteko Modiri 113 over 138. Manak not troubling the fielders. Smith 49 from 82. Van Buren 46 from 88. And Seletswane on 30 from 69, both not out. We'll have a change in commentary with Mpendulo Magobane coming into commentary.
$241 for 3. Doesn't look too bad for South Africa emerging. Doesn't look too bad at all. Richard Seletswane. Seletswane drives it through. An easy single It's just been part of the process here for South Africa emerging. They've really have not had a problem being able to rotate the strike. And the problem is Bangladesh just have not been able to counter the problem. Very healthy run rate. Little full toss from Biblop. Gives it some lob. You understand the idea, trying to take out the drive. See that late drift. Still evident as ever for Animal Biblop. Neat hands from Mitchell van Buren. Chase from Naeem's going to keep it to 2. Very nice hands from Mitchell van Buren. He is batting nicely. Continuing exactly from the platform that was set by Mdiri Ditego, carried on by Daniel Smith. And so now the captain doing it. Look at how he just opens up the face of the bat right at the pitch of the ball. Very nice batting from the captain of the emerging side. It's a good partnership as well between Van Buren and Seletswane. A complete juxtaposition from the other partnerships that we've seen where they are being scored at 5s and 4s. This one being scored at half. But you don't mind it. It's exactly what you want. Being able to control the tempo of the innings. It's a good-looking shot. Exactly to the fielder, though, Zakir Hassan. Shouldn't mind that too much, because they still find the gaps. 3 runs from the over already. Great stop from Zakir Hassan. Excellent commitment from the captain. A captain's shot to a captain's fielding effort. Dots it up. It was also covered behind from Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan, so it was probably going to end up being maximum 2. Saved a lot of runs, Captain Zakir Hassan, after 64. 244 for 3. It's an important innings, this, for Richard Seletswane. 31 from 70. He's been controlling it pretty well. He has the 2 poles, the deep square leg, and the long on. So if you try to take me on for 6s, make sure that you know where you're going, Seletswane. Mdiri Ditego got to 100 runs with a gorgeous explosive shot over the cow corner for 6. A slog sweep that went for 6. That's the only space Richard Seletswane has over the in-ring. Stopped at mid-wicket. So the 2 fielders who are inside, they are in a staggered setup. Deep square leg. Mid-wicket. Now they've put in a short leg. So much pressure on Seletswane's bat. But he drives it too wide. Not a good ball from Naeem. And a top-notch shot from Richard Seletswane. How effortless did he make that look? Goes for 4. South Africa are 2 shy from 250. It's a stupendous cricket shot from Richard Seletswane to get himself to 35 runs. The selection of shots is just wonderful. Was looking to find long on, just consolidate the boundary. But already with that 4, they're decimals above their current run rate, so they'll keep growing it. Good ball. And so with them getting 4 runs in the over, it means that though it might be marginal, they're still growing that run rate. Not going to stop that, Zakir Hassan. It's only going to taste the boundary. It's overpitched from Naeem. And overcommitment from Richard Seletswane beats the diving captain. Flies all the way to the boundary despite what seems a little touch from Hassan. Very strong shots from Seletswane. 250 runs up for South Africa emerging. Have really controlled the innings well. 84 ones and 21 twos. They've ran 105 times. That is a lot of running to support what has been good boundaries. 23 fours. They've scored more runs running than boundaries because they've been doing that. It's been so neat. Mitchell van Buren moves to 49. I don't know if their opposition can replicate this, but Bangladesh should be taking notes for when they come into bat. It's not just about boundaries. (39-49). Biplop has been bowling well, but it seemed like Seletswane, van Buren and Ditego, they've been able to have the answer for Biplop, being able to just move the ball around. There was a dropped catch off Biplop as well. Good amount of drift. Compensated for by Seletswane. Pushes it down to the covers for 1. It's been very good usage of spin. Bangladesh keeping the over rate flowing, but also at the same time, South Africa able to use that flow to keep the score ticking. Mitchell van Buren, the captain, he's on 49. Oi, don't make that mistake. Just holds up on the surface a little bit for Van Buren. He completes the shot way too early. Almost leads it back to Biplop. Soft hands from Van Buren saved him. And he's been using those soft hands very nicely to nurdle the ball around the oval. Just like that. In the style of the innings, Mitchell van Buren ticks off yet another half-century in first-class cricket. It's well-deserved from Captain Mitchell van Buren, but the job is not done. 50 from 96 deliveries for Mitchell van Buren. Richard Seletswane gives him a rightful fist bump. The dugout gives him cheerful celebrations. 50 from 96 from Van Buren. Ooh, the wrong one from Biplop. That is wonderfully bowled. The scarcity in which he delivers that ball makes it a real surprise. Gorgeous ball. Even fooled Ankon behind the wickets. Seletswane gives him the nod. Mitchell van Buren just gesticulating where the ball was doing. Had bounced high, but Seletswane still has a smile on his face because he knows he faced a good one. And smiling because he can see yet another over. Still having the 2 poles of the deep mid-wicket and the long on. They're pushing down the point as well. It's a very quick outfield. tired legs, long legs from Naeem, so just offering more protection down at point. That's why he has protection down at square leg, but it's way too fine. A beautiful swivel from Mitchell van Buren. Sends it down to deep. Fine leg for 4. Just a bit too straight from Naeem, a bit too short as well. Plays it with the spin, Mitchell van Buren, so he just picks up the momentum of the ball nicely, and down to the boundary it goes. Really good shots from Captain van Buren. It's excellent display of batting. It's exactly what you should do in 4-day cricket. You wait. The bowlers get baited. Then you catch your prize. You can see he has playing with full flair. All the swagger in the world now, Mitchell van Buren. He backs up the 73 that he scored in the last innings that he batted. Was not the greatest display from South Africa emerging, being bowled out for 166. But he scored 73 of those 166. Here he is now. Good hands from Seletswane. Good call from Van Buren. This is what we're talking about. You should trust what your partner is seeing, especially if they have been there for a long time. Seletswane just heard the yes call. Though he was ball watching, he just listened to what Van Buren said and responded to the call. So Van Buren wouldn't throw his man under the bus. That's why he made the call very loud. .55 from 99. It's a modest innings, but with great composure for Mitchell van Buren. Just allows the ball to come to him. And look at how far the ball traveled with such a little dab. It's not easy for the Bangladeshis. They snake out 6 runs from the over. Run rates slowly and slowly going back up to 4. After 67, it's 261 for 3 for South Africa emerging. After Imon's wickets, Naeem came and took the crucial one of Mudiri Ditego, but that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago at 185. No one else has been able to make the breakthrough. What's even worse, all the economy rates are starting to increase now. They were on the low 3s. Now they are all over 3.5, except for Naeem. That's why he's taking the load of the overs, hoping that he can find another one with his strange strategy of coming around the wicket to the right-handers, which has served him well by taking the wickets of Mudiri Ditego. But the leg spinner being in usage with the right arm off spinner. Biblop continues his deliveries. Quick, soft hands from Seletswane. Just gets the ball to bounce before the first slip. Really helps this idea of playing the ball with soft hands. Rip off a ball from Biblop. But you can see that Seletswane has spent time there, understands the pace of the wicket much better now. Should keep it there, Biblop. Should keep it there. Ifty, just on the side of your picture, standing at very short extra cover. Good leave. It was so tempting from Biblop. It's decisions like those that keep the partnership alive. 76 from 139. It's going just at a touch over a run every 2 balls. That's pretty good, especially when you are recovering from losing the big wicket. 2 googlies in a row, a little bit of confusion. Good responding from Mitchell van Buren. Very good response. They thought that the run was there, but Richard Seletwane saw the threat coming. He made a huge call of no to bash down the yes. Good decision for Van Buren to take the no. Seletwane was going to the danger end on top of that, so he saw the danger, refused the run. Still good going here for Biblop. He's really going for it now, just tempting him with all different types of deliveries here, Biblop. He left one which was that wide first, but that was a googly. This one, a heavy leg break. You can see the effort that he pulls through the crease as well, Biblop. Really rings the ball through his wrists. That's why that thing is so hard to control. Your fingers have less control when you compare it to your off spinners. So an active wrist can really throw off the alignment, making it that much harder to control just the line. So think about the length. A maiden, a well-delivered maiden from Biblop. Well charged from Seletwane, and after 68, it's 261 for 3.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rugby flex. Play it now on your sport today.
$55 for Van Buren. 41 for Seletwane. Imagine 3 players now getting into half centuries. That's going to be something, with Daniel Smith falling short on 49. They've really come back to pick up the scraps. So getting your medium pace bowler, in comes Animal Haq. He's bowled 8 overs. They're going to push down. Trying to apply the pressure. The new ball is 12 overs away. Get him in for a nice 5 over, 6 over spell. Use a spin on the other side to keep the rate going. Quicken the path to the new ball. Then back will come Imon and Chowdhury. Especially if there's no wickets within these next 12 overs. So Animal Haq is going to try to nab a wicket here. There's no slip fielders, so it's maximum defense coming from the Bangladeshis. Gali awaits when they want to drive the ball erroneously. Starts a little bit too straight here, Animal Haq. Both Seletwane and Van Buren will be happy about that. Have a deep, fine leg. Deep mid-wicket as well, so they exploits that. Beats the inner ring. Deep backward square. Has a lot of space to cover. It's such gentle batting from Mitchell van Buren. Really caresses the ball so well. It's as if he has soft cotton in his hands. It's a commendable style of cricket. That's where Animal Huck needs to bowl. Wire. On and on. That's where he needs to bowl, and then the crowd is going to go enjoy it much more. That's the food area behind here in Butchefstroom. There'll be smiles on their faces watching some quality cricket here at JB Marks Oval. We're also having a great time here watching this. For those who have real purity of cricket in them, really going to be enjoying this. It's excellent bowling from Animal Huck. It's really good. It looks so boring because it's not and just fighting you as the batter. It's always on you. But with the score on 262 for 3, they relaxed. They're not pretty fast. Andile Simelane is padded up by Andamajola with his beanie behind. Pretty strong coaching unit put together for this team. Headed by told by Malima Keta at the top, the head coach. Very attentive watching the game. It is intriguing indeed. Should be taking lessons on how well to bat. Really should be taking notes. But the team is headed by Coach Malima Keta and Coach Wandi Guavu. Gives them a nice one, Animal. Says, take the drive, Seletwane. Seletwane obliges, but straight to the hands of the fielder. It's very nicely done from Animal Huck. We're speaking about the idea of it looking boring because it's not and giving you big problems. It constantly challenges the batter to play the ball, even if when they don't want to, even when they know they won't score from it. The mid-wicket is also there, standing very close. Good bowling from Animal. This is the stuff. It's excellent. Only one run from the over. That was an erroneous ball that came to the hips. And down it went to fine leg for 1 for 4. And because of bowling like that, the control from Biblop and Naeem, that run rate is falling down at 3.23. No boundaries still. A lot of running between the two. So they've run 30 times over the 13 overs. Good consistency in the over rates between session 1 and session 2, 28-28. Bound to get more in session number 3. That was a very nice over to watch from Biblop. Kept it very classic. Right at the stumps. Just getting the ball to nip into the right-hander too. A short extra cover. You don't bowl it there if you want the short extra cover. You do not bowl it there. Slashed away by Mitchell van Buren in front of square even. Way for 4 it goes. Sput was speaking about the head position of Mitchell van Buren, that it does not move until there's contact with the ball. There's no way you are not going to middle it. Gets into position so early because he's been there for a while and can read the length well, read the speed well. Perfectly orthodox from Mitchell van Buren in all senses. This partnership now has also grown to 81 runs. It's lasted for 25 overs. That's the bad part here for Bangladesh. It's lasted for so long. Been out there since over 44. Goodness me, that's a long time ago. And the more you just bat, the more you get comfortable with everything, the more it's just so much fun. Which is why Modiria Ditego was so unhappy losing his wicket after scoring 113. Can you imagine? But that's the hunger you want. Emerging side, you emerge with 100. You want that to be big, especially if you looked as good as Modiri Dutego did. So Mitchell van Buren, looking as good as he is too, that 100 is something that he stores far away. But he'll be wanting to get it if he plays shots like that. It's absolutely fantastic from Mitchell van Buren. Rohan doesn't stand a chance. A big blow from Mitchell van Buren down the ground. A little bit short from Biblop once more. It was an incredibly powerful shot from Mitchell van Buren. And he takes 8 runs from the over already. 270 runs for South Africa emerging. Full toss, but there is protection. If it gets there. Big efforts from Animal Haq. He just finished an over. Big responsibility for him to try and stop that. It's 12 from the over. To be fair, the ball gets what it deserves. A full toss, a gift really. Wonderful sweep as it goes for 4 for Mitchell van Buren. He's been good at it as well. 70 overs completed. It's 274 for 3. Another big partnership coming together, 274 for 3, 10 overs to go. They'll be praying for that new ball, Bangladesh, so that they can prevent this from going any further by Mitchell van Buren and Richard Seletswane. What I love most about this partnership as well is the distribution of runs between the two, almost identical, despite Van Buren giving more. It's a good backup for a 62 partnership, and that 62 was a great backup for a magnificent 117-run partnership. So this is what you want as a coach, this is what you want as a team that's batting. When one partnership falls, the other takes time to build itself up, and then all of a sudden, if it stays there long enough, the runs follow suit. So this one is on 89 for Seletswane and Van Buren. Animal bowled a great over. And that's why they have that short mid-wickets there. Iftikhar Ifti also is a very good fielder. And he's just standing there because this ball is nipping into Richard Seletswane. So he might just pop this in the air if Seletswane completes his shots early enough. And so what's very good from Richard here is that he's waiting for the ball as long as he possibly can and plays it under his eye and tries to keep it down. He knows the threat of Iftikhar Ifti standing there at short mid-wickets. So he's trying to clear that short mid-wickets, which he does so well, but now he has to deal with another threat. Can he get past Naeem, who's standing at mid-on? This is why this is such good bowling from Animal Haq, because he's bowling to places where the batter has no choice but to hit the ball to where the fielder is standing. You have less than a second to react from when the ball is released to when you play. So everything is automatic it's a reflex. So your reflex is just finding the fielder. It's all a reflex. And so you want it to be a reflex when you're a player. You want it to be automatic. Because the moment you have to think yourself out of a problem, you just break your tempo a little bit. So Animal Haq is forcing the ball into the pads of Seletswane so he can fight those 3 fielders who are in front of him. Short mid-wicket, short, another mid-wicket basically, and a shortish mid-on. So everyone is just tight under his eye line. Simple strategy. It's going to be tough to stop it when it goes down the ground, though, especially on this very dry surface. It's a big chase. Naeem, he cannot stop it. What a shot from Richard Seletswane. Pure timing. Just opens the face of the blade. it's the timing, waiting for the ball until it's right under his eye. Naeem, Zakir, neither could stop it. Excellently done from Seletswane. And it feels like that dispels the work in this over, but not really, because his previous over was a maiden over. And I don't think that was the worst ball. Just excellently done from Seletswane. That's even better. Oh, that was nailed from Seletswane. That's perfectly planned. He moves to 49. What more can you say? My word. The cover fielder was just running to it, so was Rohan. Just going to grab it over the boundary. He moves to 49 now, Richard Seletswane. He has 49 runs now, Richard Seletswane. Keep it clean. Seletswane keeps it clean. 49 from 97. Kagisho Masobelele joins us in commentary. From here, you have to be adding another close to 100 runs as South Africa. Get yourself another 60, get yourself another 70, get to 350. You would have done really well. Still, if we finish the scheduled number of overs, which should be 27 from now, from a time perspective, you ask if that is possible. So maybe another 20 overs from now. Makes sense that it's another 20 overs remaining in the day. So if there's 18 overs remaining, they can add themselves another 60 runs here and get themselves in a really strong position if you start day 2 at 340 for 3. Excellently done. That is arguably his worst single of his entire innings. Gets the heavy inside of the bats. That's just how clinical he's been. 50 from 99 deliveries. It's probably bad underarm throw. Van Buren is wondering, what's happening? It's just while he's been able to control his pacing here, Richard Seletswane. It's actually a very good innings for a number 5's player for the type of situation that he's come into. 50 from 100 balls. So patient. Mitchell van Buren, 49 runs. Equal contribution. Van Buren aggressing, Seletswane keeping it anchored. The real funny thing is that you say it was a matter of time until he skied one. He actually skied one to get himself off the mark as he smashed one over for 4. It was a dangerous shot over the mid-off, but it worked and it got himself 4. So I'd actually argue with you, KG, that it was exactly after that shot. It was exactly after that shot where he just calmed down. Because he's hit that 4 after getting to double-digit balls. And then after that 4, he's just started breathing a bit more because there was no longer pressure for him to get anywhere and more runs. Got a healthy deflection to save Seletswane off the wicketkeeper. So maybe your argument is true, KG. Maybe after tea he did calm down, had some chamomile. I mean, when he did start off his innings, you felt like he was just going to give you something down the leg. So they really reinforced that leg side, having a short leg, having a leg gully, having a short square leg even. It's like they had everything under that area. The way he manipulated the field was so amazing, to not use any of those fielders and actually access the other sides of the ground. And so now they've gone all-round defensive because even for Richard Seletswane, there's no use to put that much pressure on the bats when they are so comfortable. Very nicely done from Mitchell van Buren. What would a silly point or a short mid-wicket do about that? Very little. So now they have to defend. buy the easy runs. Think that needs to be written across every batter's kit bag. You buy the runs. You can't just go with there and think that it's all willy-nilly, especially after you saw what Mudiri Ditego did. Good call from Seletswane. Rush back, Mitchell van Buren. He had made his ground. Had made his ground. Big call from Richard Seletswane to send Van Buren back. And good response for Van Buren to go back. Yeah, he knew also that Seletswane is going to the danger end. He knew that it's putting him in trouble. So it's a good reason for Van Buren to turn back. And he's quick enough and agile enough to actually do it.
But then you have to sacrifice the first 11 months of the year. So with the batting, it becomes a similar type of conversation where you feel that there is a time where bowlers are going to be coming at you, they're going to be hard. You might score those 30 runs early on, might survive early on. Then you get yourself to this position where you get the interest.
I was walking around the field at Irene County Club for the men's emerging 50-over games. Ludwig Schult had scored 51. And I'm speaking to him on the field as I'm walking around. I'm like, hey, Ludwig, well played, bro. Speak about his innings a little bit. Still fielding, overchanged, so I can just nip some time from him. And he tells me, he's like, bro, my 50 was a mistake. I'm like, what do you mean it was a mistake? They're like, it just happened. I wasn't in control of the innings. I just saw the ball fly to the boundary. I saw it go into space and I ran. But I got 50. And that's the idea, where you stay in midst of pressure. You ride that pressure. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in a position where you never thought you'd be, regardless of how you're feeling. The game rewards you for your efforts.
It's tucked away, but there is somebody just behind square. It's again, very responsible cricket here from Richard Seletswane. Couple of overs earlier, or some overs earlier, you would have found that man in that almost no man's land, but now they are fully at the boundary. And Richard Seletswane, having identified that there's not the one that you want to come down and hit it over, it's the one that you just want to hit into the ground.
You know, the funny thing is, they're still keeping the score ticking, but remember when Mudiri Ditego was batting with Van Buren, they would punish that long on for being on the boundary and force twos. That partnership was so good. It was so good because on instances where you think it's a simple one, that first one is already ran. And by the time the fielder needs to throw, they're already halfway off the second one, putting pressure on the fielders. And so that's why that partnership was played at such a quicker rate compared to the others as well. But this is a different way to build your partnership that is effective in a different strategy.
And it's what we spoke about in terms of the phases of the game and what that phase demands from you as a batting team or a bowling team. And if this is the type of one where you want to say South Africa are taking it a little bit easier, they're very relaxed. The one between Diteko Mudiri and, not that they were not taking it easy, but that time between Diteko Mudiri and Mitchell van Buren, there was a bit of a rebuild that was happening after losing the wicket of Daniel Smith, coming off a good partnership. Diteko Mudiri was on. He was seeing the ball like a soccer ball. And both of them had that energy. Mitchell van Buren, because he wasn't hitting the boundaries, had a lot of energy to run a lot, knowing that that's the best way for him in that phase of the game to get the runs that he required until he can keep, pick up his scoring rate.
Reading the game situation. It's not as easy as it looks. Especially when you have the bowling team with their tail up. They feel like they can grab another wicket with any other ball that's coming.
It's of course easier for us to speak about tactics and the way to go sitting from here because we don't have any pressure to face anyone. We just look at the game and what it is. But the batters, when they're out there, there's a lot for them to think about. Not just the tactics where they want to be, but they still have to take it ball by ball and see how they go about it.
And they hardly have premeditated shots. To my best knowledge, the only reverse sweep I can think about was reversed for 4.
Mitchell van Buren.
And that was still during that period where they had just lost the wicket of Mudiri Ditego. Richard Seletwane hadn't scored after facing 11 balls. And so everything was just going a little bit funny for South Africa. But then after the tip interval for Richard Seletwane, after Mitchell van Buren started taking over the partnership, they've really made no mistakes.
Full toss tucked to the leg side and a quick single has come through. Very good running between the two batters. And that shot that we talk about, just see that one again from Richard Seletwane, just easily tucking it away to the leg side. And that shot that you're talking about in terms of the reverse sweep, it was on for Mitchell van Buren. Also, there was safety on that shot because of the line of attack that Bangladesh had put in, where the LBW was always going to be difficult. Similar to Diteko Mudiri getting to the 100, the LBW was going to be difficult. 76 overs done, 293 for 3. And that will be the drinks break. Looks nice and warm out there. See Mitchell van Buren taking his helmet. Bit of sweat. Good day, nice blue skies. South Africa emerging. Diteko Mudiri 113 of 138. Manak not troubling the scorers at all. Daniel Smith just missing out on that half century. Van Buren 75 of 122, going on as well as Richard Seletwane 53 of the 113 deliveries that he has faced.
Imon really started on fire, didn't he? Broke that first partnership just for 5 runs in the 3rd over. But he couldn't do much against Smith and Ditego. That partnership between Smith and Ditego was manufactured by boundaries. That was the boundary partnership. The Van Buren and Ditego 62 partnership was the hard-running partnership. 2s where there are no 2s, 3 where there are no 3s. And the 108 partnership is the sturdy, gritty partnership, which taking 1s and 2s in slow motion. And when you combine them all together, you see the economy rates of the Bangladeshis now really start to climb up. Biblop is on the 4s, Animal is on the 3.7s. Imon and Rizwan are probably being saved for the new ball. And tons of the load carried by Naeem, who took the crucial breakthrough of Mudiri Ditego. But still, when you look down at the bottom at the fall of wickets, nothing since 185 runs.
Yeah, you would say you want, especially if you had 6 bowlers that have bowled, you want at least 2 bowlers that are going at like that 2.7, 2.8. because that is the pressure that you're going to create. But if everybody is going at 3.5, 3.7 plus, it means that the batters keep on scoring off them, so there's not enough pressure sustained for a long period of time. As we see Mitchell van Buren getting a bit of a break, or rather being stretched out, has been there for a long time. We spoke about the different phases of the innings that he has played. Good one with Diteko Modiri, and then is another one now with Richard Siletswane. A lot of running that we've seen from Mitchell van Buren, pushing those twos into threes, those ones into twos.
It's been a lot. 293 for 3, piling on the runs. 76 overs gone as the players continue having drinks.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
At 293 for 3. We were speaking about the reverse sweep that Mitchell van Buren had played earlier. That it was the only shot that was out of the ordinary, but it was a shot under extraordinary circumstances where the pressure was being applied by Bangladesh. So the first runs of Siletswane going down the track, smashing it over for 4. And then Mitchell van Buren, that reverse sweep to just assert his dominance over the crease. Those shots, as you explained, the Van Buren reverse sweep was totally on. There was safety behind the shot. Richard Siletswane, the mid-off, was hanging in between the boundary and the ring. So taking it over the top was a shot that was on. Going down the track, it was on because there was enough width. And so even though the shots were risky and they were in tough circumstances, still the selection of taking that route to make the shot happen at that particular moment in time still shows out that their shot selection has been on point ever since they started their innings, despite some small hiccups. But every single time when there's a tough decision for them to make, they have come up with the responsible answer.
That was a good make of good batters, of coming up with the good answers in critical moments of the game. That one shot that can just change things a little bit. Hit the ball over, then now they start thinking we need to get the guy through. Diteko Modiri earlier did it well, played a lap sweep, and then all of a sudden, then there's somebody behind, there's a space that's opening up on the offside. So that is the art of batting, of you almost want to pull the bowlers to your side. The best way to do that is picking those right moments to do what you need to do. The bowlers get thinking quite a lot to say, oh, hang on, maybe that's not working out, let's try something new.
That first ball from Van Buren, just a little frustrated that it didn't get to 1. I assure you, if that was before drinks, that's going for 1. Maybe even going for 4. Just shows you that you can switch off just for a bit during that break. And so you must allow yourself a little bit of time to get yourself back into your rhythm. So it's okay if this goes for 1 or 2 runs, especially when they bring back Naeem, who's the one who controls the innings.
Yeah, in terms of the spin bowlers, we would say Naeem is the one that they're looking for. In terms of the wickets, especially when you speak about his record coming into this game, 300 first-class wickets, just going at 2.9 to the over. So that is someone that knows how to control and also get wickets. Single of the bat once again from Mitchell van Buren.
When good players are in good touch, they make even the simple things look good. Big flary shot from Van Buren. You'd think it playing like that for a boundary, but he knew that he's playing it for one. But you just need to show that you are so in the game.
Just on the inside half of the bet there to end the 77th over. South Africa move on to 294 for 3. Side half of the bet there, but no danger. No one at that short leg area that we spoke about for quite some time. And with Bangladesh also, they have to be careful of being ultra defending, that they miss the opportunity for that one wicket ball. Sometimes you just hang around or hang at the back because you're feeling that, oh no, they're coming after us. And then you create a bit of opportunity in that area. So you, once in a while, you have to find a way to say, you know what, maybe just that one ball or that last two balls, I'm going to put somebody under the helmet there, maybe something will happen. Because then otherwise, it just makes it easier for the batters to just feel they can just pluck the ball all around the field and just get in those singles. But just doesn't have to be a full over. Finish just one ball, two balls, get somebody to say, oh, this is the last, especially an over that has went for 4 dot balls. You're like, okay, this is the last ball of the over. Let me get somebody in there. Something might happen.
It really is mind games. A psychological warfare between the bat and ball. Sometimes you move a fielder just to get the batter thinking again, to make him stop and look around at everything again and have to reprocess everything, changing a slight angle here and there. And I know often we speak of the bowlers dictating the pace of the over. Run back to my run up, go again, finish the over in 2-3 minutes. As the batting team, you can do the same. Instead of walking across, you can finish and be ready.
Yeah, keep coming, keep coming. Again, as a bowling team or a batting team or whatever side that you'll be on, is you have to be intentional about the result that you want to get out of not just the game, but out of a phase or out of an over or out of the ball that you're about to bowl. So Bangladesh cannot keep on going that, you know what, we're just going to defend and we hope that something happens, because then you're leaving it in the hands of the opponent. Mitchell van Buren gets another easy single. So there has to be a point where Bangladesh go like, okay, we do have our backs against the ropes here, but let's try to do something. Even if you go and you put a couple of guys that are going to be attacking, you go for 2 boundaries, but there is an intention to try and get a wicket. But if everybody just stays and then you're like, we'll just see if something happens. Yes, they do have that slip fielder in, who is the one attacking fielder that you have, but nothing much happening in that regard. Maybe a couple of guys in front.
Look at those lads walking behind the side screen. That might delay the game for just a moment.
It's like they're walking at the park on a Sunday. Good over. 78 overs down. 295 for 3. And this is the moment. You look at the last 2 or 3 overs or so where South Africa has been going at 1 run, 2 runs, or 3 runs. That's the moment that you feel, okay, South Africa is not scoring anymore. This is our time to see, can we pick a wicket? Maybe you also look and you're like, Emon has gotten us 2 wickets in the first 2 sessions. You want to bring him for an over or 2, not to wait for too long. As we look at the sessions, session 1, 28 overs, going at 4.18 to the over. Session 2, 28 overs, equally going at 3.68. And the third session that is currently in play, 22 overs, going at 3.41. No wickets so far, and 8 fours in this session.
That's session 1, being the Daniel Smith and Ditego show. boundaries galore. It was really fun when the ball was new. And that should be the warning signs for the Bangladesh emerging gentlemen, because that new ball is 2 balls away. And the way the demeanor of Bangladesh is right now, it seems as if they are waiting for that new ball to arrive. Iman hasn't bowled for a while. Rizwan hasn't bowled for a while. Their spin bowler now, Naeem, is getting some treatment. So all signs are saying when the new ball is available, the new ball gets taken. But the problem is, once that new ball is taken and it's being used inappropriately, being landed in the wrong areas, being used inefficiently by the bowlers, it's been a long day. You might switch off mentally. You need to get yourself back on. You might not have the freshness that you had in the morning. If you get it wrong with the new ball, you'll fly away for even more runs, and then you'll get yourself into real trouble.
That is why they say that sometimes it is important that even those seam bowlers that are kind of going to come back for a new ball, maybe just give them an over before the new ball comes so that they get themselves nice and warm. As we spoke about how much easier it is to get the ball to the boundary when it's nice and fresh and new. And if you've got 2 batters, one that has faced 130, the other has faced 170. So these are 2 batters that have been at the wicket for a very, very long time. So when you take that new ball, it might not even trouble them a lot. It might actually help them more than anything, as we see wickets that have fallen so far. With Manak leaving the ball early on, not sure which way it's going. Very, very good ball here from Iman, the young 20-year-old. Start again of the second session. This time getting the wicket of Daniel Smith. Similar type of a ball to different type of batsmen, hitting the top of off. And Niteko Madiri on that 113, just a lapse of concentration there, hitting an easy one to Animal Haq that made off. Couple of Bangladesh players needing some attention, stretch it out. It's been a long day in the field, 78 overs, just picking up the 3 wickets. Must feel that they might be a bit behind. Would have liked to picked up 2 more wickets. Naeem, after getting a bit of medical attention, starting off after that drinks break. 78.1 overs bowled, 295 for 3. Van Birent is holding his bat there, nice and straight, down to that long on. Animal Haq doing the cleaning up. Bit of a Zorro there from Mitch van Birent as the ball was going past him. Drive from Silitani, but there is somebody on that cover. It's just that moment of the game where it looks like Silitani just plugged in that one on the offside. Just moment of that game that it looks like Bangladesh are waiting for something to happen. Everyone feels that there could be more done to try and get a wicket. Be a little bit more intentional of getting that wicket rather than just waiting for something to happen. So it does look like easy pickings for South Africa at the moment. Mind just going for that 1-2, 1-2, taking live out of the game. Just that previous ball. Seletswane looked like he was faking, going for a reverse, and Naeem stopped. Another good over here from Naeem. 4 dot balls from his last five. Important how he closes off this over. Closes it off with a single, try to do a bit of footwork there. So let's just plugging it down. Not too much soccer played in Bangladesh. Not getting the control that we would have liked to get on that one. Good partnership between these two. The important thing for them would be to ensure that they can stay on, not lose another wicket. Especially because Bangladesh is not really attacking or looking to get the wicket. "79 overs, that 1 over away from getting a new ball. Rohan will be continuing. As Bangladesh go, there isn't much that they're getting from this older ball. Maybe as soon as that new ball is available, they can look to get the new ball. Bring Imon out. Bring Rizwan in. See if they can pick up a wicket or two before close of play today. Nicely slopped on that offside. Just relaxed batting here from Van Buren and Seletswane. Haven't been troubled at all here by the Bangladesh bowlers. Rohan, the way that is going now, almost looks like Bangladesh are just going through the emotions here. Can't wait for the end of play. Just delivering that one from wider off the crease. But since that last drinks break, South Africa has been taking it easy, realizing that a wicket here could be good for Bangladesh. So don't want to give them a sniff. Liked how organized Richard Seletswane has looked. Spoke about how he started early on, made it difficult, but since then, full-blooded block into the ground, very frustrating for a bowler. So where do you get a wicket from there? Oh, an opportunity on! Bangladesh were very sure that he got a tickle on it. The Empire Mazizi Kampu is very it's in fact Sajidul Islam confidently saying that is not out. It's moments in these games that you just need one to go your way. You hope that the Empire misses one and just gives out when it's not. Because there hasn't been too much happening. 80 overs done, 297 for 3, going at 3.71. Interestingly, the new ball should be available now for Bangladesh. So waiting game now to see if they will take the new ball or still want to continue with the older cherry for a bit. Spinners look like they will continue operating. So the new ball is available for Bangladesh, but look to be continuing with spin bowling with Naeem. Not too much bowling has been done by Emon. He's only bowled at 9 overs so far. Those 8 overs so far. So one would have thought with the way that the game is going, they would like to bring their seamer back for, even if it's just for 2 or 3 overs. Maybe they feel that spin is the best way if they are going to get something out of this game. So Richard Seletswane has really buckled down, doesn't look in a hurry anymore, putting a lot more value on his wicket, making it difficult for the bowlers to get his wicket. And that's the one that you say that they've just got ultra defense. Maybe this is the moment that Bangladesh should think, bring somebody in, because South Africa is looking to block out. So back the time, a good fit movement to the offside, should race to the boundary. Very good shot there from the bat of Richard Seletswane. There was a man at the boundary, but easily beat him. Moves on to that 58, Richard Seletswane. Not a shot that you'd expect to go to the offside. That ball made contact with it on that middle leg stump line. This time of the day, it's difficult for fielders to chase balls down. It's been a long day in the field, and that's the 300 up also for South Africa. 302 for 3, with the 34s and 3 sixes so far in this innings. So there has been a lot of running. So only 138 runs have come from the boundaries in this 302 that South Africa has made. Just that 1-4 from Richard Seletswane has changed the mode of attack from Naeem. He's now coming around the wickets. He's operating from over the wickets. Block it out. 81 overs done. 302 for 3 rather, South Africa. New ball still available. Does Bangladesh keep on going with the spin bowlers? Looks like the keeper is keeping his helmet on. Look at the hundreds that have come in. The first one, 146 in a good innings. Second one from 158, and this last one, much, much more patient. 181 runs in the last 100. So the hundreds have gotten slower and slower from South Africa. Nice day out here in Potchefstroom. Nice blue skies. Look at the main pavilion on the other side. Rowan to continue with the bowling. Does Mitch van Buren think he can get 100 before close of play? Or just keep on betting patiently till end of play? The signals are definitely there for South Africa. The field spread quite a bit. Very, very full delivery. Almost had to dig it out from his toes there, Mitch van Buren. They look at maybe just getting this fast bowlers in for the last 4 overs of the day. Especially with the new ball available. Quick signal once again from South Africa. Something that they've done quite a lot, as we said. Out of the 303 runs, 138 has been boundaries. The rest have been run by South Africa. Another single. You can see that Bangladesh are hanging back here, even when they are inside the ring. They're just hanging back a bit. It's been the last 30 minutes of just seen South Africa looking to block the ball out. That's why we spoke about earlier on. Maybe get that short leg in, or somebody that changes the way that they're like that. It's nice and easy. Ultra control. 82 overs, 303 for 3. Good partnership between the two DP World Lions batters. Doing good work here for the South African emerging team. Still no new ball for Bangladesh. Continuing with the spin bowlers. Naeem, the man that has picked up so many wickets in first-class cricket. Looking at him to see if they can pick just one more, get the 302nd wicket. Van Buren 20 runs away from what would be a very, very good, well-controlled century. The important thing for Mitchell van Buren is to sleep overnight with his bat still in his hand. Look to come out tomorrow and continue. And the pace that they're going with the batting that we spoke about, South Africa having, probably when you get to that 400 mark, then you start saying, okay, let's see how quickly we can add the next 100, the next 150. And for now is also taking some life out of Bangladesh. It's not fun for any batter to come in after being in the field for about 140, 150 overs. The concentration spells. Look at just how relaxed that looks from Richard Seletswane. Almost swinging it like a tennis racket there. He has just looked the part after the tea break, after that early troubles that he had. The amount of value that he has put on his wicket has been commendable, very noticeable. That is what you want from a young batter, to understand that the start might have not been the greatest, but because I am still here, it means I've got an opportunity to even do better, bat longer, get my runs. That's what Richard Seletswane is doing here. 58, crafted. Single to end of the 83rd over. South Africa emerging moves on to 305 for 3. Simpendulo comes back into commentary.
Thanks, KG. They are playing an unofficial test match. It's not a 4-day game. It's an unofficial test match, so it runs test match rules, 90 over games, or 90 over days. 7 more to go today with Mitchell van Buren still out there. Seletswane, 139. The amount of balls faced are almost identical between Seletswane and Van Buren. Key thing is keeping that run rate consistently above 3.5. Spoke about the idea of having your fast bowlers coming into bowl with the new ball at the back end of the day. Some of the negatives are that they'll be tired. Even though they might not be bowling, you're still fielding for the whole day. So if they do decide to take it, you're gonna get smashed around. So morning activities, all the more reason for Seletswana and Van Buren to remain. It's been hard toll for Bangladesh. 305 runs. I'm sure the idea is to just live to see another day now for Van Buren and Seletswana. Even the nonchalance of the fielding, because they know that the batting is not going to rush. It's all about just seeing off the last couple of overs. Even though it's a good fielding from Iftikhar Ifti, it still doesn't mean that South Africa are behind. But it does mean that the Bangladeshis are still alive and open. Look at that ball in the hands of Rohan. It looks dusty. Good work from Seletswana. Doesn't get baited into anything rash. It's the end of over number 84. 305 for 3 for South Africa emerging.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Northwest University Oval. Grand look. It's only played 2 test matches, but it has played tons of women's international cricket in recent times. Every tour that has been coming inbound has found a trip to Potchefstroom. It's really done well for the growth of the women's game alongside the Hollywood Bets Pro 20, Pro 50. And here, the men's emerging, growing pretty well. Van Buren has to face the Demon Eamon, Iqbal Hassan Imam. Still bowling with the old ball, makes sense. Imagine if that was the new ball, it would be flying even quicker towards the boundary. It's good running, they finished 3. And remember, when it does come to the new ball, you can take it whenever you wish. You don't have to take it at the end of the over. You can take it even after this ball. So it was played into the gap, collected by Naeem Hassan. See if Imon qualifies to receive the new ball, because if that really was it, it was going to be 4. So maybe the strategy is to give them a couple of overs at the end of the day. And that's exactly what is happening. I think KG spoke about that idea. And here it is. New ball is on. Tired legs that are still a bit rusty, so he's gonna shake it off, Imon, and once he does, he's gonna start getting it in line. So let's see if Seletswana can receive some run-scoring balls, or if Imon can strike. That's the ball from Imon. That's the ball from Imon. Good leave from Seletswana. good judgment of line and length. Because that was devilish. It made you think that it was going to come back into him. Just straightened with the line. Very nicely left. Very well bowled. Good adjustment from Imon. So you're going to leave the one that's wide off my stumps, Richard Seletswane. Okay, let's bring it closer to you. Let's see what you're going to do. And he's back to that patience. His stride is not as giant, just waiting for the ball to come onto the bat, Seletswane. A good ball delivered by Imon. Good answer from Seletswane in response. He's looked the part, Seletswane. Keeping that head dead still. It's amazing that there's so much movement off that ball from Iqbal Imon. Really shapes away. But don't forget the ball that he got Mohamed Manak with. Rocketed back towards the stumps. So must keep in his toes here. Oh, so close to it, going back onto his stumps. That looked very scary for Richard Seletswane. Played it a bit too late. Saved by the pad. Was trying to get on top of the bounce so that he can just cut it away through to the point region. And then he survives. Good start from Imon. Goes for just 3 runs, and that was off the old ball, his first ball after a long wait. 308 for 3 after 85 overs. So this is what maybe KG was speaking about, the idea of having someone under the helmet. That's what's happening down there. Putting on the shin guards. Rohan, the spin bowler, being given responsibilities with the new ball. Interesting choice. How will it work? There will be a little bit of extra bounce. The ball should skid a little bit. So that means that the fielder under the helmet will probably be standing on the leg side. Because if the ball doesn't spin, it's more likely to take the inside edge onto the pad, onto the fielder. Wicket. So the new ball does spin less. But they've handled spin pretty well. So let's see if they can handle new ball spin with the left spinner. Oh, did you hear that sound? What a shot from Mitchell van Buren. The ball is a little bit harder to grip when it's brand new. But it firmly sticks to the middle of Mitchell van Buren's bat. My goodness, that was such a cracking strike. Too short. Also from Rohan. He could have taken it over the air if he wanted to, Van Buren. There's spinning. There it's spinning. Be careful, South Africa emerging team. That wasn't short enough. Our producer with expert commentary. Don't give him a short one again. That was almost it. Just found himself in the middle of nowhere, Mitchell van Buren. Is it going leg side? Is it going offside? That's definitely going leg side, but Rizwan has taken a couple of steps in. Not going to allow single. Plus, we are at that phase of the day where it's just about holding on and finishing the day. You're not going to risk unnecessary singles. You want to start tomorrow alive. And the ball is working generously for the spin bowlers here. It's working very generously. So he can try to come in a bit wider and toss it a bit straighter. Like that. That's very nice from Rohan. Just activates the fielder standing at short leg. It's the end of over number 86. There's 4 more remaining in the day. Well, Mitchell van Buren gets himself to his century. He's on 88. This session has been the slowest so far. 10 boundaries. They've ran 52 times. It's been the longest one of the day as well. But that just shows the control of Van Buren and Seletwane. No wicket has fallen. Very dominant. It's 312 for 3 after 86. KG Masubelele rejoins us in commentary.
Just the 12 runs for Van Buren to go, but the target will be keeping that wicket more than anything. We wondered how long before we say Amon back into the attack and that last over. Still that movement that is looking, is getting off the pitch.
That's that one that just comes back to the right-hander. With the previous over, he was moving the ball away. He started the over being too wide and the ball shaping away, and then he started creeping it a little bit closer. So now he's introduced Seletwane to the one that comes back in. And he keeps hitting it. These are hard lengths from Imon. So in no time, we're probably going to see the one that's a little bit wider and a little bit fuller to get those slips in action.
Yes, just testing the concentration of the batters also. They can hang on for the last 22 balls that are left in the dice play. And importantly for Bangladesh, can they get another wicket to take with that will give them confidence starting the day's play tomorrow?
Good try from Imon. Goes into the block hole. A chase down, a hard chase down for Mafichul Islam Robin. He's one of their better fielders. He stops 1 run with those efforts. 315 for 3.
Very good running from South Africa, which we've seen quite a lot. One just has tucked away, but Mitchell van Buren initially looked like they thought that might go for 4, but to realizing that it's not good running to come back. Very good running this time of the day to still be pushing for those 3s.
Gotta take them once they come there. They're not gonna force them. They're not gonna pressure the fielders as much as they did. But when it's there to be taken, with no risk, they do. A little bit gingerly from Van Buren. A rare occasion where he doesn't reach his body to the line of the ball. He's been stunning the whole day, Mitchell van Buren.
He's played very good innings. Different phases of the game. Different type of batting that we've seen from him. Started off quite slowly with Diteko Mudiri. Richard Seletwane came in and he took over the scoring. Just towards the end here, they're just looking to just quiet the game down, look to go into tomorrow.
A bit tentative. But the good thing is that he's still playing with those soft hands. It's a harder ball, faster bowler. It's going to rush him a touch from where he has been for the past God knows how long in the amount of hours he's been out there. And so it's that switch up. They had to deal with it with Animal Haq after dealing with Rizwan and Iman. Iman is quick, Rizwan is quickish. So when Animal Haq came, they were early on their shots and they needed to adjust. So now they're a bit late on their shots. So they need to readjust to the quickening pace of Iman. Just like that. Just like that. Timed to perfection. Not a good ball from Iman, but it still deserves the punishment from Mitchell van Buren. He moves to 92.
Could easily miss that as a batter if your concentration is low this time of the game, but Mitchell van Buren waited for that ever so sweetly, knew exactly where the gap is, where the man is on the leg side, puts it away for a boundary, and goes into the nervous 90s. 87 overs, 319 for 3.
There's 3 overs remaining. So in come Rizwan. The experiment with Rohan is done. So Chowdhury Mohammed Rizwan is going to return. Thought he would have done it with Iman. So he only has 2 more overs to bowl, Rizwan.
Yeah, it was a bit strange not to see him immediately coming in just to bowl those last 2 or 3 overs in the day's play, but they decided to go with a spin bowler and just aim on from the other side. So he'll bowl this over and the last over.
Full. And it's fully driven by Richard Seletwane. That's the risk with a new ball. If you get it wrong, you are going to lose it all. Good shot for 4.
Very good hit from Richard Seletwane, waiting for the ball to get to him. And so much control of that shot, hitting it past that extra cover for 4. Couple of boundaries towards the end of this day's play. 323 for 3, South Africa, move on. 2.5 overs to go in the day's play. Richard Seletwane on 66, Mitch van Buren on 92. Best thing will just not out.
Good running. Good way to keep working. It was 3-2-3 for 3 with 33 4s and 3 6s. So many 3s on 3s on 3s. Van Buren now is on 92. If it's anything we've seen, shouldn't be in the 90s for too long if it follows the blueprint of Modiri Ritego, the blueprint of Ntando Zuma, the blueprint of Oshile. Do you really want to go to sleep on 98?
That's the fastest way to invite pressure onto yourself. Because if it's there for you, it's in the it's in the 90s or it's the first ball or it's the 50th ball, should still be able to put it away. Because you don't want to end up just playing a bit of negative cricket and being afraid to go out rather than looking to actually score. So you still want to play that natural cricket. If it comes sooner, it comes sooner. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it must be that you are looking to play normal as possible.
Oh, good fielding. Bump ball, luckily, for Mitchell van Buren.
Harder ball, so when you hit it, it flies off the bat. That one, just bouncing in front of Naeem there. It's one of those that you just hope that they carry. Good stop, good fielding nonetheless from Naeem.
Slight wake-up call needed for Mitchell van Buren in that instance. He wakes up well. Gonna come back for 2. It's late in the day. It doesn't matter for Van Buren. He moves to 94.
That is some proper running here from Mitchell van Buren. We've said that so many times throughout the day. But he called it very early. As soon as he hit that, it was 2-2-2-2. Because he also knows that Bangladesh are probably looking 2.2 overs to go. We just want to get this day over and done with, and we'll restart tomorrow after putting our feet up tonight.
He's not looking for any big hits here, Mitchell van Buren. He's going to retain strike to end over number 88. 327 for 3. Tough return for Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. Gives away 8 runs in the over. And the partnership keeps growing here for Richard Seletswan and Mitchell van Buren. 142. It's amazing. And look at how long it took, juxtaposed to Smith and Ditego. Just 30 runs more, but almost 100 balls extra taken to add on to those runs.
And that has just shown what has been needed in this game from South Africa, or from this partnership in particular. As we said, Richard Seletswane, when he started early on, looked a bit difficult, but has since readjusted and has seen what is now demanded of him, Richard Seletswane. Just the 2 overs to go. Important 2 overs here for both the teams. South Africa want to make sure that they don't lose that extra wicket. Bangladesh, if they take that 1 wicket going into tomorrow, it'll do them worlds of good. The confidence will go up.
More reinforcements onto the leg side. A deep mid-wicket, a long on. Those are the areas Mudiri Ditego smashed it over so that he can get to his century. Here's Naeem. Hassan is going to come in as a replacement. Still stoic, Mitchell van Buren.
Very interesting, I thought. Last over from this end, Imon looked like he's probably decent pace.
Dropped short. There's defense at the deep. Animal Huck did look pretty decent. Was rushing them. Was making them mistime the ball, especially Mitchell van Buren. So might have been a little bit edgy if it was he bowling the over, especially that he's shaken off that rust.
Yeah, just that ball, that one low full toss in the previous over, but otherwise he's bowled well.
Still a lot of turn coming in from the surface with this new ball.
What the hard ball does when it hits the surface, then you can get some patches on it. I think this is an easier way for the South Africans to end the play on day 1.
Ooh, that kept a little bit low. Good fielding from Hassan, but well played from Seletswane.
And this is what happens when you've batted for long enough. If that happens early on in your innings, you can easily miss it. But because your eye is in now, it's easier for you to follow the ball. Even when it keeps slow, you can adjust in time to make sure that you got contact on it. And that's exactly what Richard Seletswane has done. Bit of an injury?
Animal Biblop, their leg spinner, injured, and he's not looking in good shape. He's flat out and flat down. Still 17 minutes left in the game's play, in the day's play. So there's no time wasting to say we won't bowl another over. So it is just a long day out.
Maybe he's just signaling what he wants to do right now, which is sleep.
At least it's just 2 overs left in the day. And he won't be bowling for the rest of the day, so at least when we go back to the dressing rooms, he's going to get care. Yeah, it's going to need a stretcher. This is bad.
Looks like he did his ankle there. Biblop coming around to save that last ball. Can be it is so easy for that to happen late in the day because you're tired. Get yourself into bad positions. And when the stretcher is being called out, that might just show how serious it is. It looks a bit relaxed now, but if the stretcher is called out, it must be very difficult for him to even move.
He lied down for a long time, Biblop. Lied down for a very long time. So hopefully he's going to be able to come back tomorrow. Yeah, our medics.
That's a game of cricket that you can spend the whole day, nothing happening, and then all of a sudden you are required to come out. It's not like your soccer and rugby where you have to be on every time, every few seconds you find yourself going on.
And the worst thing is, as the stretcher comes out, it's the biggest thing that they have to deal with. Normally it's magic spray if someone is cut, but now they need to stretch them out. Your body is relaxed, now you must carry this person out. It's a lot of work to do after you've done.
It's two stretchers coming from different directions from one ankle.
The gurney does make sense. So maybe they're gonna take him on the red stretcher and then place him on the gurney. Yeah, but it's gonna be a lot of work for two gentlemen to carry one live player. So here's our gurney.
It's easier this time of the day. Put him on there, push him off.
Push him off. He'll be okay. And hopefully, though, this little break that we are seeing doesn't throw off Mitchell van Buren and Richard Seletswane. Small things can just make you unclick. At least with the drinks break, you can prepare for it. At least with tea and any other in-game intervals, you can prepare. These ones just instantly throw you out of it.
It's those unexpected ones where you as the batter also just looking as we... Just looks like when it's coming across... It is also that time of the season where it's a little bit dry. The outfield is dry, so you can easily get yourself ahead there.
Oh, that's very sad for Animal Biblop as well. Was bowling decently, but he's gone. The Gurneys are taking him off, whilst the scores are on 328 for 3.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With Auto Bet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Away he goes. Smiles on their faces because they know they don't have to carry him out. At least they can roll him off. But Biblop with hands on his head, those are not good signs. Back to the cricket. 2 overs left in the over. Then one more. That'll be close of play. Have 12 minutes remaining in the game's play. 328 for 3. Naeem Hassan is bowling to Richard Seletswane.
Just 8 balls to go. 67. Richard Seletswane has batted really well to get himself to this position.
Has been solid also in defense, Richard Seletswane. He's really had good hands today, good wrists. Let's just manipulate that bat face. and thus manipulate the ball. Uses those hands to a maximum. A single to end the over. One more to go. Mitchell van Buren on 96. Seletwane on 68. Seletwane will be on strike. 329 for 3.
I like this innings from Richard Seletwane. Test of character, because such an uncharacteristic innings from Richard Seletwane. He is normally somebody that goes a flurry of runs. You expect him to go at a strike rate of close to those 60, 70 in 4-day cricket, because he likes to be attacking, but the game has demanded something different from him. That's how he wanted to start his innings, but quickly identified that you don't always have to play in that way. Has readjusted, put himself in a very good situation here. 68 and 159. I want to say that this is an innings of character. Very mature innings here from Richard Seletwane.
It's batted 26 overs. Seletwane. Van Buren has done the same. They've taken their time, and it has been looking good. Final over will be bowled by Rohat. Must be very careful here. The ball will be spinning away. We've seen it bounce. We've seen it turn pretty prodigiously.
How easily you could just be thinking, okay, just one more over and start playing negative, and then all of a sudden you just get one spitting off like a cobra. You can easily lose your concentration here. 5 balls to go.
Really does come at you like a snake when it just puffs off.
And that's a moment there where you say that get somebody in there under the helmet. The batters are looking to just make sure that they go out, so they're not going to attack you. So get somebody there on either side under the helmet and say, you want to block it out. Be careful when you block it out also, because should you make a mistake, somebody's going to catch the ball.
Especially when you are, whether you hate it or not, you are coming down. It's that thought that I've done it for the day. Richard Seletwane gets to the safe ground. Mitchell van Buren on 96. He has 2 balls remaining. The score on 330 for 3. How does he take this on? It's a little bit uncomfortable.
2 balls to go, 4 runs to go. Which one is more important?
And that's the thing. It's not 2 balls to go. It's 2 balls and 3 days.
Yes, that is the way that you want to look at it.
So he doesn't have to do it now, though it is the last ball. And though it would be nice.
End it off with a flurry, just get 100.
Last ball of the day. Down the ground, to cover. He's going to start strike tomorrow. Mitchell van Buren on 97 runs. What a beautiful innings. Day 1 of the first unofficial test match. Firmly in South Africa's pocket. 3 sessions, 3 wickets, 110 runs for each wicket. What a healthy average that is for the team. And after 90 overs, 331 for 3.
Very good batting from South Africa, just losing those 3 wickets. 1 in the first session, 2 in the second session, and no wicket in the third session. And that's the end of day 1. 90 overs, 331 runs, the 33 fours, 3 sixes, 3 wickets. A lot of 3s in this for South Africa.
The 3 that Van Buren would have been hoping for are 3 digits. But third session, healthily won by South Africa.
Hands down, no wicket for Bangladesh. South Africa has dictated the terms here, the pace of the game, playing those sweep shots, hitting on that offside, on the leg side. Chosen when they want to score the runs. A beautiful straight drive there from Richard Seletswane. One of the more difficult shots to play in the textbook of cricket. Very next one, just hung back there, let it come to him. It's a very good shot, we spoke about it. Ball turning in, hitting it to the offside. It's a very good batting here for South Africa. Mitchell van Buren hitting that one ever so hard into the ground. Danger signs and a bit of a full toss there from Eman. And that was the last over that Eman bowled. Was taken out of the attack after that.
And the new ball arrived. And you can see how quickly it flies off the bat and flies through the ground. Opportunity to take Van Buren at the back end of the day, but it bounced short of Naeem Hassan. And that is stumps for day one at the Northwest University Oval. The first four-day match saw Modiri Ditero scoring 113 from 138 deliveries. He was the last wicket to fall because the first was Mohamed Manak without endangering the scoreboard. Left a straight one. Well, it wasn't straight. It viciously shaped back from Imon. Smith, 49, so close on to his century. But it's that partnership that's still alive of Van Buren and Seletswane that's just making this work. 146.
Very good partnerships, except for that first one, 117, 62, and 146. And that's what you need in order for you to get those big runs. You need good partnership. And Van Buren has been at the back of two very good partnerships in a row. So was Diteko Modiri, 100 partnership and then a 50-odd partnership. The Bangladesh bowling, Imon has bowled 10 overs, 2 for 60, picking up a wicket in the first and the second session. Naeem, the other wicket taker, 26 overs, 1 for 80, has really done the hard yards. Rohan also bowling the 28 overs, going at 2.96, but not picking up any wicket. It's been a tough time here for the Bangladesh bowlers, not getting the wickets that they would have liked to get, but very good batting from South Africa to ensure that they only lose the 3 wickets. 331 for 3 after the 90 overs. Just the 3 extras. Good bowling from Bangladesh in terms of discipline. However, those wickets is what they were looking for, and they did not get that. But good first day of cricket here. 4-day cricket here from Potchefstroom, as we see the fielders for Bangladesh after a very long day, toiling in the field, stretching it out. The last 2 overs, we saw a bit of an ankle injury from Biplop. So it's very important that they ensure that they stretch it out, warm down. But that's it from us here at Potchefstroom. We'll be back with you tomorrow, 9:20 for day 2, where South Africa will be taking off from that 331 that they had.
See you again then tomorrow on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel, brought to you by Mega Live. South Africa emerging, men's emerging, Bangladesh emerging, men's emerging. It's going to happen tomorrow at 9:20, as KG has told you, live from the Northwest University Oval in Potchefstroom. See you again then. It's going to be more exciting cricket, and don't miss out on Mitchell van Buren possibly getting his century. See you again tomorrow.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.